Oh, fucking okay, great. Let's turn off some background noisy settings and make sure that streamy shit is running fine.
Who the fuck walks around?
Glitter is for vampires and strippers.
Glitter is for vampires and strippers, of course.
And
Yeah, you glimmer and shimmer. It's +3 to all socialize. I love this book. Also,
Because who
big
doesn't
fan
want
of
to
the
talk to
line.
some beautiful chick whose flesh twinkles with cosmic glitter.
Herr Doctor Mr. Tight Pants.
Homoeroticism equals secret power.
this is starting to sound like a TV tropes page.
There's mad ninja skills with a Z.
God fucking damn it.
John Woo, Two Gun Mojo. The myth of the magic katana is no myth at all, and then one of them is called the sexy katana. Okay, I believe it is. It's probably be time that we get on to actually playing a game. We have the power. We have the means. And move some.
Wait, are we actually supposed to start playing?
I know, right? It was only a matter of time. But the question is everyone ready to play?
Well, I'm still in the roll 20.
Excellent. Just waiting
We've
on.
got
Yeah, bro, I'm up.
All right, Lily, getting that roll 20.
You can't make me.
I can ask nicely though, please.
We have Cat Empathy. We have Cat Napoleon.
You do. And also Lily's on there as sexy alien, so that always helps too. But I will set that to names only, otherwise it takes up a lot of the screen.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Stay lovey.
Lovey. What did you need that for?
Oh, I don't need anything for anything. I want for nothing.
So just making sure one more time. To be able to get things that are like resource 2, I have to have the resources 2, like with 2 dots of merits in it, right? Or is that not how that works?
That
Lily
is the
knows
general idea for
is-
purchasing things like in character. I don't.
There are, as I say, like there are going to be a lot of situations where all you have to do is ask me as a player and give me a good case for a thing, and I can say, yeah, you already own that. I won't make you do things like call on resources costs unless literally you're trying to buy the thing then and there.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to start out with it.
What do you want to start out with?
Bowie knife and MK.
How old is your character?
How old is the usual vampire?
That's a Pandora's box question, I guess. I'm going to assume you've been around for at least long enough that acquiring a gun and a knife while you've been learning how to fight with a gun and a knife is not outlandish, so I don't see a problem with that.
I'm not walking around with a character who is literally 13 years old or something.
Yeah, no. This isn't. Assuming that when you are given this gun and knife, it isn't Papa's first gun and knife. And you know, I'm not going to challenge you over that. That's perfectly reasonable for you to already own.
I'm thinking my character's only been a vampire for a year or two.
Yeah, my guy is also supposed to be a young vampire.
Round about the same for me.
Excellent.
Yeah, pretty much the same for me, bro. Like,
Are we
thinking
literally like
3
the
or
young
4
vampire
years.
society? Are we a bunch of meddling kids going around on adventures?
Would your characters
We
also
need a van.
like to pre-own a decent van? It's a mystery machine, yay.
That's no joke. When I ran World of Darkness for my friends, they had an A-Team van.
Why don't we?
That's awesome.
I'm not saying I'm stopping you.
They also used their A-Team van to run into the Mothman and knock him into the Grand Canyon.
You have me.
While the driver got stuck inside and died with him.
It was
Incredible.
already great at Mothman. You didn't need to say anything more than that.
It just got better the more you talk.
Yeah.
But my character is the rich kid. If I have to, I will spend merit points if it means that we get to start off with a mystery.
Well, we'll get to find out what you start with as a collective as we find out how you all know each other. Just making sure all of the customary background preparation is complete, and it would seem to be. So, without any further ado, I believe it's time we get started. And as all games in their first session should start, I got you some source little flavor text to read out. Of course, I say read out, but I mean this is obviously all immediately coming off the top of my head. I mean, I'm just that good. You know. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Vampire the Requiem. For those of you who know nothing about this setting, this system, or even these players, things will soon be changing. I will be operating as the storyteller. I go by Sko, and it will be my duty to poke all of our lovely beasts here and get them to fill the world in and find out how good they are at actually surviving in it. And these players, they'll be Kindred. They'll be vampires, they'll be the beasts. They will have masks and they will have dirges, which will be explained what those are relatively soon. What they do in this world will change the mortals around them, and the mortals will likely change them, because no matter what some people may say, the vampires aren't that detached from the humanity around them. The humanity are known as the kine. They are the flesh and the blood and the cattle. And no matter how much they might be spited, even the beast knows that it would die without them. It is generally considered that there are no set rules amongst the kindred. There are traditions, but these traditions are sadly often bent. Sometimes they are broken, and to some people it's going to be their duty to enforce them, and to some it seems to be their entire unlife's goal to break those rules. These kindred here we have together to play probably don't know exactly what their characters are after. I certainly don't know what these characters are after, because I can't tell a story if the book is full of empty pages. What we do know, the cold hard facts that I've got laid out for you here about the world, is that it starts in a city named San Posado. It is full of multiple cultures, and it has reaches to all sorts of places in the world. There are roughly 6 million poor lost souls that go about their daily lives, and anyone can find anything here. I do also know of a few, ongoing background things that are happening in this city, and those will be dangers or issues that develop, and there'll be things that the players will have to avoid or deal with. Of course, I'm not going to give you any details about those things until the time is right. Also, as in most cases, I will add the teensy disclaimer that I do not know this system well. It's partly my own fault for not having the time to read all of it, and it's partly because I also just want to be surprised by lots of cool things. It shouldn't cause a problem. I've got all of the books necessary, but there are going to be times when the storyteller has to be told. Regardless now, it's going to be time to build some player characters so everyone can introduce themselves. We shall start with, I believe, Third, because she is probably the most prepared of the group.
What? What?
You got put on the spot.
What do you want?
I don't know, tell me who you are and say hello, and then I'll go through every person, and then we can start going through the characters as they've been created.
I don't really have a name yet. I've got a first name.
Hooray.
So my character is Rose.
Excellent.
She kind of had a rough life growing up. Had to resort to picking locks, picking pockets. Got involved in some criminal enterprises. Made some questionable life choices that ended up with her becoming a vampire. And since then, she has... Hey, stop mucking with my character sheet there.
Of course, when I clicked through it, it made it change on your sheet. My bad.
Yep. since she has become a vampire, she has tried to get back on the straight and narrow, but it's harder than you'd think. Being undead means like her family thinks she's dead.
Excellent.
Her whole life is gone.
Grand. Okay, who wants to volunteer introducing their character and just roughly who they are? We'll go through stats and skills and all that stuff in a moment, making sure that everyone also has that completed and correct. So we'll do it step by step as though a character were being built.
Good, because I wasn't really sure what to do it in the beginning. I got kind of lost in the flavor text because it was really cool, but some of the things got a little confusing, so glad we're going through that. I guess I'll go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, hey, I'm Stray, the barfly from Savin's Herd, and I'm playing Claire Rokencourt, a professor at a local university of the clan Maquette, and Bloodline Agonistes. She's kind of a reserved, as it said, professional nerd, and, really enjoys poking her nose in where it really shouldn't belong.
Excellent. Alright, who's up next?
I guess I'll go.
Go for it.
I'm Zendi, one of the moderators in Savin's Herd. I'm playing Timothy Lee, who was formerly an author, but who had a bit of a trouble at actually coming up with anything. So he did some original research and found himself one night being offered a choice to either die or use his apparently remarkable ability to do research in service of a vampire.
Excellent. And then last up we have DCL.
Hi, I'm DCL, and I'm basically pretty much always in any group I'm in, the young one. I think that still applies here.
You might still be the
Not
youngest
even
one.
close.
Wait.
Really? Are
Can
you
you
that
share-
young, Maz?
I'm 19. Yeah.
Oh, holy shit! I am not the youngest one for once.
Congratulations, DCL.
You have no
You
idea.
can call someone else a babby.
And they can
But yeah.
call you Senpai.
But I'll be playing Zaire LT. I just chose that name, so I have no idea how to really pronounce it. Like a second ago. And my
How
character's
do I
story-
pronounce my own name?
That is the question. My character's story is basically they were born in a concentration camp in Africa because Africa is a shithole, and I guess probably the better term is kidnapped, but he sees it as rescued from that camp by some pretty militaristic gangrel vampires. Ever since then, he decided to willingly join them and has been trained as a kid and has only been recently sired. And his father figure, the head of the clan, had recently been killed. So now nobody really knows what's going on. The clan's kind of in its own thing, and he's basically been kind of shunted out because it's like it's time you've become a man and at least proved yourself to the clan and go off and make a name for yourself. He's pretty family oriented, and since he didn't really grow up with any media and he was kind of a sheltered boy, he kind of thinks vampires as like they've done nothing wrong and that eating humans is kind of normal.
Oh, sweet.
Disrespectful.
So your character has no predisposition about anything that is already vampire-y.
Nope. He's pretty much an innocent, disconnected child from the world.
Excellent. Okay then, and now we roughly know the people we're dealing with here. Of course, there will always be more facets about these characters that will be revealed as time goes by, like family will crop up or ex-relative, that kind of thing. So first of all, we're going to do this step-by-step character creation-y style, just to make sure everyone is all set up and ready. So step one would be what your character's concept is, for instance, Rose is a safecracker.
Yo.
Let's have a look here. How would you describe Claire, Stray?
Eldritch researcher, maybe?
Excellent. Okay, that's perfectly reasonable. You can make that your concept right there. Write it into your character sheet. I will update the little backgroundy thing as we go. All right, and a concept. How would you describe yourself there, Timothy Lee?
Mystery author turned investigator.
Excellent.
I feel like I'm the only one who cannot hear Resendi.
I had to turn her up.
Yeah, I can
am
hear
I-
her fine.
Am I quiet? God damn it.
Oh wait, I forgot that Discord is awesome and not Skype, and that I can individually.
You can
turn up-
manually change levels. Yeah, Maz is fine on my end, so it's probably.
Yeah, don't fiddle with your mic.
No. Okay, so we have mystery author turned investigator, and if you had to give a concept to Zaire, what would it be?
Soldier.
All right. Short and sweet and to the point. That is honestly perfectly fine. All right. Step 2. We have to find out what your attributes are. The attributes tell us how strong, how smart, and charismatic you are. You know, aka physical, mental, and social stats. These numbers hopefully have been filled in by some of you. Everyone who doesn't know what they're doing for their attribute numbers, please say and ask.
Well, see, I didn't know if being part of a certain clan or bloodline gave me certain advantages in certain things. I know the Maquette gets bonus to one dot bonus to in the wits, and I know that's 5, 4, 3 for putting things in, right? But it's not. I'm not familiar with this system at all, and I admit I'm a little lost when it comes to attributes.
That's fine. I will add that I'm not gonna make people struggle a lot with their characters' roles. Like, you can always try and do shit. And if you roleplay it out well, then I won't make you roll with things like attributes, because, you know, it's just, I will tend to reward good roleplay in this game. So I'm not going to harp on people to have exactly good attributes. I believe when you're actually picking them, you would do your attributes as normal, and then you would worry about any adjustments your clans or whatever would make after the fact.
My question
Yes.
was, being part of a certain clan, does that mean that I have to attribute my 5 in a certain point, like Maquette are known for having
You don't have to.
intelligence?
You do not have to.
Oh, okay, so I can put the 5, 4, and 3 in whatever areas I want.
Yeah,
Correct.
Okie dokie.
and I think
Like being Maquette doesn't really mean your personality is something like set. They just tend to embrace people who match certain mindsets.
Gotcha. I'm very
Like-
used to other systems where if you choose like a certain archetype, then you're automatically better at this stuff, and you don't have any training in another thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could have a Maquette who completely like abandons intelligence, mental skills, and stuff, and is just a big bruiser.
Just hit the weight. No weenies in this dojo.
Yeah. And when you select your primary, secondary, and tertiary, they don't have to be the same when you go to skills. So you could have mental as your primary abilities, but choose physical as your primary skills.
Wow, that's a fuck ton of wiggle room. All right.
Yep.
And
All
when
right, I'll do
you're
that. It's 5, 4, and 3, right?
Yep.
I remember that
5,
correctly.
4, and 3.
and all of
Alrighty
your
then.
dots start at 1.
And part of clan is you get a bonus point in, I think for Maquette it's int and wits.
Or int or wits.
Int
Int
or
or wits. Oh, gotcha.
Yep. Excellent.
Alrighty then.
I'm so glad you're here, Third, because I don't know enough of this stuff myself to confidently answer those questions.
I love World of Darkness. It's one
The-
of my favorite settings.
The only real exposure I had to this is I played a fuck ton of
Bloodlines.
That's
Well,
great.
Hunter. No, Hunter the Reckoning. Hunter the Reckoning and yeah, the vampire game. But mostly Hunter the Reckoning. I love that game.
I'm going to go Google that now and probably download it.
It's a lot of
I
fun.
remember those video games.
Yeah, the priest was my favorite class, and that was great.
They're kind of like the old school
Top-
smash 'em ups.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah,
top
it's
down,
like,
top down isometric. You know, you run
yeah.
around with a, my favorite class. You ran around with a crossbow and you had a long sword. And then there was a priest and there was a martyr that my bro always played. And I only had one friend that was really interested in World of Darkness, but oh goddamn, that game was fun, and it was difficult enough to be just it was just a hell of a lot of fun.
Sweet.
Yeah. Fuck, that takes me back. That was very similar to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance.
Oh, God, I miss my old little GameCube.
I only got into Baldur's Gate probably in like 2003. So I played through Baldur's Gate, and then I played through Baldur's Gate 2. I remember I didn't like Aerie that much. It's been a long
I
time.
liked Harry. She was a sweetie. Poor
I
innocent
liked
sweetie.
Naive. What a
Naive.
sweetie.
Poor naive sweetie. I liked Jahiro. She was a stone cold bitch. But then you
I
keep
never
forgetting
liked
that. Then you keep forgetting the beginning of the game, her husband got mutilated, and you're like, oh yeah, right. That's why she was a
Yeah.
stone cold bitch.
She was stone cold bitch before that.
That's true, but also she
Space.
was an attractive elf, so she got away with it. Anyway.
I did like Myconia. She was great. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Anyway, we've fallen away.
Classically Durant.
Yep. Don't worry, that happens pretty much all the time, and I have no issues with it. All right. So
That's
Oh.
that's the fun of role playing.
yeah, of course.
Yeah,
well,
Just
it's
bantering with your friends.
yes.
Just wait until Only War. I have an entire jar of Bacarona.
You're just gonna get shit hammered and just watch the sparks fly, of course.
I did change the name of the game to Only Drunk.
It was an appropriate name. It's how it's described on YouTube as well. Anyway, alright, so attributes are all picked up. Next would be your skills. These again, mental, physical, social, and you can pick your priorities. And as Lillian said, they don't have to be the same as whatever you just put your attributes in.
And as with abilities, the fifth dot costs an extra dot.
All right, I don't actually remember how many points you have for. Is it 5, 4, and 3 again?
Nope.
No, it's 11.
4, 4, and 3
What?
for your abilities.
For skills,
it's-
it's 11, 7, and 4.
Yep.
Correct.
Thank you kindly.
And yeah. I always recommend, as it recommends in the book, I recommend picking your skills based on your character, as opposed to just be like, these ones would be fucking useful things to have, because I'm gonna reward you more for doing things as a role player than I am for you just having a munchkin to decent setup. Also,
I'm
being...
only picking.
Yep, I will
Sorry.
add here, being shit at things in this game is actually the easiest way to get better. But we'll explain that in a little bit.
I figured I'd only pick stuff that a professor would know, so mostly academics, occult, stuff like that.
Sweet. Okay. And then we
Gotta
have...
think about their hobbies and what they do in life.
Yeah,
Yeah,
long
yeah.
walks on the beach. They're less fun now that the sun is a weapon. But
Did they take like an art class at some point? Have a point in expression?
they have a pose for
So 11,
live
7, and
nudes.
4, right? I heard that right?
Correct.
Yep,
11, 7,
it's
4?
written down as well.
Alrighty.
Merzendi put it in chat. She's awesome.
Yep. Okay. So, you're picking your skill specialties after this. Skill specialties let you sort of make a few of your skills your real fucking good ones. You pick whatever you want to be your actual specialty. They would reflect your like narrow focus and expertise. So again, in your case, it would probably be one of those ones that you like to research. You choose 3 specialties, and again, they should be related to your character and who you were or used to be or who you are now. And I can't remember exactly how the skill specialty impacts your stats.
Plus 1 dice on a roll that includes that skill.
Correct.
In the book, even I think mentions how you can apply it to anything that you can justifiably roleplay.
That's right. Again, I will. Apparently, the system 2 will try its best to reward you for role playing harder than munchkining. I mean, again,
Huh.
if you munchkined your way through every situation perfectly instead of rolled with it, then you wouldn't ever earn any experience to level your character up.
If
And
that's
if
the
you-
case, can I use dexterity for grapples instead of strength?
If you want to, yeah, you can choose to. You could, like, assuming that you describe what you're doing as a dexterous action. Of course, I would.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's the entire basis of jujitsu.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was so excited about CQC, but then it's just like grappling's all strength based, so I was like, oh,
Nope. As long as you make a case for it, I'm always
Okay.
fine with it. If you describe
know-
something that's entirely throwing your bulk around, though, I would say that it isn't. So you have to be careful.
yeah.
You know, whenever I hear jujitsu, all I can think of is like rabbis in kimonos
Yep.
chucking people across the room.
Here we go. Rob says, so Hedra would not be the best at this. You're incorrect. If Hedra knew that the only way to be successful was to roleplay really hard, she'd fucking destroy the shit out of everything. Because she's actually very good at explaining. She's very good at explaining a thing that she does. But I don't think she would like this system at all.
Good at explaining, not so good at role playing.
I mean, she's done some pretty hilarious things.
Yeah, no, I've played with. In fact, we had her for the Fallout ND, which was the Road Rage one, and she was the fucking best character in that whole game, without a shadow of a
That
doubt.
was- I fucking loved that thing you guys did. It was phenomenal.
It was a great one shot, and I loved it. Yeah, she can absolutely. She just usually doesn't. This is not a system that she would enjoy at all either, because you aren't rewarded for being, a munchkin. I suppose is a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then next you add your Kindred template. So like that, the previous stuff we just described, picking skills, attributes, and shit. That's like the same in every World of Darkness. But then this is where the book says, "But you're playing a vampire, so let's mix shit up." As it says here.
Boy, you're a vampire now.
Yeah, as it says here, we have the flesh and blood, but now we add the fangs. So of course, this is where you get to pick your clan. I believe all of you already know the clans that you want to be in, so please do tell me now.
Ventru.
Gangrel.
Excellent.
Meket?
Same for me.
Yay. So I probably misspelled some of that, but whatever.
And specifically a Meket of the Kaibit bloodline, since I see you've put Third's bloodline.
Yeah,
on
can you
her,
type your
clan line.
bloodlines out so that I can see the spelling of them, or I'll fuck them up?
What are the bloodlines again?
They're like subsets of the clans, like specific lineages.
Do they provide any actual bonuses, or can I
You
bullshit
get,
mine?
you usually get a fourth, like clan discipline, but you also get a second weakness.
So yeah, you
And
can
a lot of
choose.
RP to go with it.
Yes.
Yes.
You can, because also I believe that there are going to be other things that happen. If someone hasn't committed themselves to a bloodline, then that raises the question of why.
Well, I mean, I would assume that my bullshit family clan would have a bloodline, but I wouldn't
You
exactly
don't
know.
necessarily
No.
have to.
No, hell, it could be a bloodline that you make up, but that's just entirely given a name by flavor and hasn't conveyed anything to you. So if you want to make up a bloodline name, but it just operate in the system as generic clan gangrel, that's okay.
Okay.
Yes, dynasty is also whatever. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Clan maquette. Ibit bloodline. Maquette. Agonistes. Bloodline. And we've got Apollinaire, which just sounds like a type of rich shortcake biscuit with caramel and chocolate on it.
Now I'm hungry. Fuck you.
Hey, so I have basically not eaten today.
Neither have I.
The most
Neither
emo.
have I.
If you suffer a traumatic event, you have to pass a roll to not just go to bed for 50 years. So
It's the
emo.
weakness. It's the weakness of Agonistes. Everything else about it I love, but that weakness, man, so emo.
Fine, I gotta go to my room.
Oh my god.
Pretty
Guys,
much.
guys, where's Claire? Is she sleeping again for 50 years?
And you don't get any dessert.
She just enters torpor for no reason. Oh no,
She-
my dog!
She's gonna be so disappointed she missed out on the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Choked on coffee.
Oh shit, yeah, that's right. Vampire the Masquerade is based in real life, isn't it? At least in like the real life quote air quotes world.
It is.
So that's-
The
so that's
city,
totally-
the city you're in is invented, but it is it is essentially quote unquote America, but it's also a sea connection and all that shit. So it's a place that literally can't exist because all of the good places in America are taken, and I don't want to have to try and just insert Vampire the Masquerade shit into it. So it's quote unquote current day America.
Can
I hope
my
you get-
middle name be Korax now?
Claire Clorax Rokencourt? Yeah, sure.
I hope we get to meet the vampire in charge of making the Marvel Cinematic Universe because no human could have possibly made that.
Oh, it's Stan Lee's a vampire.
I think it's a mage.
Oh,
Oh, it could be. If you observe them doing
No,
magic.
no,
though.
no. It's a changeling because they deal with like pacts, and it's like signing a deal with the devil. Come on,
That does sound about correct, yeah.
they made a pact with.
Actually, that's Disney. No, Disney, that's Disney. Everyone knows you sign a chunk of soul away if you want to work with Disney.
It's
Well, Marvel's owned by Disney, so
Oh, they've probably
Obviously a
been
changeling in
consumed,
charge.
yes. Well, it's because their head vampire is standing down. Anyway, where the fuck were we anyway? I'm lost. Alright, yes,
applying the
clan.
Kindred template.
Right, that was it. Okay, clan, we've got covenants. Who of you have covenants? They are the Kindred's social orders. Your character's sire may influence your choice of covenant, but really it's your call. You can choose to start without a covenant, but you are generally seen as being untrustworthy. Well, by ones who are covenanted themselves. But then amongst their own group, it's like, oh, you're covenant free as well. It means I can trust you to, at least not narc me out immediately to insert covenant whatever.
I am unaligned at the moment, but I'm not against the idea of covenants. I just need to find the right one that speaks to me.
You're shopping around for covenants right now.
there's some debate with Third and she presented good reason why I shouldn't. But if I had my way, my clan would probably have me unaligned due to them being a neutral party of mercenaries.
Okie dokie. Bunk.
Ordo Dracul.
Order of the Dragon.
Gotta double down on professional nerd, bro.
That's true.
And Invictus for me.
Of course. You look Invictus.
Okay then. And these are your covenants.
Across the family. Yeah.
Yeah, don't fuck with the family.
Yeah, see? Turn you into grease stain, see?
We do to you what like we did with Tony Two Tums. He's not known as Tony Two Tums anymore.
Oh,
Oh, fantastic. Okay, next
Had no
up.
taste, gave him a pair of concrete Crocs.
Sadly, fashion is a kind of sink or swim situation. Our boy chose
oh my
sink.
god, will you stop?
All right. Next up, we're going to
He'd be
choose.
sleeping with the fishes, see?
God,
But our river ain't got no fish in it, see?
It's a shame he's a member of the Agnestis bloodline, because now he's sleeping with the fishes for 50 years. See?
Yeah.
So it only gets
Oh,
worse.
I loved that challenge in Fallout New Vegas.
I don't know that one, but anyway.
Yeah, see?
All right,
Run
of
around
course.
with a submachine gun.
All right, yeah. All right. Masks and dirges. Choosing a mask and a dirge for your character. A mortal character would have the virtue and vice. The kindreds do not. They have masks and dirges. The mask is who you present yourself as in public. A mask is the persona that you show the prey. The mask is the pretty lie, the identity that keeps her walking among the flock as an insider, even though she's nothing of the sort. It reflects how she deals with human society. The reality is there's lots and lots of lore and flavor text about the mask. But the mask doesn't have to be a mask. You can live that lie if you want to really cling to that idea of humanity. And then the dirge is who you are behind closed doors when you're with the other kindred. The dirge is the harsh truth to which she clings. It is the grounding point to which she always returns. When you walk the halls of Elysium and work within your covenant, you present the dirge. There are a number of archetypes, and I'm going to request that you stick to the actual list of archetypes as opposed to try and make up ones off the top of your head, because they can make things very confusing otherwise.
Fuck.
Oops.
Well,
Too
if
bad
you've-
we're not doing virtue and vice.
I know, they've got a much better set of ones. If you've thought of your own and they're decent, then whatever, I don't give a shit. So, first of all, Lily, why don't you tell me your mask and then your dirge?
I don't.
Haven't thought of those yet?
Nah.
Alright then.
Mask and Dirge was thrown in for like 2nd edition, so I'm not really that familiar with them.
Okay, well, pretty much.
I'm gonna have to read through them.
Yeah, if you go to the Requiem book, it is page 81. Mask and Dirge archetypes, and you can see things like the authoritarian, the child, the competitor, conformist, conspirator, courtesan. Those are all like your, who you pretend to be.
Actually, page 84 that describes them.
It's page 81 when you're looking at it as a PDF. Okay. Oh, there are full written descriptions for their things afterwards. Whatever.
You're
Anyway.
killing me, Smalls.
Horrible book. What did I just do with that armory book? I just had it open.
And
fine
Adobe
now.
immediately crashed.
Of course, Adobe immediately crashed. Yay! Does anyone
Yeah,
know
it has
that
gotten so fucking unstable.
it is pretty terrible? All right.
So your mask is what you present to the public.
Yeah, if you were to have an identity that you present, that, like, if someone met you in the street at night, they'd be like, oh, who's that person? And be like, oh, I don't know, they're some fucking crook, they're, whatever. It's the identity that you use when you're being human, quote unquote.
What if you just wear your heart on your sleeve?
In what context?
Like you don't have a mask, you're just you.
Just you, the vampire?
Eh.
I
think
don't know that anyone exists without the mask, really. It's like the other facet of with being a member, I suppose, of society of the kind. Like, you can't feed if you don't have a mask, because how do you move amongst them unless you're literally doing it by force all the time? In which case, I suppose your mask would be like thug or something like that.
I had something of a homebrew, if you don't mind me running it past you first.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Well, I was kind of thinking, since her dirge was just going to be a scholar, and the scholar in the book portrayed it as real, obsessive, kind of creepy about it. Her mask would just be the genial professor.
Absolutely, yeah.
and then
laid
the dirt
back.
mad professor.
Well, the dirge would be, pretty much.
Professor.
And I was also thinking feeding grounds. There's plenty of college bars and bars at teachers' lounge, stuff like that.
You'll even be able to invent some of them, because that's the kind of thing that we'll ask about after everyone knows the characters, where we'll get to fill in the world. Or fill in the city, quote unquote.
So that cool?
Yep, they're written in.
Alrighty.
Does anyone else know what they already want for a mask and a dirge?
I'm lost on the max now, but I do have a dirge, I suppose. Wait, is the dirge supposed to be something negative?
It doesn't have to technically be negative, but it is the identity you have amongst other vampires. So when you go up to a vampire and they know you're a vampire, there's no hiding yourself. Your dirge is allowed to show. It's how you interact with other members of the Kindred. The mask is for humans only.
I just found the key to pop out my character sheet. I'm dumb.
Then I guess my mask would be young. Damn it, that's not a thing.
If you want to make one up, then go for it. What were you thinking? Finish that thought to completion.
Like young soldier, because that would make sense. It's just like, oh yeah, I was like in the army, and or like, I don't know. I'm trying to think within something that would make sense to be in America.
Bodyguard?
I mean, sure. Actually, what? I had to face one, because when I think of that, because he basically is a guard.
Sure.
Damn.
Heck, you could be a les enfants terribles.
I mean, I kind of want to, but it seems so. Like, how do you play the normal way?
Well, I mean, yeah, child, like there would be something along the lines of an ex-child soldier is probably the best way to put it, because you're not a child anymore, quite obviously.
I know, but it's like if you're an ex-child soldier, you're trying to. If you're like in America, now you're in the land of opportunities where you can become anything. So it's not like you're going to be like, hey, I'm an ex-child soldier. How are you doing?
You're more like a young veteran. Yeah, I can
that would be.
I can leave you with that to think for an actual just like defining word or two words to be your mask.
Yeah, and then the dirge is kind of just like, I suppose, a alteration of child, where it's basically that it's very loyal and very much not used to being in command whatsoever. So he's always looking for somebody else to be like, oh yeah, this is what we're totally going to do.
Your dirge would be along the lines of a follower or a like a right hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Think of a word that you want to just make that as your description, because it's something that you're going to be able to call on these as like references to, and also as you know I'm a quote unquote whatever. Like that's.
I put mine as loyal dog because I didn't like child.
So DCL is number 2.
Number 2.
Like that.
I think I'm gonna have Jester as my mask, and oh, Dirge is, they don't have what I'm really going for, like a helper type. I guess visionary, but that's
If you
like
want to make one
to
up, then
get
go for it.
your, yeah, just like helper. That's what I'm going for. Want to help people survive and get what they are after.
Let's look up the thesaurus words for assistant. That's somehow how I figure that shit out.
I guess there's nurturer.
Attendant.
Yeah.
Associate, colleague, companion, deputy. There are shit tons of synonyms for assistant, and there are some real good ones in there. Look one up. Pick the one you like the most to define you. I won't be fussy otherwise. Maz, have you thought of a masqueradage, my dear?
Yeah, I did want to ask though. Like, do you have to reveal your dirge to all kindred, or can you reveal it to only a select few of them?
It depends who you're among. The reality is that when you're amongst the other kindred, like, you would present, like, your dirge or your identity, or at least it's not an identity you would naturally hide, but tell me more about it, and we'll see if that works for you. What were you thinking of as a dirge?
Perfectionist.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And if you don't want to make it obvious you're a perfectionist to other people, I mean, there might be the odd time I'll make you roll for it, time I would give you a chance to either show your dirge, but if you want to go against the grain in nature, things could get more difficult for you. That's also an opportunity to do things like develop beats.
Okay, that sounds cool. And mask of spy.
Sweet. Have you thought of a word for your dirge, Bird? And DCL, have you thought of a name for your mask?
I put my mask as just basically oh shit, what did I put my mask as? Bodyguard. I just decided on the bodyguard.
That's fine.
I'm gonna go with criminal kind of side here and call my dirge accomplice.
Smooth
I
criminal
like that. Very good.
Actually, can I change my mask to security? Because that seems a lot more generalized.
Yep. And so far as I know, a mask can change. It's not like it stays the lie that you play forever. Okay, next. Touchstones. Now, so far as I'm aware, you don't have to have a touchstone, but generally considered it's a good idea for you to have ties to the remains of your humanity.
I thought you had to have 3.
You have to have
Do
3.
you have to have 3? Oh, okay.
Wait, you
That's
have
what
to
the
have
book
3?
said.
They
The book said you have to
they
have
tie
three.
you to your humanity.
You have 3 anchors, but your mask and dirge are both anchors. You're only meant to have 1 touchstone unless you take the touchstone merit, is what I thought.
Yeah, because
You
I
said-
remember the book saying you just had 1 touchstone, something to remind you of your humanity.
Yep. Your character's touchstone
Huh.
is a person, place, or thing that reminds you of your humanity. You'll need to name a touchstone and write it down next to your 6th humanity slot. Blah blah blah. If you choose to take the touchstone merit, you may start with additional touchstones at lower levels of humanity.
Huh.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought it was 3 as well.
I must have read that completely wrong. All right.
There you go.
Well, that narrows it down
I
very
will
easily.
read for you the expanded portion of touchstones. A touchstone is part of the mortal world, usually a living, breathing person. Rarely, it can be a place or a thing. The touchstone tests a vampire's Requiem, and by her very existence, she asks challenging questions of the Kindred. The touchstone tests their values, their priorities, and their true nature. The touchstone will touch their Requiem in a fundamentally positive way, even though their association might cause complications and tribulations for the vampire. For younger Kindred, the touchstone is usually someone they knew in life. They may be a family member, a confidant, a lover, or even a rival. They are someone who reminds them of what they were when they were alive. For older Kindred, it's usually tied to their less savoury affairs, but you're all young as far as Kindred are concerned. But they would be things like maybe the daughter of their prized ghoul, or someone who looks like their long dead wife, or the janitor they pass by every morning on their way to sleep. They are someone who reminds them that once they were alive.
Man, the janitor thing actually sounds like it could have been really good.
Well, I had made 3, and I'm glad that I just get to pick my favorite one.
That's good stuff then.
Okay, so I had a question about mine because mine would technically, well, not technically, mine is not human.
Okay then. Name
I was-
your touchstone and make a case.
Basically, it would be the mother, the current head of the clan, and the whole story was the father wasn't a bad guy, but he's pretty aloof. He's a normal vampire, but the mother was a special case where she's a little bit more caring, since the clan tries to emphasize being more human to help in fights than just giving into the beast. So her his adopted foster mom is very much so level-headed and calm and caring. And since he was taken as a child from the concentration camp, and she's pretty much the greatest source of kindness, along with some of the other family members that he has.
Yeah,
That would kinda be his-
that's perfect. It's perfectly reasonable. Presumably the mother is Kindred herself. Yes.
Yes.
It's okay for her to be Kindred because your association with her was when you were still alive. So she counts as a touchstone, a reminder of your upbringing when you were alive. I have zero issues with your foster mother being your touchstone.
And let's hope she stays. She actually is a kind, loving person, because if that ever
Feel
happens,
free
it
to
turns
have
out
as
to be
much as you want.
did not be that touchstone is broken.
Probably not enough milk for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Has anyone else already thought of a touchstone then? You say you had one for Claire?
Yeah. Her younger sister, they weren't really that close to their parents, but they were pretty tight. And when she got embraced, she had, obviously she felt she had to distance herself from her sister. And rather than, the typical 80s movie where it ruined her sister's life and stuff like that, it kind of made her sister hard. And she knows that she can never, actually show up to her sister because she just disappeared one day. But yeah.
Okay.
She
Excellent.
she goes to a college somewhere in the town. She kind of looks after her, from the shadows, I guess.
Excellent. I like that a lot. That is perfectly fine for a touchstone. Who's next?
I have one. Oh shit.
Oh.
Sorry. I have control as my push to talk key, so I accidentally zoomed in super far.
Oh, okay.
I have the same. I have the same key for push to talk. I do that all the time.
Oh goodness.
You just
Okay.
gotta be a lazy shit like me and just leave it open. constantly so people can hear woof 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 woof.
Bork, bork, bork,
Bork,
bork,
bork,
bork.
bork, bork.
It's cool. I mean, I don't do push to talk myself, but I have a relatively well set up noise gate, so just normal sounds can't be heard. But whatever. So yes, what would you like your touchstone to be, Maz? What's Timothy's touchstone?
His old his old English teacher, the person that originally got him into writing, who tried several times to tell Timothy not to try writing because Timothy was kind of shit at that. But now that Timothy's moved on to other things, he's interacting with his old professor again, getting a reminder of back when failure at something he was doing didn't result in him dying horribly.
Excellent. So he's a breath of normality as far as conversation and relation is concerned. I have no
Yeah.
problem with that as a touchstone. Lily,
Can I keep mine secret?
type it to me and we'll see. Do it not on stream. Do it over blah 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 blah. That thing,
Discord.
Discord. That was the one. Because my stream is live, so I would be able to see any PMs. And I'll let you know if that touchstone can remain a secret. Sneakret or sacrifice. Excellent. I would say that is an excellent touchstone, and yes, it's totally something you can keep secret. That seems like it'll be a fun reveal if that ever comes about. Yep, no issues with that. Pop it in. Give a name to your touchstone regardless, though, just so that I know that a name exists.
I'll have to think about that.
No worries. Okay then. Next step of person makey stuff. Alright. Disciplines. The disciplines are the extensions of the blood. They are the ways the beast's tendrils creep out into the world to manipulate, to pervert, and to destroy. These unholy tricks can accomplish nefarious and terrifying things, from changing the vampire to an animal, to forcing a victim into suffering from artificial love. You get to choose 3 dots that go into your disciplines. At least 2 must be from within your clan. The third can be from anything. If you pick a third one that is from your non-clan discipline, though, you have to give me a good reason how you learned it. But if you give me a good reason how you learned it, then excellent. Go right the fuck ahead.
Aren't there some that say you can just have learnt them by yourself anyway?
If
For
they
a
do
lot of
say...
the like physical disciplines,
Ah, I see. Well,
vigor,
yeah.
resilience, celerity, usually.
Okay, I mean, if there's stuff like that, like literally just a generic facet of your being, that's usually okay. I would still like to know them all, though. Does anyone already know the disciplines that they are going to have?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
That's excellent news. DCO, you said yes first. You're going first. What are your disciplines?
2 in, how do you say that again? It is protein, 2 in protein, and 1 in vigor.
Excellent. And what does that do for you?
I believe in general sense, 2 ranks of protein allows me to kind of transform like single parts of my body to get like parts, bonus points into like sensing. And let me actually bring up the book again. I am through.
I'll try and hunt those out as well.
It to be a bit more beastly in whatever way
Yeah.
you wish.
Basically, like temporary transformations to help.
A
Ye
vampire
old,
who...
like-
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Predatory.
The idea of like vampires growing claws and shit.
Yeah.
fuck people up.
And then, of course, a vampire with the pinnacle of protein gets to do that fucking thing where they turn into fog. Spoopy
Yes.
fog.
Really awesome. So basically, it's like the second one is the only one because the first one is just kind of like a sleeping thing. It's weird.
Once you meld into the ground, yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah.
fucking sweet.
Feral senses.
I mean, you're pretty much like safe almost anywhere you go. Shit, sun's rising, going into the ground.
You get to make snow angels in the dirt, and suddenly you're safe.
You could actually use that, to sneak into places.
Yeah, that's
they're
actually.
want to go to the White House after hours? Go in with the tour guide. Well, no. You'd
I
have
think
to get there.
you have to get in there, and you'd still have to fucking find a place in the
Yeah,
earth
you'd
to
have to get there.
disappear in.
Yeah.
Because you could only like really slip into a part.
Can't.
You can't use it to tunnel or anything.
I realized the problem when I was about to say sneak in there during the day
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
with a tour guide. No.
And then the adaptations, the flaws, the extra sense. I get a prehensile tail or just wall climb. I think I can only choose one at a time though.
Should someone spill blood or vitae onto the ground, you can absorb it. Ooh, spoopy.
Just literally go down to the floor and start licking it up.
Yum, yum.
Don't
You just
laugh.
get to
There's
play
a
sponge.
bloodline that doesn't have fangs.
So they have to scrape and lick.
Well, their
Dracula's
particular
And,
their particular discipline is sort of like a more fucked up version of protein. Lets them get like mouths all over their bodies.
No. So they turn into Alucard.
Yes.
You activate their Alucard.
They were kind of New World of Darkness's lesser Zimitzi.
Fancy. Okay, excellent. And those are your disciplines. Who's next?
I guess I. Oh,
Yeah,
Lily
go
said
ahead.
it first. Lily now.
I have 2 dots in Carafor. Second dot I'd like to keep secret for the time being. First dot, however, lets me trap a ghost in any container. I can just walk around with a peanut butter jar, empty peanut butter jar, and trap a ghost in it for a short period of time.
Wait, what's that called? Sorry, which ability? Discipline?
Carafor. It
I'm
is my bloodline discipline.
just thinking of the jar of dirt thing from Pirates of the
I got a jar of dirt.
Caribbean.
So, if we need to, haunt somebody, I can go find a
Go
ghost,
find a ghost
and
and throw
release
that
it
on.
on them.
Excellent. Okay. And yes, you don't want to say your other one. That's
second,
fine.
second dot, keep it secret for the time being. But rest assured, it's a good one.
It's a good one. I can
And then I-
confirm.
Then I have a dot of dominate, because Ventru.
Yay, dominate.
So I can tell people to just forget about me.
Great.
Fuck off, buddy.
You can throw Witcher signs at them and they'll do vaguely what you suggest.
Axie, yep.
It is. There's literally fucking Vitae Axie. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I can just walk up to somebody in a bar, say, buy me a drink, and then tell them to get lost.
Yeah. All right. I believe Stray was the next one who wanted to jump in with the disciplines.
All right. I have 2 points in Auspex, following with my character's desire to uncover secrets, and I have 1 point in the Coil of the Ascendant for Order of Dracul, which means I can resist day sleep.
Wow. Is there a cost for you to resist the day sleep?
A dragon will not be held down by the distant rays of the dawning sun, nor made weak by its celestial body. So long as she benefits from blush of life, the dragon need not roll to resist her daily slumber, nor will she gain the lethargic condition for remaining active during the day.
That's fucking cool.
You do have to spend it on Blush of Life, though.
Yep, but the point after this means the blush of life will last 24 hours.
Not bad.
Yeah, before she can overcome the sun, a dragon must first make herself as she was when she walked beneath it. The blush of life now lasts 24 hours instead of just one scene.
Well, I kind of figured it was good for the character because she kind of lows the two drawbacks from being antagonistes: the subconscious draw to enter the final death, and the vulnerability to sunlight. And so, to overcome those things, she must overcome the tyranny of the sun.
Also, is every character besides my character female?
No, Moses
No.
Timothy Lee. Look at him,
Yeah,
he's
I'm pretty
manlier
sure
than
Timothy
Zaire.
Lee is. Yeah.
Look at
I
that
forgot
stone cold motherfucker.
I forgot that the book refers to the player character as she. So it's
The
he-
book will refer at will. It seems to just fucking change and chop whenever it goddamn
does
feels like it.
prefer female.
It does do
pronouns.
female a lot, but it does bounce around sometimes.
It's
And
why
also
I've been
with
trying to stick to non-descriptive. I'm sure you've been able to catch it in my voice every now and again when I've gone for non-descriptive nouns for gender, just because I saw it swap at some point. And I'm like, fucking, this is just gonna trip me up. I'm sure.
how many
Actually, go ahead.
real quick question: how many resources do I have to spend to have a collection of extensive backup shades?
As I've said with most
Resources
things,
aren't
that's
Spent.
yeah, resources. Yeah, fuck it, Lily. I'll let you explain that for a second while I quickly pour myself a drink.
Oh yeah, resources is just your access to fluid money at any given time. Liquid assets is what I meant. So you don't spend it, really?
I might need to spend a point to have a mentor, not to actually have a mentor, but to have somebody I can buy good shades from.
This is my shade. This is my shades
You
guy.
could take a point in contacts and have it be
Designer
dude at
sunglasses.
Sunglasses Hut.
Oh my god, the dude at the sunglasses hut. I
Okay.
might
Just-
do that.
Gives you glasses every now and then.
Yep.
You can talk
Hell,
to
yeah,
him
your
about shit.
if you ever need to get an extra touch zone, your next touchstone could be Sunglasses Hut, the location. When you're down to 3 humanity, you always have one place you can go.
The guy who always gives me a cool pair of shades, no matter, and doesn't even ask what happens to the little ones.
You can just talk to him about the goings on at the mall, the latest gossip at the Ann's Pretzels.
The guy who never shames me for shopping at Hot Topic.
Excellent. Okay, now let's scroll on a little loop loop.
You know, I regret those words now because I forgot this was streamed, and now everybody's gonna think I shop at Hot Topic.
And
We
you're
know
allowed
you
to.
shop
We
at
know
Hot
you
Topic.
do.
You're
I-
bad.
I don't though.
Hey, if there
You're
were a Hot
so
Topic, I would
bad.
shop at it. But we don't have those here in the UK, so that's kind of a shame.
Oh well, it's too late to back out now.
In the UK, you guys have Rainy Topic.
That's true. Well, no, I mean it still gets plenty fucking warm here. It's just overcast Topic. All right.
So should I say my?
Yes,
disciplines?
please.
So I've got 2 dots in obtination, which is a mystical power that allows me to control shadows or see perfectly in absolute darkness. And eventually will let me actually transform into a shadow.
Rad.
I believe it's obtenebration.
Obtenebration.
I'll like check again in the book in a second. I might have written it down wrong. It's not a word I've actually ever seen before, so
Comes from the word tenebrous.
okay.
Obtenebration. When I immediately googled it, the very first result was obtenebration was a trademark discipline of Clan La Sombra, the unearthly control over the shadows.
Also the Kaibit. Requiem.
Yep. Yeah. Obtenebration. Cute. Well, that's the VTM version. There is also a different VTR version, which is that one. Hooray!
And my 3rd dot, which is technically cross-clan because the Kaibit get fucked here, is in obfuscate.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sweet.
The first dot in that lets me just become a face in the crowd, so that even if I'm walking around with a giant sword strapped to my back, I'm not worthy of notice.
You're just as much a fixture of the city as the rats and the graffiti. Another case where they've gone with he instead of she. It's just fucking great. Way to go, game. I know that you love your fucking juicy pronouns, but
They just want to be inclusive, switch it up, not be, because using they all the time gets tiring.
I suppose. Alright. And now we get to talk about that blood potency. Blood potency is the curse's raw, unbridled power. It determines how much vitae the kindred may store, and how rapidly she can expend it. Again, another fucking she. It affects certain discipline rolls and most discipline resistances. Everyone starts with a free dot. You can purchase 1 or 2 dots for 5 or 10 of your starting merit, respectively.
Oh shit, fuck that.
Yep. Speaking of merits, you can choose 10 dots worth of merits. You can also possess anything from the World of Darkness rulebook. Nothing from the God Machine, because fuck that shit. Except for ones that are already supernatural.
And this is a bit where I got swamped. So many.
Choice paralysis.
Yep.
There are so many good ones. Even now I feel agonized as I finally.
You guys don't even know the half of it.
Lily, no doubt, knows of the access of so many more books.
Yes, so many more books, so many more fucking merits and fighting styles.
CQC had to be had.
I limited myself to the 2 core books.
I take it that there were just so much more. In fact, let's have a look here. How many
So much
books have I just got here if I quickly select all of them? At least 20 other books, and no doubt most of those have at least some kind of merit written in them.
Mm-hmm.
And there are plenty more that I don't have, because fuck that noise. I don't need that many. Oh wait, no, that was only World of Darkness main. There was also just all of the stuff in Vampire, which is like another fucking 30 books. Choice paralysis, multiplied by a trillion.
A trillion?
A trilby. Multiplied by a trilby.
It's because you see,
The art of theft?
Okay, but like the weird thing is, like me and Third at least are used to playing Pathfinder, which has like a whole fucking site Wikipedia buttload of like feats and archetypes and choices. And I had less choice paralysis with that than I did with World of Darkness.
Yeah, the PFSRD is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The Furper
Somebody is working on that for World of Darkness, but
good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Going very slow.
The Codex of Darkness.
For each merit, the dot that's next to the thing, other than prerequisites, is the the point buy for it, right?
Yeah. Each dot is a point of merit. And
Gotcha.
like if you want to have like 3 dots, you gotta have to use 3 merits. Yeah. And unfortunately, you can't just be like, oh, wait, do you have to respin the points every time, or is it like you have 5 dots in something, so you get 5 of all skills?
What?
Like if you spend 5 dots in something, do you get like the level 5 like merit version of it, or do you have to be like, I spend 1 point and then I spend 2 and then I spend 3?
At character creation, if you spend 5 on it, you get the 5.
Okay.
But like spending experience on it in game,
then it's
you buy the 2 dot version, then you buy the 3 dot version.
Okay. If there's one you absolutely want very high level, then you don't want to spend most of the game trying to get it up there again, then now's the time to do that.
Yeah. I might need to increase my CQC level.
Okay.
But remember, putting yourself at the maximum means you got nothing to shoot for.
But it's
game.
CQC, Third.
I don't care.
But I care a lot.
I never played fucking
Metal Gear, and Metal Gear is like literally my childhood.
I still remember
Neither
the
have
fucking
I.
Metal Gear soundboard. Still incredible. The question is how hard you can roleplay in World of Darkness Vampires with a Metal Gear soundboard.
That session was fucking fantastic.
It was. It's still
I
one of my
feel like
favorite
I could
things.
pull it off better than expected, but not for long.
Yeah, eventually I would, because I also know a bunch that are on that soundboard, and I know that what are likely ones to be on there, I would just start baiting you into using them until you've got nothing left. Okay, great. So, it would seem that Rose already has merits decided.
Yes, I do.
Yay, let's hear them. I mean, I'm reading them right now, but the rest of everyone should probably have a rough idea what's up.
I have a 2-dot version of Sleight of Hand, which basically means I can attempt to steal shit or pick locks as just a regular action, and people don't notice unless they're specifically looking for it.
Excellent.
So I can just pass people on the street, steal their wallet, etc. I have Trained Observer, just the 1-dot version, so I am more likely to spot something important when I'm looking around. Comes from, being a thief growing up and learning to spot the telltale signs of
The
cops
mark.
watching around and people
Spotting the mark. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
I have Safe Place and a Haven. It's not much, but it's home.
Cool.
I have 1-dot in resources, so I can get by. I can get like something occasionally for myself, just by purchasing it with legit money and not stealing it.
Mm-hmm.
I am double jointed, so I'm flexible, which is very nice.
Rose confirmed for favorite vampire.
And I have professional training criminal, which gives me a few contacts in the criminal underworld and some extra training in larceny.
Sweet. Does it give you access to stuff like offense or?
Oh, that is one of my contacts.
Sweet.
Fence.
All right. Does anyone else know the merits that they want?
I do.
Yep.
Rock on roll. DCL, you said it first, so go first.
Resources +2 because he is a rich boy,
Yep.
and yeah, that's just the only reason. CQC because other than me just being a huge metal, the family is very big on knowing modern techniques for fighting and
Krav Maga.
Krav Maga, and so they do practice in that, and they trained him in that. Fleet of Foot, just because I figured, I don't know, he's like very physically trained, gangrel, like semi-wolf boy. I thought it'd be good if he was good at running. I can't explain it much better than that.
That's fine. Yeah.
Quick draw, he's been extensively trained at least handguns. He's very used to them. I also have firefighting for that same reason. He is used to having a pistol. I'll scroll and find what those effects give in a moment. Fast reflexes, like I said, just more training. He's only done training, and I will be role-playing that he is pretty much innocent to the world outside of just knowing how to fight things.
It'll be interesting to see as you level up if you put more merits into this combat or if you start pushing them into other merits of skills that you've gained as you've gone through the game or experiences as you've gone through the game.
Yeah. In Kindred dueling, because a lot of his sparring partners have been other clan members, and his clan is very big on taking down other vampires that are stronger than them. So he plans to hopefully fight something that is like an ultra badass vampire and come out on top.
Oh god, that's going to be an interesting button to push. Alright, great. Hearing someone who is predisposed to fighting something they think is stronger than them is always a good one.
Yeah, that's actually one of the flaws I have planned for him. His whole clan's about we're not predators, we're warriors. We take down things stronger or equal to our strength. So he's kind of a snob when dealing with humans sometimes, and then If it's something that's even struggling than him, he's just like, oh shit, I kind of want to fight that.
Nice. Okay, great. Next up.
Yeah.
Yep, Merit's Mers.
Okay, so as a Kaibit, I have to start with Blood Potency 2. So that's where half my merit points have gone.
Yep.
The other 5, one in Invictus status, so I am actually a recognized member of the Covenant, even if I'm miserably low ranked in it. And then the other 4 are all in Mentor. Because as a Kaibit, I can take advantage of where my mentor puts his merit dots. So, I was hoping to be able to have as my mentor either a very senior Invictus Knight or possibly the head of the Invictus if this isn't an Invictus-controlled city.
Interesting. Tell you what, we will decide on your mentor and what they're good at when we move on to building the city up. So keep that one in mind.
Excellent.
Don't let me forget. And last up, Claire Corax.
Alright, I'm still rooting around in here. Safe Place is a merit, right? That's on the other World of Darkness core rulebook, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
Because that's a prerequisite to Haven.
Yep.
So, yeah. Alright, so hang on, let me get back to it. I have 1 point in Acute Senses, pretty much the only one you need. I have 1 point in Safe Place. I have 2 points in Haven.
Right.
Hang on.
Cool. Yeah, I'm watching you fill those in real
Yeah.
time. Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah. And I'm on push to talk, so can't do both. What was it? Trying to scroll down to one I wanted from the order, being in the order Dracul. Let me find.
Sure. Yeah. Order Dracul. That shit's all mystery.
Here we go. No, down to Sworn. She's Sworn of the Dying Light, acts as a research and development wing of the Order Dracul.
Sweet.
Dedicate themselves to learning, teaching, and creating coils.
Excellent. Do you have any coils?
Yep, I have 1 point in the Coil of the Ascendant. Able to not resist going to bed as long as Flesh of Life.
Right, that was it. Okay, yeah. As long as you've got the and then that will be useful once you level up eventually and get the warm face, right?
Yes.
Sweet.
And then past that, I can look into the Rising of the Sun or into a torch without risking frenzy.
That's pretty good. The latter will still be quite painful.
Yes. Best screw you, hippie.
That's pretty good. That's
Where
pretty
am I?
good.
What's the thing for basically not credit rating? I'm thinking
Mortgage.
yes, that. No. How much money you have?
Oh, resources?
Resources. There we go.
You put the rest into resources. Okay, cool. Excellent. Now then, is there any portion of this that I'm forgetting for character creation? We know all of this shit. Swoopy, 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 swoop. Ah, yes, determining the advantages.
Well, that wasn't the rest of it. The couple were going to go into firearms.
Oh, right, okay. Yay, firearms.
So there's 3 into resources, 2 into firearms.
Sweet. You know how to pew pew a gun. Alright, excellent. Alright. So you got to determine what your advantages actually are. Let's have a gander. I figure you got this. This thing possibly already did the maths for you, but I don't know.
It did, yeah.
Okay, great. For the sake of those
at for most of them.
Okay, yep, great. Then for the sake of making sure everything is cool and kosher, willpower is essential. It keeps the beast at bay, fuels certain advantages. Your willpower is your resolve plus your composure.
I have 5.
That would
As do
appear to be
I.
correct. Excellent.
I have 4.
I also
Uh-oh.
have 5.
Sweet. Alrighty. Humanity, your ability to understand humankind and reconcile your existence with it. You all begin at 7 dots. Are you at 7 dots each?
Yep.
Yes.
Round.
Wait, 5, 4, 3 action. Oh shit! I didn't put my points all the way, and my tertiary.
Oh, were you missing thing?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, cool. You were missing one for presence then, were you?
And put one. Because I put one more in composure because for my race roll, my clan, I chose composure.
Sweet. Okay, great. I need to actually update Claire's little stats on the overview.
DCL, it looks like you've only put 3 into your social anyway.
Yeah, I had to change
Like,
that just now.
even with the +1 from your clan and composure, like.
No, it should be 4 now because I have 1, 2. Wait, you're right. Shit.
Yeah, you've got. Oh.
Wait, it is 3 though. That's my tertiary. So it should be 5, 4, 3. So there should only be 3 points into my social.
Yeah, so +1 into presence and +2 into composure comes to 3.
Oh.
Since you start with 1 in each of them automatically.
Yeah, but now that is +3, unless it didn't update for you. Or if you're looking at the sheet and not the.
I'm looking at what Scow's written on there, so.
Yeah. I forgot. I haven't updated that yet, so I'll do that now. If I can do that. I think only Scout can do that.
The ones on the actual base sheet, only I can do that just because it's built as a background into the game. I've updated now, so composure's 4. Going 4. 2, 3, 2. Strength. Oh, strength was your 3. Dex was your 4. Stamina is your 2. Presence 2. Manipulation 1. Composure 4. Blam. Okay, great.
Wait. So you have 4 in your mental.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in your physical.
Remember, I have vigor, so I get 1 plus strength.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Excellent. So yes, your humanity score, your ability to understand humankind, blah blah blah, you start at 7. Others, your defense is equal to your to the least of wits or dex, plus your athletics. Your size should be 5, unless for some reason any of you have a weird size.
That's the
my
case. It might want to put.
character sheet isn't adding my athletics to my defense.
Let's have a look here. Defense 3 for the least of wits or dex. Dex is 3. Wits is 4, so it's a 3. You really having your athletics?
Yeah, I have 1 dot in athletics, so that should be a 4. It's just only doing a 3.
Yeah, same with mine. I have 3 in athletics and
Can
4 in
confirm
dex.
it's not adding athletics.
Interesting.
Wait, did you say it's the least of dex or wits?
The least of dex or wits.
That's weird. Okay.
Interesting.
You think the system would use what you're best at instead of what you're worst at?
I can get where it's coming from with using the worst. It's like your wits includes like your reaction, like your ability to mentally react. Your dex is your ability to physically react. Whichever of those is worse is what's going to actually slow you down.
It's the limiting factor.
Yeah.
Alright.
Factor.
We will just keep just keep in mind that defense is not adding this properly because I don't know that I can physically fix that. Let's see here.
Defense is
You
easy
should
enough
be
to
able
calculate
to
from a.
modify the character sheet. It's just a question of if you know how.
I do not know how, but I will look into doing that at some point.
Defense should be something easy enough to look at.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can see defense on the sheet, of course. I can see where it isn't adding in any of the athletics value there. The question is, does athletics with a 1 in it actually roll on the dice roller? So let's just do a quick sheet roll of unarmed plus athletics, and we'll see if it does negatives. Modifier 0. Yeah, it counts it as 1, so it does the maths. It's just not adding defense. That's okay. We can work with that.
Because I don't think you roll defense. Isn't it like your defense rating is minus their roll?
Yes.
Yep. So again,
Unless you're using a dodge action, then you have to roll defense.
Okay.
Okay.
And you can always do that by, modifiers.
And your health should just be your size, which is 5, plus stamina, plus resilience.
I never found the resilience trait.
That's discipline.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
The stamina version of vigor, yeah.
And then speed is size plus strength plus dex. Which seems to be correct, or at least it seems to be mathsing correctly. So hooray! That's all that the advantage jankery. Okay, great. And now before we move on to actually filling the world in, is there anything you would like to know?
How did our characters meet? Or are we going to be role-playing out the first?
That is a question that we can answer in building the area, because we'll have to do things like decide where you're living, whether it's anywhere near each other, and then you can tell me if any of you know each other, and if so, how. And if you don't, then yes, in this starting, you will have to roleplay actually getting to know each other. It would likely be easiest to make this happen at an Elysium, because then you are all obviously vampires at this location.
Okay.
So let's do some quick moving. I should add again, as far as the calendar is concerned, you're at the start of September, which is in autumn. The nights are pretty long at this point in the month, which is good news for most characters. I didn't really want to put you in the height of fucking summer. I wanted it to start with mostly dark nights and then continue to get darker. And now I'm going to show you the most amazing map ever. By which I mean, this map is technically not a map, but it is going to be a reference point for drawing locations onto, and I'll make it into a map later. Holy shit!
That's a map.
It's a map. It's not even the worst drawn map I've ever seen.
Do you say so?
Other than the inexplicable, dash bear.
What dash? Okay then.
What about the inexplicable dash there?
That's actually dictating how long a mile is.
Care to caption it?
Sure, can do. Enjoy. Okay.
Now, how long is a fucking mile compared to a normal mile?
It's the same as a normal mile, but it goes entirely through a red light district.
Gotcha.
I could also change the map scale. I could do.
Sounds like work.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna fucking bother. Again, because
Fair
after
enough.
the points have been drawn onto this map, I will likely redo it, but better. so
So
got buildings
20
and shit.
feet is a mile.
Sure. Well, 4 squares is a mile. Hooray. Rob asks, is that a mile or a nautical mile? You can go fuck yourself. it's just a distance. It's a flat distance. I believe in a flat city, a flat Earth, where the dragons are at the end of the map that I haven't drawn on. So, as I've said before, this city's going to have all of the it's going to have all of the selections of people, so your lower class, your middle class, your upper class, and then there is going to be the district of the motherfuck super rich. They will either have things like skyscrapers or they will have manor houses. The only locations that I have physically drawn up is that there will be a very large wooded forest over here. But as to what's in it, I haven't decided, and that'll be up to you. There is a large lake / fielded resort area, that's the kind of place you would have picnickers or lodges and that kind of thing. And again, I haven't actually decided what's going to be in it. You have one big sea channel here. There's one big channel that leads into the sea. This is technically land or a very, very large bridge. These purple lines indicate very, very main train lines, but I have not decided where other smaller train lines would be, or even where the stations technically are. Presumably, though, there would be one at each of those connection points. So getting from one end of the city to the other would be very quick by main train. And then each of these lines dictates a busy road. There would be smaller roads inside those areas, but they haven't been drawn in for the obvious reason of that would be a fucking mess and hard to understand. So first of all, where would you like in general, the poorer people to live?
East bank of the river near the coast. That's like,
Yeah,
Alrighty.
Get out of here, pores.
Okay.
I would think like the richer people would be in like the wooded area, closer to the wooded area.
Alright, okay then, first of all, let's see here. Up to
well,
this.
actually, is this like, is the coast like, does it have a working port in?
It has a working port. It does
But
not
yeah,
do.
the
It does
port
not.
should be-
It does not do like large scale ships, but it will generally do most export. It's the kind of place though some rich asshole will usually park his yacht from time to time as well. So let's see here. We've got.
Imagine this area being the slums and apartments.
Okay. All right. In fact, would you like to do the line? Just pick a color, and just outline it, and then we'll know that's where the poor are.
And near any place where trade happens, it'd largely be industrial, if like San Francisco is any measure.
Yep, if you want to outline that and say where the trade is going to be, then please do outline that with a paint as well. You'll be able to tell me where that's located.
Well, generally, trade, especially if it's coming down a river, be around around this area would probably be largely industrial.
The poor block capitals, of course. Wonderful, beautiful. Okay, great. Just going to do the smart thing and write it with words.
The poor people.
Okay. Alright. Middle class, suburban-y, sort of. You'll generally get more peaceful roads, less shops, that kind of shit. Bit more open areas. Up there? Okie
Yeah,
dokie.
I was
Kinda
saying
like-
the same thing. Yeah. Right around this area.
Excellent. Rich bastards. Or, well, upper class.
Either around the woods or around the lakey area.
Yeah, probably.
I have a quick question that is related to this, but it's kind of a secular.
Sure.
Now, what general crime groups are we looking at here? Are we dealing with like Yakuza, the Chinese Mafia, the Italian mob,
Isn't that
Crips, Bloods,
like,
and
up
Crips?
to us to discuss when we
That's
get to it?
right. You're going to be able to tell us what kind of gangs exist here.
Because the reason why I asked that was to like draw gang territory.
That's absolutely something we're going to do relatively soon. We just wanted to make sure we have our
Clearly-
districts.
Clearly, we've got the Italian Yakuza.
The Italian
It's-
Yakuza. Yeah,
The
boy.
Italian.
And don't forget about the Irish triads.
Okay, I'm adding in one last little bit here. It's called the Skyrise area, and that's because that's where you're going to get the biggest buildings with the richest assholes, like, literally the creme de la creme, but that's where they also do all their crazy soul-crushing business bullshit.
But I mean, will those be right next to the major train lines? When you say major train, do you mean like civilian trains, or do you mean like choo-choo motherfucker trains? That's the best way I can describe them.
I mean, as in, these are, if you want to get from one side of the city to the other quickly, you would get on the local train, and that
The
one will do it.
metros.
It is the big, that's like the metro's main lines. There would be smaller ones, and some of them go underground. But this is
Okay,
like
that makes sense then.
overground trainery. This is the kind of thing that you'd have a big fucking skyrise right there.
Because what I thought you meant was just like I said, choo-choo motherfucker trains.
Oh, no.
Because the poor districts are always like right next to those.
Yeah, no. I suppose this would be if you imagine more like you know how Gotham has the rising tram, sort of like that, but better trains, and you know doesn't have the Dark Knight in it, or it could actually. That's your fucking call. So we know the kinds of locations we've got. Yes, metro
Literally
as
have
opposed to trade train. They don't do trade train because they got boats here.
Okay.
Yep, great. And now we get to decide our important actual, you know, like groups. So, what kind of gangs would you like to exist?
Are we going to go the Hell's Kitchen route and just have like every fucking mob possible?
Let's not make it that crowded. If it's that crowded, then none of them are around in enough numbers for it to be that interesting.
It is a city
Everybody's
of
got their
6
own-
million, I will add as well. So you're looking at a fucking lot of people mashed into one place.
What the
So
fuck are
you're
we,
saying
Japan?
not the Jets and the Sharks, you know, rubbing up against the actual mob.
If you think of it this way, what I've drawn in a location is technically larger than London and has less people in it than as a number I've decided. So that's just you Americans assuming that it's got to be some weird China situation.
And I mean, how much crime do we want in the city? Because that will probably influence how many gangs we have involved. Do we want it to be a relatively peaceful and quiet place, or do we want it literally being every time somebody walks outside and it's not in this like rich district, somebody is getting shot?
Like Mad Max is a bit far.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go like literal Daredevil levels of crime or something, but
That'd get old real fast.
I do want like some involvement with local toughs and everything.
Okay, how about we do it this way? Pick a few like gangs that you want to operate out of the poor. They would be your generic street assholes. Pick one
I
gang.
want to say
that...
the
Oh, yep.
I want to say the Yakuza simply because I know that they were like secretly involved in conspiracies involving vampires from masquerades.
Okay.
So just have them there for potential and not have them really be a big part unless something along those lines come up.
And fun fact, if it's a West Coast, they did have tertiary involvement with the Russian mob.
Okay.
Man, what are Russian vampires?
We're gonna have the train line separating the two gangs' major places in the poor district. Is there any other gang that you would like to operate with the poor?
Are rich people a gang?
They will certainly. You can certainly decide on a group that would have very criminal ties if you would like. Are you thinking you would like one that would be located closer to the Skyrise by any chance?
Yeah, I was thinking of like a kind of Shadowrunny megacorps that are just like, oh, everybody loves them because they're awesome, but secretly they're just super huge douchebags and have like shady shit going on all the time, and maybe even hire local vampires out for a lot of jobs.
Okay.
Call them the 1%ers.
Because they're the ones who can afford to hire vampires.
Well, it depends. Which coast is this?
Not supposed to know about vampires unless they are vampires. That's like the first tradition.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
assume a lot of the like Skyrise people will be like the bloodthirsty CEO vampire types.
Who knows?
Okay.
They could be werewolves.
Or
Super
fairies.
rich werewolf.
Security firm.
Depending on the coast, the Triad would have a pretty big presence. I know they do in LA and San Francisco and Seattle.
Okay. Where would you like them to be located? Would you like them to be in contesting with the Yakuza and the Russian mob's location, or do you want them to operate out of any of the other classes, or maybe the industrial?
From what I know, they typically hung to themselves, maybe around here,
Okie dokie.
just above the industrial.
And Triad. Okay then. There is going to be a number of very rich families. I would say
Wait,
very
wait.
rich. Oh, yep.
I was still thinking on gangs. Do we want to have potential? Like this is just a potential idea, but do we want to have a gang that are like basically supernatural hunters? Like, is there a known territory around town where it's just like, don't fuck with these guys?
Let's not have that as a gang. Let's leave the existence of hunters up to the GM.
And from what I know of World of Darkness, there's with at least the hunter books I've read, they're not really gangs.
Yeah,
Okay.
they don't tend to make their presence public.
Yeah, don't you worry about the hunters. Well, I mean, you'll have to worry about the hunters, but they are one of the groups that you're going to have to be concerned with as the story develops.
Because generally, I was thinking it would be interesting if one of the gangs was like a kind of good guys protecting the city type of thing. I don't know. I thought it just added interesting dynamic of like not all the gangs were
Hunters are
like,
assholes.
Well,
I mean,
you know,
good guys
like in,
protecting the city, that could be an interesting gang, but have them being like actual hunters is.
an
'Cause I-
entire gang that sees past the masquerade is kind of far-fetched.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
even entire organizations that see past the masquerade are like, what is it, Project Valkyrie, and their government. The only other ones are the what's it called? The guys that all hop on the internet forums and no one believes. That's what a
Network
lot of-
Zero.
Yeah. That's really what hunters do. They don't really gather together and own entire portions of a city.
okay.
Nah.
But like some sort of militant neighborhood watch would be a pretty entertaining gang.
Actually, that is a hunter group. It's
The
called the
Neighborhood
Neighborhood
Watch.
Watch.
You know what? I'm going to put in a location tentatively.
Because I thought it'd be
No,
cool. if we
yellow is
had,
not
like,
going to work.
a group of people we could potentially work with or work against. depending on
With
what
the
we try to
hunters,
do.
yeah, good fucking luck.
Not with the hunters. That's a good point. Not with the hunters, but
Remember,
like
you're
a
the
group-
bad guys as far as they're concerned.
a group of
Yeah, we're the bad guys, but there could be worse guys.
there are worse guys.
like a group of people we can possibly have a tentative relationship in case shit hits the fan, and we're in the position where it's just like, hey, we like this town, so we kind of want to protect it, and we don't want to be
zone.
literally 4 people alone trying to like take down a megacorp or something.
Yeah, look, I'll put it this way. From now on, Kindred wouldn't want to be in this local area alone. Or without a decent mask, let's put it. Because
What are they called? The Dark Zone?
it's the dark zone. Also, you need to get all of your weapons cleansed afterwards, so you might pick up evil bankitis. I don't know. There you go. So we've got the danger zone. Another thing that you have to very, very importantly decide is, where is the Elysium detected?
I would like to go back to the gang thing.
Oh, excellent. Yep, go ahead.
Point out in one of the vampire books, it introduced a set of like alternate covenants or additional covenants and stuff like that. One of them was a motorcycle gang known as the Brides of Dracula. And basically, like the head honchos of the Brides of Dracula are vampires, but the vast majority are just normal, motorcycle gang guys and ghouls, and they don't necessarily know about the upper echelons.
Interesting.
Sounds like it could be cool, but we do already have quite a few gangs.
True. However,
They don't like motorcycle gangs don't tend to be a huge influence.
And
I
when
can
you're
fight-
looking at gangs within districts, they're not what you see in the movies walking around, with their hands on their guns. It's just territory they own. It's mostly just illegal businesses and stuff like that. So walking into a Yakuza-controlled turf wouldn't really matter unless you were like a member of something else. What you have to worry about is walking to another vampire's turf.
And like motorcycle gangs, they can do transport and drug trade with the other gangs. Like they might not have territory staked out, but they could do business with the triads or the Yakuza or the Russian mob.
I think that's a good idea
Yeah,
for
that
politics.
that actually does sound pretty cool. Yeah, I'm
That's what
not
the
against
Mongols-
that.
That's what the Mongols did in California, basically armored couriers. armed couriers.
Armed and armored.
I had an idea. Oh yeah, can like the upper echelons of the Russian mob, if they're not vampires, be like gangrel vampires who transform into werebears? Because that's something that sounds like something the Russians would do.
Duh.
That sounds racist.
But does
Duh.
it sound awesome?
Are you sure there isn't already a bloodline that's basically that?
I mean, I'm
Speak
sure it
officials.
is.
It
There-
almost certainly exists.
There is a bloodline that is potential werewolves that got embraced before they could have their first change.
Because I always thought that
Not
gangrels-
werebears.
Because I always thought gangrels were kind of just basically vampire werewolves. Because they transform into
They are
werewolves and
they
other
are they
creatures.
are the Beastie ones. They're the Beastie Boys. And it's going to be a sabotage.
So, and I mean, to transform into certain animals, you have to eat them anyways. So, big Russian badass guy who ate super big bear from his motherland.
His name is Vladimir Putin.
God damn it!
This is before he went back to his homeland and took over Russia.
He just
Okay.
has a ghoul look-alike for daytime appearances.
I mean, would you put it past him?
Nah, I could buy it.
Oh, actually, Scowl,
Yes.
have you told us what year the game is set in?
Right now. It's setting
Okay.
right
Yeah,
now.
I assumed the age of 2006. So does that mean we get to go on a mission where we get to find out that Trump is
2006?
actually that Trump and
Oh
Hillary? are
man,
actually
2006.
It's 2016. And I'm going to do my very best to keep actual real life politics the fuck out of the invisible shithole city that is San Pesado.
vampires? Fair enough.
So this is the world of darkness. This means shit's darker and shittier.
It doesn't need to get worse.
What presidential candidates could possibly be worse?
Michael Corleone?
Nice. In fact, yes. Who is the mayor? I mean, you guys have heard of the mayor before.
Those things still exist.
Yeah, they do.
Can we be like that one
Do they
town that has a
do
cat for a
anything?
mayor? I feel like we're too big for that, but that'd be
I
pretty
would
hilarious.
say
Do American mayors actually do things? Is the
I
question
don't
have.
think they
No.
if it's big
They-
cities, like the mayor of New York City was known.
Yeah, I mean,
Rudy
this
Giuliani.
is probably a very, very. Oh yeah, I know that mayor. Yeah, yeah. There's going to be a
It-
mayor. Who is the mayor? And is there anything special about that mayor?
Maybe
I mean,
the
if
mayor.
we know the mayor, chances are he's probably doing like a campaign. Maybe he's trying to become governor of the state.
Maybe the mayor is involved, knows at least about the masquerade, and is constantly trying. I don't know, like maybe a middle ground who's trying to keep the masquerade from being discovered. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
I
if,
think
if
that's
the
just
mayor
part of
knows about the masquerade, he's definitely been bribed to keep it the masquerade and not
Yeah, he's
share it.
yeah. I mean, he's not.
Probably in the pocket of like the Invictus or something.
I mean, he's not obviously talking about it, but it's like if he knows, he's trying. He's involved in the politics to like try to
If-
keep it secret or influence law with it.
If he knew and he was against it and he rose to that amount of power, basically the vampire in charge of the city would have had him killed a long time ago.
Yep.
No, he's not.
Chances are he doesn't know about vampires, but he's probably in the pocket of some, even if
Okay.
he doesn't know them.
Yeah. To him, it would be insert evil megacorp, and he'd be like, "Yeah, obviously the fucking mayor is a sellout. He's been bought out by this group." Of course, he doesn't know that
Yeah.
that group's top fucking 5 are all nasty, mean
A
vampire
lot of people.
vamps.
So the masquerade is really, really fucking secret.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why it's the first law.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Like-
First rule of Masquerade Fight Club. Don't talk about
it
Masquerade
wasn't.
Fight Club.
The first rule wasn't repeated twice, so you know.
It's true. They should have done that.
People are not supposed to know about the existence of vampires. And that speaks to everything. Like werewolves, mages, they're not supposed to know.
Knowing that mages are there is a very scary concept, because if they're
I always-
observed...
I always
Think
just
of-
found it so weird that apparently these secrets can be kept this well.
If you kill everybody who is getting close to sharing it in a way that looks like something else, and you are bribing everyone who looks into it, yes, you can keep a secret that well. You
I mean-
just need an absurd amount of resources, the sort that you can only really gather across several hundred years of unlife.
And
I mean,
half
you-
of it is
Wake
just
up, sheeple.
humans, and half of it is just humans wanting to know that they got a good bead on things, so they're
Mhm.
willing to believe it. What's it called? Agent K rules.
A person
Men
is
in
smart,
Black.
but people are stupid.
Yay!
I mean, you
Yep.
think
They-
with the invention of the iPhone, somebody would have slipped up.
It's all Photoshop.
Yeah,
People look at it and see, oh, that's really cool effects.
and on top of that, it's even brought up in the books where you take a picture of a vampire or a video, and it's always like you either get
It's always blurry.
overdeveloped, or it's blurred, or they're always looking away from you.
Yeah, it's like an unknown reflex that even the vampire doesn't know he has, because you embrace that idea of living a lie so hard that being seen like in a mirror or anything like that is actually an impulse that they have to physically break if they want to be captured in some kind of way.
Well, that was like the mages in the first edition when they just decided that reality wasn't real; they could do whatever they wanted.
Well, I mean, with mages, that's like
And
a
so
whole
when you
thing.
believe into something enough, it basically becomes you. That's what vampires are all about.
Yep. Being observed is dangerous because they're not supposed to be observed. They're not supposed to be the lie. Sorry, they're supposed to be the lie, and they're not supposed to be seen, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Ba-
even on
basically-
video cameras, it's their features are blurred or they just blend into the background. You can't pick them out.
Basically, people are being willfully ignorant. They don't necessarily want to know about supernatural things because that means there's something higher than them on the food chain.
You don't want to know that the thing that goes bump in the night is actually real. No one wants to honestly believe that they could
People
be
have their own problems. They got to get to work. They got to feed kids, and they don't need to know about this stuff, and they just remain willfully ignorant.
I don't know.
Basically, if you want a better, a more concise explanation of it, just go to The Masquerade on TV Tropes. That's basically where they took the name for the second version, rather than what was it? It was made to
The
awaken when there
first
was a
version
vampire.
was
I-
Vampire the Masquerade. This is
Yeah,
Vampire the
Vampire.
Requiem.
Oh, right, this is Requiem. Anyways, either or, yeah, it's just called The Masquerade.
Because I get that like nobody's supposed to like know about them really. It's just like with everything that vampires do, unless all of them are just like on their game at all times. I just find it so hard to believe that like nobody knows about them.
There
we keep
probably
it that
are,
way.
but that's the way that it's supposed to be.
I mean, if people knew about us, like if it got out and people believed it, vampires would be fucked.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like,
And on
And
top of that, at this point, you're just
and-
arguing against the setting. It's just a thing. They don't know about it.
And
Yeah.
specific individuals do necessarily know about vampires. Like
But they
if
keep
you
their
have
fucking
the-
mouths shut.
Yeah, if you have like the herd merit, you have
Mhm.
people that you regularly feed from. You can't pass that off as anything except what it is. You have them, you feed from them, and you have some way of stopping them from sharing their secret.
Probably a domination that you put on them
Usually the
yourself
kiss.
after doing it over and over
The
again.
kiss
Yeah.
is fucking. It's so pleasurable that you can kind of control some people with it.
Yeah. Who knows? Alright then, so, is there any other groups that you would like added into this? So we have a shady mega corporation. I've been building up notes, by the way, in the background each time a thing has been thought up that I may spring on you in the future, which is always fun.
maybe
Does
we
anyone
get the
have
goblin-
more? Does anyone have more details about the Yakuza or the Triad that they want to kind of insert into the lore?
I did like the Masquerade's version of the Yakuza, where basically they were kind of involved in the deeper Masquerade politics behind the scenes.
But
So
That was specifically like a group of Asian vampires, not
Yeah.
the Yakuza as a whole.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about real world, the Triad had way more power than the Yakuza here, because China has been trading with the Western world for thousands of years, but Japan closed their borders for like 400, and only since 1883, I think, when Japan finally opened its borders, did the Yakuza didn't even get a foothold here until like the mid 1900s.
Fair
So
enough.
if you're talking about the big dudes on the block, it's usually Triad and Russian.
Mhm. Let's say then that the Yakuza is also the newest gang to sort of start throwing its weight around in the city of San Pasado.
That also works.
Probably kind of came up when the Russian mob ousted the Irish mob.
Yakuza can be like the super, yeah, like you said, super new
There
guys.
were quite a few Irish immigrants that went all the way to California.
Because all I'm trying to do is like present the group with like potential groups to give quests and stuff.
Because we use them for dirt cheap labor to build railroads with the Chinese.
Yeah,
No,
don't ask Canada where all their
we
fucking
didn't
trains
get it.
came from. They're supposed to be all friendly and shit. What trains? They were there when we got here. Okay, excellent. Alright then, so we have information. The Yakuza are the newest, and they entered in the opening left by the ousted Irish mob. There is the Russian mob. There is a possibly tentative gangrel influence related to them. Something something Russian bear man, something something Padimir Vutin. the Triad, I have already decided I would insert some sneaky lore about, so I'm not going to tell you much about them, but they have the strongest drug trade in the city.
About the gangs, it is going to be like typical street warring gangs, not really involved in anything big.
Probably mostly Mexicano.
This is American.
Hey man,
We have like Mexican and black people gangs.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
We get a double
I
dip.
cut you so bad. You wish I not cut you so bad.
Scout.
I mean, if we're talking
It's a
about
full-blown cholo bar.
Well, if we're talking
Yeah.
about like the West Coast in general, the prevalence of Mexicano mobs is felt everywhere.
True. Yeah, no. There's going to be a full-blown... You know what? I've decided now there's going to be a cholo bar. Let's see.
I mean, come on. If we're gonna have the gangs, we can't just not have black gangs.
Alright, so... text... Alright, so we got cholo bar. That's the very Mexican racist strip of the four corner. Can I show where in the US the city is? Nope. I don't know.
Are we East Coast, West Coast,
Um,
Gulf of Mexico?
which side would I guess San Francisco is probably a good a good comparison.
West
Yeah,
Coast.
just
son.
put it between, broadly between San Francisco and Fort Bragg. There's a ton of area there, and there was going to be a major city there, but they just kind of moved all the resources.
Okay.
Because California actually wanted to split into 2 states at one point. Still does.
Oh, they want to have a
But I
Calcit.
figure it is the world of darkness is super overpopulated, so there's a lot more cities.
Yep. More kind. More food.
Just put more because Northern California doesn't have as many people as Southern California. Just put a bit more people up in Northern California, and just put one like 30 miles up the coast. Nah, more like 50 miles up the coast from San Francisco. It's fine.
What about cults? Do we want any cults involved?
Cults I would not put on the map until you discovered them.
Fair enough.
Because that's something where I can, where any of us indeed can insert and be like, I heard rumors of such and such around here, and then we can put it on the map at that point.
Can I just say that when DCL you said cults, I heard cults as in the cult to revolver, not like evil Satan cult.
You got to watch out for them evil Satan cult 45s.
Satanic cults 45.
Satanic cult. Oh god.
It's a cult all around Samuel Colt.
And let me
Straight.
tell you, those guys, the cults are cunts. They are cult cunts.
Yeah, honestly, I thought you were going to go in the route of baby horse.
They ride colts.
They ride. God, they're a cult that rides colts. Great. Okay then. Now we
Not when they
have.
get older, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have to. Yeah, they glue afterwards. When they're no longer colts, it's glue. They're building more firearms with, obviously.
What are the police force like here?
You tell me. Are they particularly good? Presumably, they're only
Oh, yeah,
good,
that's what-
if anything, in certain areas. So you can choose
That's
where
right.
the police are stronger.
Because I was about to ask, are we gonna have like the Gotham mayor who wants to crack down on crime, so the police force is starting to get stronger, or is that gonna be like a story prevalent thing depending on our actions?
It would be both. It would be whim as much as action. You can try and influence those events yourself.
Obviously, the police force would be highest in the skyrise area and like the upper,
Okay.
especially around Shady Megacorp, or maybe especially not around Shady Megacorp.
I was going to say, if there's anyone near Shady Megacorp, they'd be a PMC.
Yeah, private security.
So they will put PMCs. I'm going to say
But
probably
I
not
would
near the
s-
motorcycle gang's entry point. It's
Nah.
not a good idea. And not near the possibly like vigilante neighborhood watch-esque area, or just an area that's dangerous to be in if you're Kindred, because that might also mean that there are activities that the police don't agree with. I'll say
was
that
Cat-
fucking holiday resort area, probably a good idea. You want to have police there.
What was
Uh,
Cat Napoleon about to say?
Oh, what's up, yeah? Yemers?
Oh, I just typed it.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that's a reasonable explanation
Yeah.
there.
And obviously, they're in the pockets of the Shady Megacorp, so
Yep. Active patrol, active
Yeah,
patrol.
see,
I'm gonna say active patrol there. And then just fucking, they just don't go out to where it's poor, except for probably on this. No, they're just not going to be any active patrols on that edge. It's just a
obviously,
shithole.
like the precincts in there are very underfunded.
Yeah.
Don't have the resources to, get to every call.
and do we want a Batman X Factor?
I
Explain?
don't know what that is.
Like we want basically some
Vigilante.
badass vigilante that goes around and sometimes like gets involved.
I thought you were talking about an actual comic book Batman X Factor. I didn't never read that.
I don't think we necessarily need a Batman.
You've got bat people.
I don't think we need it either, but I was pitching the idea because
It's always worth considering.
everybody could have thought it was cool.
I wouldn't necessarily be against it, but I'm not gonna vote for it either.
I might be the only one who gets this reference, but I kind of want the police chief to be Carlton Lassiter.
Yes.
I don't get it. Oh wait, no.
Yeah, someone else knows.
My
Good old
friend-
Lassie.
God, I
That's
love
from
that
Psych.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great show.
Explain, please. Yes.
It's a TV show about a fake psychic detective who solves crimes for the Santa Barbara Police Department.
Yeah, his dad basically raised him as a hyper alert, hyper aware, like kind of Sherlock Holmes, I guess. He's got that Sherlock scan thing going on, but he's completely bonkers ridiculous along with his best friend Gus, who sells pharmaceuticals. It's a great show.
Burton Guster.
Burton Guster, great guy.
Also awesome black
Okay.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
But basically-
Honeydew, what's... Oh, I'm...
Oh yeah, we have the mini nicknames
Yeah.
that those two come up with.
Yeah.
Basically, think Scrubs.
Magic Head.
Yes.
seen-
Good old Magic Head.
If you've seen
Show me
Scrubs,
what you
it's-
got.
but with crime solving.
Gus
Ugh.
TT Showbiz.
No, there's so many good ones.
Fantastic.
Ovaltine Jenkins.
But yeah, basically the Carlton Lassiter is kind of the anal, kind of over the top by the books police guy, but he's got like dumb foils. It's funny.
Well,
Anyways.
if Carlton Lassiter's in there, I call dibs on Juliet.
All right.
Okay, excellent. Alright, any other locations you would like to fill out with stuff?
I typed
Around the
one
park
out.
area, probably a werewolf pack, though you might not know it.
We haven't actually put the location of the Elysium down yet. We went back to the gangs right after you brought it up.
That's true. That is very true. Where would you like the Elysium held? And also you have options in that it doesn't have to be a
Well-
static place. It can be constantly moving as long as it's within the city of San Basado, but it has to be large enough to accommodate lots of fucking Kindred because the city is huge. And so there are going to
Well-
be an estimated decent number of them.
So we can have a
Who's in
wandering
charge?
one.
Who is in charge
yeah,
is a
that would-
good question. Do you want to make a case for who should be in charge?
Invictus is usually in charge.
Ordo
Right.
Dracul would be the worst to be in charge.
Carthian movement probably be the worst to be in charge. 'Cause their whole
but
thing is like, we'd like to be in
Carthians,
charge. And then, oh, we're in charge? What do we do now?
They've had the whole
Carthians
storylines
can be
taken away.
Okay, being in charge, like if they've got a leader who is actually thought in advance about what he'll do when he leads his revolution, and like then it's just very democratic. The Ordo Dracul, like, we don't give a fuck. We're just researching stuff.
Mm-hmm. The Lonkia Sanctum, they'd be
Lonkia-
pretty bad to live under as well.
You value
I'm pretty-
tradition.
I'm pretty cool with Invictus being in charge.
Okay.
Good old default.
What is 7? Oh, that's the crazy
Uh,
people.
they're,
That's
they're the vampires
antagonists.
that kill vampires.
Yeah, yeah, they're the
Kins-
crazy bastards.
Yeah, the Kinslayers.
Yeah, yeah. I was like looking at them like, why don't I recognize VII? Like, oh yeah, right, they're the ones that basically streak. Okay. Alright then. The Elysium.
So we're thinking like
Wrong
hoity-toity.
Or we could have one of them.
Invictus.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, hoity-toity, but like, would the well, of course, the Invictus themselves would have a lot in the Skyrise, but would they have the full Elysium there, or in a place where their subjects could actually come as well?
Yeah, I always liked the ideas of them being in art galleries or an aquarium.
Okay. How about here
Sorry,
then?
I was eating.
And
I was eating.
like-
Aquarium sounds cool.
Do
An
VTM
aquarium
vampires
has
have-
like the additional threat of like, yeah, you fuck up, we're literally going to feed you to sharks.
Alright then. The Elysium, run by the Invictus.
I was wondering if the vampires had masquerade vampires had the same thing with running water.
They do
No.
not.
Okay.
Not
Just
unless you take it as a specific bane when you hit
Yeah.
breaking points.
That's
or
why that
humanity.
one carnival that goes around, one of them just takes place completely underwater.
Okay. The Elysium, run by the Invictus, located in an aquarium.
Okay, so Scow, you wanted me to remind you we were going to talk about my mentor after we decided. Who
Okay,
runs
then.
it. If you want to leave that for a bit while we build the rest of the city, that is also fine and probably a good idea.
Fair. What do you want your mentor to actually be? If you want him to be important as far as the Elysium's major movers to be concerned, then it means that your mentor is going to be Invictus. If, however, you would like your mentor to be off the beaten path, let's say, then you can suggest a kind of person and then also suggest the kind of location that they either live or operate in.
As a kite beat, I am basically like playing as a high level retainer merit, so I was already thinking I would be of like the same clan, not clan, sorry, covenant that my mentor would be. So I was already thinking that my mentor would be Invictus.
Excellent. Okay then, if your mentor is Invictus, then you can pick a mover and shaker within the Elysium itself. Of which I will say that there are people, there are going to be kindred who are there at the Elysium every single night, without a shadow of a doubt. For them to be your mentor, that means that every time you want to spend any time with them, it's going to have to be at the Elysium. So I'll just say that much. So you can't pick the toppest keck, unless you literally want everyone to be aware of you going to them.
Well, as a Kai Beat again, I am basically in myself a status symbol for them, so they would basically show me off as that. Yes, I have one of these as a personal retainer, and I'm not Circle of the Crone because literally half of the Kai Beat are serving that. It's like if you have like in real world terms a really good French chef, you show that off, but they are still a servant. That's like what my bloodline's role is.
Okay, excellent. In which case, let's do some quick making up off the top of the old head. I will make up their actual stats and specialities up unless you want to be the one to do that directly. There is a person that they call the bartender. She is, of course, not a bartender, but she is always there and always appears to be drinking even when she obviously fucking ain't.
Cough.
Yeah. I had been thinking actually myself about it a bit as like someone who has an important role in maintaining and enforcing the masquerade, as that would like actually give my character a reason to be doing a whole lot of adventure-esque stuff, as they've just been told, go and find out this thing, go and stop this thing, go and do this thing, whatever.
Excellent. Okay then, the Elysium. I haven't decided who it is run by, but one of the core pillars is a lady named the bartender. There is no given name, and her identity is hard to find out. You can decide what her abilities are, though, because frankly I'm not that fussy, and I also don't want to immediately gimp you by giving you a mentor with shit that you don't care about. So feel free to pick that, and just pass me the stats, and I'll fill them in later.
Okay, should I fill them in according to like the rules for filling in a mentor, or
Is
Because
there a
that's
major distinction?
for filling in a mentor, it's like you pick 3 skills, and you can substitute one of those for resources, and you can like get your mentor to do one of those things, and the number of dots you have in your mentor counts as the number of successes they get in that thing when you ask them to do the thing, but you have to give them something in return. So like doing the job of a huge part in enforcing the masquerade would be the thing for me. For like an Ordo Dracul who had a mentor, it would be like go investigate super dangerous dragon lairs and similar.
Okay, go with standard mentor rules then.
Okay.
If there's anything you feel needs to be expanded on, then let me know, and if necessary, I will add it to the character. But otherwise, they are now officially your mentor, and they exist within the Elysium.
Cool.
Oh God, Bob, why?
What has he done this time?
Oh, I just opened Discord.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I finally gave in and created him a separate channel for that stuff. It's like so much stuff that he's...
Am I missing something?
We've got
also-
our own chat channel, and it looks like he just dropped a porn bomb. He basically does what you do, Lily, but he did it like times 1,000,000.
Oh, he does that at
Well-
least like 3 times a day with at least 60 images.
You know, there's something to be said for quality over quantity.
You do pick a lot of quality, that's for sure.
It ain't the size, it's
thing
how you
is-
use it.
Most of his stuff is also pretty good quality. It's just there's so much of it.
There's too much fun!
And if you're like, if you haven't turned notifications off, it's like ping, 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 ping. So
Or if you're
much.
trying to have a conversation while he's doing that.
Yeah, Rob. He's listening right now. Fuck you!
We love you, buddy.
Okay, excellent.
We do, yeah.
We do. And also your porn. Jesus, you're right. 60 new messages. It's all porn. Wow. Whew. Okay, minimizing that again and continuing on with this. Let's just wipe my brow. Okay. So I like the suggestion that in the park area there would probably be a werewolf pack that you are unaware of. I will say that there is a...
Any
The
aquatic
thing
creatures?
is, would the Elysium be aware of werewolves in the area?
I feel like
It depends on what kind of like
Probably.
transparency they've got. Are we like aware of their presence and deal with them, or
Don't the Invictus have
I-
like a finger in every pie?
I
They
feel like
do, but like, if the werewolves aren't being an obvious pie, the Invictus might not know about them. But if the werewolves are actually doing serious werewolf stuff, and you know, that there are people being savaged by monstrous wolves, or people being regularly turned into new werewolves, the Invictus would probably know. But if there aren't that, they may well not.
Mhm.
Okay then. I'm going to say that
like-
there is a werewolf pack, and there are rumors that there are werewolves operating in the area, but also they haven't started a fight, and they don't want to, and the Kindred don't want to throw the first punch because it would be a very big mess.
potential quest.
Yep.
basically werewolves tend to only care about spirits in their territory or other predators.
Vampires count as predators.
They can. Uh,
They'll ask you to take a seat, and then they'll ask you if you've got any problems.
you know, vampires might just instinctively avoid that area when it comes to feeding.
And it seems to keep the masquerade in effect. The live and let live policy is fine unless they start shit.
Hmm.
Yep. I put a one there. It's tentatively marked as the pack. I will say that they aren't a new installation, but they have grown larger over time. But as of yet, it's still like under the wraps of the masquerade. Like, you know, it has not become public knowledge. It looks like a steadily growing, very rich, very popular. Fucking everyone's a Swedish model ass motherfucker. Whatever. You know how it is.
After all this, I can help you hammer out details on them.
That would be great because I haven't read werewolf books. I'd be happy to do
Cough,
so.
cough. Tetra leads the werewolves.
Oh my god, fuck. Yeah, there's gonna be a towering black woman. She ain't gonna take no shit. Alright, I'm gonna write that in.
Hedra's not black.
Wait, did you say Hedra's black?
Scout said a towering black woman.
No,
Oops.
Hedra's Swedish.
No, Hedra is from South America.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Lives in
Seriously?
Sweden.
She lives in Sweden, but she's... I for some reason I just assumed always black, but yes, you're right. South America doesn't have to be
No,
black.
she's not black.
She is Latina.
Really? I mean, that explains some things, but
Okay, so for undergroups we've got the pack, run by a massive Hedra.
Have her as a guest.
She'd savage everyone to death. I don't know.
Pretty much.
Destroy.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Death by Snoo Snoo. What they have, crushed pelvis. Rob assumed Brazilian.
The
not far
mind
off,
is
yeah.
willing, but the body is weak and spongy.
The body is spongy and easily bruised. I am the man with no name, Zap Brannigan, at your service. Alright, excellent. The pack now exists. The Elysium is a place. The Mentor exists. Is there anything else that you would like inserted into this world?
maybe that should be the vigilante type guy. A Zaf Brannigan type character who's not really effective but starts a lot of trouble.
Like a Ventru? No, not a
Yeah.
Ventru, a Deva.
Yeah.
A very, very bad Deva. Really bad at his job.
Really bad at his job, Deva,
Can
who
he
also
be
gets
part of the player's bloodline? Like he's trying really hard to be a vampire.
Uh,
Shows
man,
up at
that would be so
Elysium
good.
all dressed up like
In rich velour, it really cups the boys.
Everybody's just trying their hardest to ignore him.
I've now added him in. Zap Brannigan of the players frequents clubs.
I love it.
Okay, and now it's going to be very important, but we have to put in some feeding grounds, you guys.
Yeah.
A lot of them you're going to be able to make up on the fly or as ever we want to insert them, but there's going to be the few obvious things, like there's got to be at least a few decently big clubs.
Nobody put any near Bob's sunglasses stand.
That would be a clean zone. It's just a dead zone where there's just no groups or locations added in. Let's see here. Freehand, marks.
The PMCs.
Go. I'll just stand this right there on the main road.
Can we have a nightclub slash strip club? A nightclub slash strip club called Vesuvius, run by a diva named Velvet Velour.
Serious.
Velvet Velour.
Is there any specific reason for that? Or...
Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That was one of the clubs you could go to.
What about like a casual fetish club?
Tell you what, take the paint tool, select the color pink, make sure the blotter is extra large, and just plop it down wherever you want it to be.
Probably in the middle between the Ritz and the middle
Well,
class.
I'm going to let all of you make up a nightclub and insert it into the game.
Claire would likely feed near the college campus, you know, college bars, stuff like that. I do not know where the
would your
college would be.
be?
Yeah, pick a college. I'm going to insert your college.
It would probably be near the middle class, somewhere next to the forest. Chances are, like off over here. Yeah.
Yep, same page. And there are
What's the name of the college?
Colleges, because they're
That's a good question, actually. I mean, usually aren't there colleges around in Vampire the Masquerade games because they're like one of the easier feeding grounds? I mean, there doesn't have to be one, but I was just saying.
They'll never figure it out. So subtle, so sneaky. Good old,
No one will ever suspect a thing.
good old Delve et Lurenpa.
Delve Alucard. No, I liked that name. It's so sneaky, and in the fact that it's not sneaky.
This is Delve College. This is Vlad, but backwards. It's good.
I don't know, Silverleaf College. I don't care.
Silverleaf. Excellent. That works just fine.
I read that as Soberleaf.
But that would be the joke.
Soberleaf,
The Sober Leaf would be the name of the pub, ironically. The bar,
It'll be
sorry.
ironic because it's super party college that gets itself all the time.
Yep.
The college would probably focus on humanities and stuff like that. That's what she does.
Vesuvius. Excellent.
No.
Inferno. Okay, cool.
Specifically Dante's Little Inferno.
Ah. Little Inferno, run by... What's Dante's surname? Or does he just always go by Dante?
That sounds like
It's just called Dante's Little Inferno.
Little Inferno is an adorable club name to me. I don't know why.
I'm just throwing that in because it's from my Succubus Within
Neat.
novel.
That sounds like a really cute shop name store, not like a super raunchy strip club.
What's a good feeding
It's
ground for Timothy?
like proper fetish club.
Okay.
It's got demonstrations and what's it?
It's a cute
Education and lessons and shows.
Resources, intimidate, persuasion. Excellent. Pacific Grove Polytechnic. Ooh. Gonna be on that side of the road, so like, nearly a mile away, but that's still not far, all things considered.
Alright. Watching the Four Swords Adventure in HQ.
I'm watching them all as fucking VODs just because my time has been already thoroughly devoted to all sorts of shit.
Polytechnic? What's Pacific Grove Polytechnic?
Yep.
Like the Silicon Valley, or is that just a specific?
It's college.
Oh, I thought we
It's
were
a college type.
Huh.
So
We were
what?
going I thought we were going for Silverleaf College.
No, that's the other one.
We are.
You can have multiple.
Polytech is where his Touchstone goes to.
Do cities usually have 2 colleges?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's why they're called
With
college
6
towns.
million people.
There are
in,
6.
very
Yeah,
much
there
so.
are going to probably be like 6 colleges and a university, maybe 2 universities. This place is fucking huge.
The reason why I asked
Silverleaf,
I mean, sorry, it's like the reason why I asked so innocent. Down here at Texas, it's like every town has like 1 college in it, if any.
Yeah.
bro, there are 5 in Sacramento, where I live.
Man,
5 in Sac.
Yeah.
Remember
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Sacramento, state capital. Anyways, yeah. She goes to a polytechnic, and Claire goes to is a professor at a humanities liberal arts college. You know, archaeology, anthropology, stuff like that.
Yay. There you go. That's what a polytechnic was. Well,
can you
well,
put like
still
a full,
is.
Can you put like a Full Sail University somewhere off to the side so I can look it down later?
Sure. Let's see here. Full Sail probably is actually going to be pretty much up there because I remember Full Sail being overpriced as fuck. It's going to be on the bridge by the river. There you go.
You know I'm gonna have to seriously burn that down now, right?
You can try. It's right near Bob's sunglasses stand. I put it there as an extra fucking. Just an extra
You're
kick.
just tempted.
I'm imposing on the sanctity of your safe zone.
This is my safe space, man, and you're just fucking up with Full.
Don't let the safe zones touch. All right. What would be
did I
Timothy's
hear
kind
you
of feeding
say-
ground?
Don't cross the street.
Oh.
So what, Marisi?
I was going to ask if you wanted us to all put down a little club thing.
Yep, a club and a feeding ground. If they are one and the same, then just pick the one, whatever.
Okie dokie.
I don't have an assigned feeding ground because I didn't take that merit.
That's fine. Well, this would just be whatever in characterly your preference is.
Would my family be influential enough to have like how do feeding grounds usually work? Is it like even the big cats usually have like a club they go to, or do they like have people that they just feed on with a kiss?
Any
well,
vampire can have people they feed on with the kiss.
Right.
I mean, but like,
That is one of the merits you could have picked if you wanted to.
oh, so that's like
So-
a
There,
merit.
yeah, there's a specific merit feeding ground that you've been granted a specific area in which you can feed, and like any other vampires who go in there without permission can be punished.
Yeah, these ones aren't, unless you literally have the ability to be assigned place, these aren't going to be assigned, they're just your preferential areas, and so they would stand as unassigned to
Like,
anyone.
So I went to a name generator for like clubs and stuff like that, and all of them would pertain to WAD. Oracle, Nightshade, Shadow, Club Burlesque, Club 9 Lives, The Phantom, The Trinity, The Crypt.
Come on, the crypt, really? Like, I can imagine a vampire be like, who would do that? Tell you what, DCL, your family, they could totally have like a group of people to feed off of, or perhaps if they're rich and influential enough, they can just fucking own a nightclub so they've got easy food whenever they want it. They still have to go through the chase, they still have to go through the feed, but you know, it's at arm's reach, quote unquote.
But the kind come to them instead of the other way around.
Correct, that's right.
All right.
So
think of a name.
pick a location for your family to own this club, and you can call it that. I won't call it an assigned feeding ground, so they've kept it, you know, not owned. And considering your family doesn't consider themselves a covenant or whatever, that falls into place as being open grounds for other vampies.
Damn it! How do you?
Clearly, it's a bar called the Salt Shaker or the Salt Lick.
Fuck, that's so meta though. My
I
character
like
studies-
it, but then also your specialty could be the tequila slammer.
Oh my fucking god! Damn it! Mm,
The salty surprise.
That would be on the docks. I'm gonna put that on the docks. A second. Let's see here. That one exists now. Bam. That's there. That's the thing now.
Okay, so I should have probably asked this before I allocated my mentors like skills and whatever. But like, shh, and but because I sent that literally 10 minutes ago, and I am now asking. I'm hoping if this is a yes, I should do it this way. You'll let me change those.
Okay.
So if I like want to like have access to my mentor's haven and similar, should I put like the skills and similar I can take advantage of from my mentor in that?
As in, should your mentor have safe haven as some of their dots and all that shit?
Yes.
Yes, they should have it as there, and yes, you can use it that way.
Okay. Then can I change those?
Yeah, go ahead. I haven't written her down anywhere, so it's all good. When it's actually finished, like send it to me in a PM so I don't lose it.
Of course.
Yay!
I've got a puppy on my lap.
Puppers.
Hi, puppy.
is it being well behaved?
Oh, she's being very cuddly right now.
Dracula scrape and lick. Also, I like that there was that picture is Blackula. In...
I didn't get to mention Blackula.
Rip.
Billy and Mandy. I want it
Yep,
back.
that's what we're from. I love that show.
It's good times. Fucking Blackula.
I want that show back. I don't know. At least we're getting Samurai Jack back
Yep.
for 5 episodes.
Oh, well, it's still pretty fucking good. It's better than fuck all. So we've got
Yeah, we're getting
two
a
clubs,
finale.
we've got the college.
So we're getting closure.
Yep. We could probably do with one more club and it just be the fucking biggest one. Just a massive, the coolest cool people go there one. If anyone's ever seen like the new Devil May Cry, like wherever they fucking go, whatever that magical nightclub they seem to end up, that's just all like angel and devil strippers and drinks and heaving crowds of people. There needs to be one that's that somewhere.
Oh yeah, the one that Dante made.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't put
I put the
myself
Gilded-
yet actually.
Fun,
I
sorry?
put the Gilded Moon near the Skyrise. It sounds like a club like that would be somewhere near the Skyrise. So if not my club, then probably it would be around here.
It's fine. Gilded Moon right there. Well, I should probably put it on a main road as opposed to...
I use horrible at spelling. Let me make sure I use the right version of Gilded. Okay.
I think one of my favorite concepts for a club is like a converted church.
The irony.
Would you like that? That sounds like the kind of one that would be close to the poor district, because the church didn't do too well down there.
That just sounds dope.
But that being like the biggest club.
No,
That would
that would
be-
just be another. That would just be another one to have there.
Okay.
If it's not one that any of you frequent, it even might be assigned to someone. You don't know until I decide to make it up on the spot. It's just called the church because a lot of people are dicks like that when it comes to naming places. It looks like a church. What do we call it? Oh, the fucking church. Genius.
The version of that in Bloodlines was called the Confessional.
Oh, cute.
Or
The
Club
church.
Confessions.
The Church of Solstice. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called Club Confessions, but I always prefer the Confessional.
Could call it the Hail Mary.
Oh, it's not bad.
There we go. Bam. Alright then, that's all pretty fucking decently filled out for locations to go to. Is there anything else that you would like? Any groups? Any people you know? And
Did
also,
Mers put a club down?
No, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to.
oh, go for it. Pick a place.
Like this is like an actual dancing and drinking nightclub, right?
Yep. Or, I mean, you can tell me what kind of club it is. Fuck, it could be a really sweet fetish club. I don't know. You're cool.
Bar, club, fetish club, strip club, rave warehouse.
Oh, the rainbow house.
Okay, then yeah, but those all basically occupy the same thing in my headspace, so that's just a yes.
Okay, cool. It's like Boudica's Bodis. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Oh god damn it! Now they're stuck in my head.
Yep. It got stuck in my head. I was like, I gotta share this evil before it's too late. I'm so sad. I'm out of alcohol. Oh, I'm so sober. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm so sober. It hurts.
I know that pain.
No, you
So
don't.
usually the state most people,
Sometimes I know that pain.
Rarely.
I can hazily remember the day I had that pain.
What was that sound?
It's some funky fresh tunes, bro.
Apparently. Right. Excellent. Yeah, have you picked a place there, Maz?
Hold on.
Right. In the meantime, while Maz is picking out a location, has anyone got anything else that they would like to put into the world now? Also,
Are we
where
supposed to
you
pick out-
guys live is an important one.
Okay, so tell me if I can do this.
All right.
But I wanted to like a minivan. No, not a minivan. A van combined, like a van. Looking for the words. A van Hummer hybrid, kind of.
A giant RC.
Yeah, called the Rhino, and my character basically kind of just lives in at the moment because he's
Hmm.
literally just been kicked out.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Do you want to be like a fucking rocket tour bus sized, or?
That's a good question. I kind of want. I guess so because we'll have like 4 or 5. Yeah, 4 people in the group. I basically am trying to secure.
I ain't living
this.
with you.
I know
Neither
you're
am
not
I.
you're not living in it. None of you are. But I mean, I'm just trying to secure the mystery of it for the group, basically.
None of you assholes are living there.
Unless you really want to, or for some.
You know, sometimes needs may and needs must.
I know. So it's always the option. But yeah, my character is basically just like bumming it up, I guess.
All
In
right.
there. Keeps his suits clean and his glasses ready, so he always looks fresh.
I approve of Mazendi's appropriately fucking British club.
Hmm?
What?
It's the Droogs. You need to get your Clockwork Oranges on, people. God.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know what that is. Yeah. I just didn't see it on the map.
Yep, it's up there. It's upside.
My droogies.
Me and my Droogs. All right, excellent. Yes, your place of living can be a fucking RV. Probably a rich person-y one.
Yeah. It's kind of why I wanted like a Hummer hybrid, because like of all the big kind of cars I could think of, the Hummer is the least bad looking.
Okie dokie. All right, where does the next person live?
I forget how much 3 dots in resources gives me.
A lot.
Is it?
3 dots is I think the maximum you can have is starting off is 5, and that's if you just want to be made but money. So I think 3 dots is pretty good.
Yep.
I don't know. Flat in the upper middle side. Round about, not too far from the college.
Okay then. Put a blip down. And that can be where you live.
That's for a mile.
All right. Anyone else?
I got my place down.
Where is it at? I can't see.
Bam.
Oh, right there. Okay, excellent. Let's see.
I got a little basement apartment.
Brand. Stray, your microphone is like vaguely picking us up just like a bit.
What? No, my microphone was turned off, man.
Don't know what to tell you. There's definitely a feed coming through your microphone to us.
Sometimes when people mute themselves, it still broadcasts like some feedback from the computer itself.
Why?
I mean, that's how I basically made soundboard DCL happen.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Because it wouldn't pick up your voice, but it would pick up what your computer is doing.
Well,
Yeah. Oh well.
But if it was typing, I was typing then.
Excellent. Okay. So, does Timothy live like in or around the Elysium? I would say probably not in the Elysium, but around it. What kind of place do you live?
Well, first thing is that it's with the boss.
Oh, in which case it would be at the Elysium.
A live-in boy slave.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily boy slave, but definitely live-in employee.
Okie dokie.
Probably on like a separate servants floor, but still a reasonably decent one.
There's a
which
store.
has,
There's like a store closet.
for resources.
Excellent.
I can't delete that. Why?
What can't you delete? Sorry.
Ooh, I'm moving it.
If you can select it to move it, you can delete it. Just press delete on your keyboard.
Yes.
Why does my keyboard have function delete? Ugh.
All right. Got all of your locations, and we've got an RV that roams, and we've got Timothy in the Elysium.
Or at least nearby.
In the bitch quarters. In the slut pens. That's where Timothy Lee lives.
Yes. He's in the pens for the thing that he is by far the worst at.
It's just awful at fucking. So terrible.
I mean, it's not like social is my like tertiary attribute and tertiary skills or anything.
It's okay. I'll be the face.
The face girl.
Just the one-eyed scarred girl.
But still, obviously, the fucking super charming. In that cocky rogue kind of way.
Oh god, she's just so roguishly charming.
Damn it! I'm immediately charmed. She's so endearing. I just want to help her at things.
I do have a specialty in flirting.
Nice. I approve of all of this. Okay, so let's see here. We've got gangs. We've got at least one mega business. There's a PMC. There's a bar. There's a possible location that's kind of dangerous to be around. There's an area where they pack in it. Police actively patrol in a few places. There are some decent feeding grounds. Everyone's living spaces are decided on. Am I forgetting anything that needs to be put into this world that can't be done just on the fly during the game?
Where do we work?
It's a question, where do you work? What do you do?
I specifically am a locksmith.
Okay then. Put your place of business somewhere. Will function as your working address.
Part locksmith, part mechanic. Put this one in blue.
Okay, let's see here. Where is that? I can't see from here. I'm blind as shit.
Hold on.
Oh right, yeah, there it is. Okay, cool.
Put in a little text. Who wants to name this like mechanic shop?
The greasy chamber.
Oh my fucking god.
The Greasy Shaft.
That's it.
Would never go there from naming concept.
Any other suggestions?
Well, I had some until you said the Greek. Nothing's gonna beat that.
Yeah.
Mm. You really can't not have that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you kind of.
Greased or greasy, you think?
Greased.
Yeah, greased.
Greasy is a bit icky, but greased is okay.
Yeah, totally. Greased sounds like it's meant to be. Greasy sounds like, oh, I should have probably wiped that up.
I'm sure probably wash that off.
Excellent. Okay. What do other people do day to day, if anything? Well, quote unquote day to day. Academic. All right. Is there a
Night to
library, or do you work at the college?
College.
Okay. Timothy Lee's got his stuff full time for the Elysium. And DCL is a drifter. On a steel horse he rides.
Probably I mostly do jobs for the PMC.
Interesting. Okay.
If I have any job history yet, most of it is probably involved with PMCs.
PMC.
Claire's mostly, doing professor stuff and odd jobs for her sire. Random, agonisty stuff,
My
books, stuff like that.
My character's X factor for why he would be with the for like any reason is that he's generally looking for trouble because he's trying to test himself.
Okie dokie. These are the touch to the PMC. Averaging higher danger jobs. Excellent. I'm like trying to keep as many notes as I can about this world so that I can use them to make shit up to throw at you guys, which is always a delight. Tonight there's going to be trouble somewhere in this town.
Song.
Yep. Let's see here. I think that's all the shit that we wanted to have included there. There's something at the tip of my tongue, and I'm sure I'm forgetting it.
Fuck.
You know what? I think it's now a good time to ask how you guys know each other, if at all.
Well, I am always at the Elysium, always asking people about things, so pretty much every vampire in the city would at least recognize me, even if they wouldn't know me. They probably wouldn't know me for anything at all other than just being a vampire.
Okay.
And tests for agonisties generally involve going around finding for tomes, stuff like that. Yeah, probably would show up at the Elysium now and again. And Order Dracul are usually hired out by other clans to for some reason or another.
Okay. Has associations through contracts for/around the Elysium, and thus recognizes Timothy. Okay, so that's two connections there. So how might Zaire know people?
So what?
How might Zaire know people?
Uh, Generally he goes around. Fuck. I don't know, because it depends on how long he's been out in the streets. I
How
would
long has he been out in
say-
the streets?
Big comical shrug.
Would you like me to make up an amount of time for you?
Well, for one, he'd definitely be around clubs looking to see when people would be rowdy. Mostly the bars and clubs that are known for having, if there's such a thing, for like having actual vampires. Don't know how big a deal that is though. Like a vampire getting into just like a scrappy fist fight and they're nobody important.
Well, then you would know people who frequent the Gilded Moon, and you might have a bit of a reputation there as a troublemaker, or at least one of the strong arms.
Well, if it's my family's bar,
Yeah.
then chances are I would basically be a bodyguard there naturally, anyways. So anybody who tries to like cause trouble, any vampires who try to like feed extra or whatever, like I would assume the feeding grounds have some kind of moderation to make sure that vampires don't try to pull anything shifty that ruins the whole place.
Nah.
Sort of. It's one of those kinds of things like the issue will usually solve itself. You'll piss off one too many of the wrong people. It's entirely possible that you're that wrong person that they've pissed off and have been henceforth destroyed.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
only so many vampires. They can't really just keep an eye on each other all the time.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where.
but I assume like within a setup feeding ground, that would be one of the places where eyes are kept on things.
You say set up, but none of the feeding grounds are set. Well, I guess the Gilded Moon would be the closest thing to a set up feeding ground. A feeding ground is just anywhere lots of people are, and it's easy to hook up with people. Like don't think of a feeding ground as like a well-oiled machine or something. It's more like, hey, do you know where a lot of people like to gather? A rave. That's a pretty easy place to pick up drunk bitches.
But I figure like vampires would pick up on that and start making club bars of their own to try to get like investment into like, oh, we control this feeding ground and vampires come.
Yeah, your family does that with the Gilded Moon. That's what
Okay.
you've described. But at the same time, there's only so much they can do because your family does not belong to a covenant. You do not have like
Yeah, but I guess I would be like kind of the muscle tough to make sure that lowly unimportant vampires get away with doing anything stupid.
Okay, then. So as a connection to other people, Zaire frequents the Gilded Moon. His family owns the location. He has a reputation for killing more than a few troublemakers.
It actually sounds like Zaire has a very similar role in the in vampiric society to Timothy there, actually. Like
What does
And
Timothy do?
servants.
servant to someone who is involved in maintaining the masquerade. So
Actually, yeah, because
yeah, so like Timothy's boss, the bartender, one of the things I put down was agent in maintaining and enforcing the masquerade. So like most of Timothy's job is like, okay, this is what looks like a masquerade breach. Go and look at it, go and find out who did it, and then either put them in their place, kill them, or come back and get a big lot of reinforcements and do that.
because my guy is meant to be like kind of the mercenary for easy to get reinforcements. So it's like we could have worked a job together where we're supposed to,
Yeah.
like set somebody in their place who screwed up the masquerade. It's highly possible.
Okay then. So as a subline, Timothy's own goals in protecting the masquerade mirror how Zaire ends up dealing with people fucking with the masquerade in his local location. They have likely worked together.
Because Zarya would be willing to go around town and deal with stuff like that. Especially
Also,
since it
your
probably-
location is close to the Elysium.
Yep.
Which is helpful. Okay, great. And then that
Rose-
leaves how Rose knows people.
Yeah, Rose is probably only just starting to go to Elysium more as she becomes more comfortable being a vampire. I'm thinking her sire just kind of embraced her said you're a vampire. You got to drink blood. Also, yeah, you're sacrificing your eye to a voodoo god, and you got to deal with ghosts every
Harsh,
once in a
bro.
while. I have fun with that. See ya.
Okay. Rose is
Maybe-
only
maybe
just.
stu-
He sounds like a dick.
He does.
Maybe
Okay.
Benner
What a dick.
maybe tried to help for a couple months, and then just I got places to be.
Just
So
fucking
Rose
pieced out.
So she came to terms with being a vampire and has just recently started going to Elysium.
Okay.
Hang on, gonna grab my phone.
Great. So far then I have gotten down. Rose is only just making herself a more known figure at the Elysium. Her sire embraced her, gave her the TLDR, and then pieced out within a few months. In what ways is it possible that you have interacted with either Timothy or Claire or Zaire?
Hi.
Fair enough.
That's about it.
Fair enough.
Wait,
Maybe if they needed a locksmith at some point.
I feel
But
like there should just be. Nah. Let's give everybody a chance.
I mean,
Because I feel like as just like a generic, everybody brings together for like their first. A very easy one would be like find this asshole who's responsible for breaking Masquerade, and then you can set it up in a way where everybody can easily demonstrate their personality, talents to one another.
And third, like I said when I was going over how my character is trying to know all of the vampires, like he's trying to know all of them. But there is not enough time in the world to literally know all of them. If you would like to have like a more firm connection to another party member, we could like do something with that. Like your
Sure.
character was reasonably interesting enough to like actually speak to more than literally the one time Timothy tries speaking to everyone.
that would work. We spoke a bit more than normal. Kind of became what amounts to friends.
Creepily leering over your shoulder. Know any secrets, bro?
What? What's with the missing eye?
Dick move.
I see what you mean there. Fuck every time. Damn it. Bad.
And speaking of, for the most part, Rose wears a pair of glasses with one of the eyes like blocked out.
Classy.
Ah, sweet. We
Only
can be
one of them?
sunglasses as bros.
One of them, like the other, is an actual
Lens.
corrective lens.
Bond over glasses.
You
It's gonna
can
be.
get
It's gonna be
corrective
fantastic.
lenses that are tinted.
No, but one is like specifically made for people, who don't have an eye, so it's fully blacked
Fair
out.
enough. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, excellent. So these are the ways in which you know each other, at least even loosely, and I can use that connection in order to make things happen, thankfully. Now then, the question is, do you want to save the actual, I guess big old start of the game for next time, or would you like to do anything introductory now? I know that it has reached kind of late o'clock.
I'm okay with doing like introductory stuff now, but if people want to save it for next time, I am also okay with that.
I'm good for whatever. It's only 7 where I am.
It's only 9 where I am, and I'm totally good for under.
It's only 10 where I am.
Excellent. It's only 3 in the morning where I am. No, I'm kidding. So it's only 9 to me. So we're all good.
Super late owl storyteller.
Yep. Okay then, great. So,
Alright.
get my stretch on.
I mean, gonna take a break to get a beer.
That sounds like a
Come,
good
get
idea
your
then.
stretch on. Come on, get your stretch on.
Oh, take a break, get a beer. Be right back.
Maybe.
Okay. probably grab a token that is just like the party.
I still don't understand how people can drink beer.
What's not to understand? It's wonderful.
It tastes like shit though.
It does not.
I'm with
What type
DCL.
of beer have you been drinking, you guys?
Well,
They're American.
I mean, there's that.
There are American good beers and American bad beers. Just because they're all weak as piss doesn't mean that they don't have a variety in flavors.
Okay.
I mean, there's probably some good tasting beer out on, but all that I've tasted, like all of American popular beers, are pretty shitty.
I don't like the bitter taste of beer. I am a girly drink person.
I think I am too. I like the sweet drinks.
I got shit from that from Fen until, he heard that I was transgender.
That definitely helps. There you go. Like the party's token is the ice cream truck from hell.
I hope that's not what my car looks like.
No. Actually, yours might look like this.
Holy crap, I'm not a Mad Max character.
I will grab a token and make it into a valuable one at some point. But
I would not blame you if you just grabbed the mystery mobile, even though it's not that, but it pretty much is that.
And I'm back. I was actually looking for because there was one Scooby-Doo episode where the mystery mobile got taken over by ghosts and it became all like black and skull-like. I was looking for that, but couldn't find it.
The question is, do I want to make my character a secret edgelord to justify that? Is he going to be Reaper, or is this completely balls to the walls with stuff like that?
Now you leave edgelording for me and Kanathis and D.
Such edgelord. Such an edgelord. Oh my god.
I'm gonna share my dark pain with you.
And then I'm gonna eat your fear, bro.
Actually, Scout, before we actually start, I did want to ask you quickly about equipment because a couple of other people did, but I didn't actually get around to it.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I start with a rapier?
Is there someone who would have taught you to fight with a rapier at some point?
Quite possibly my sire would have done. It is a reasonably traditional weapon, and for like fighting duels, and the Invictus is all about tradition, and he was turning me to be someone who worked for an Invictus member as like an appropriate Invictus servant.
Okay, I have no issues. You can
there may
certainly
be
have a
some
rapier.
I need to go over with you later on my character list. Namely, I think stuff like the suppressor for my pistol. If you think if that's just too hard to get or too uncommon, I'll just give it up.
You're in America, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, even in California, it's a little harder, but you can make one pretty easy. You can make one out of little, what are they called? Those little bike pegs.
Oh, you mean the ones you put on the back of a BMX and then...
Yep.
Yeah.
You can make a suppressor very easy out of those.
Yeah, if you want to have a pistol, you can have a pistol. I mean, fucking, if you know how to shoot a gun, to you it's really not that hard to acquire one.
Yeah, my character is good with weapons. At least decent.
My character's probably going to have a sidearm, just haven't decided which one yet.
At this point, just waiting for Scal to set the scene.
I'm making a party token. I'm a cool person. Export. New. Great. I will pull that in a second. Is there anything else in the way of equipment that you want to ask about, or forever hold your peace?
Motorcycle?
Motorcycle? Tell me about your motorcycle.
About 10 years old. Fixed it up. got it in like a police auction.
Excellent. Yeah, you can absolutely
The
own it.
previous owner fucking crashed it trying to run from the cops. So it's pretty cheap. Nobody else wanted it. Bought it, fixed it up.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine for you to own.
Yeah, probably just have like fairly run of the mill black 4-door sedan.
Sure thing.
Quick question. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm looking in like the World of Darkness armory. It doesn't have the initiative penalties for any weapons in it. So does anyone know what the initiative penalty would be for a rapier?
I believe the initiative penalty for a rapier should be 2, or it should be 2 or 1 at least. Yeah, let me look up the actual weapon.
I will say it also kind of depends on how you carry it on your person.
It is -2. If you have it holstered, it is not a penalty, but when you have it like actually armed, you get an initiative penalty, I believe.
Sorry, what?
Okay, it's like if you have the penalty taken to initiative when wielding the weapon. If using more than one weapon, take the higher penalty and increase it by 1. Basically, if you have your rapier actually out, you take a penalty to your initiative when initiative rolls start. That is
Okay, so
-2.
the initiative penalty for rapier is -2. Okay,
Yes.
that's all I needed to know. You
Sorry.
sort of confused me when you said. Yeah.
The rapier is in the core book.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. I just control that for it.
Yeah.
Is
Page
181.
269. Oh, or 181.
Wow. Okay. Our PDF readers are dramatically different than with their paging.
Thank
Drastic.
you.
Or are you double paging?
No, I don't think I'm double paging. And the PDF I'm in, the page is 180 on itself, and then 181 with the PDF reader.
Oh, you're in
Vampire the Masquerade.
Vampire. Yeah. I was
The
looking in the
Requiem.
core rulebook.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So should I just use the stats from the Vampire book because they do slightly differ from the World of Darkness Armory book in that the Vampire book gives it a damage of 1, the World of Darkness book gives it a damage of 2.
The new core books are the more recent, so
Okay.
Armory is outdated.
Thank you. And also, possibly asking about armor of some sort, but I haven't
What
actually looked at,
kind of
specific
armor?
armors.
Oh, okay. It's reasonable to expect that, particularly for vampires that have been around for a while, that you've found time over your many years to actually equip yourself for the job that you find yourself doing. You try and fulfill an enforcery role, so it would be ridiculous for you to have been doing that already for a while without any gear. So, as long as it's within reason, I'm not going to say no.
Just like a leather jacket for me.
Sweet.
Reinforced clothing. Good for
Good for tussle.
motorcycles.
Sweet.
I do have a ballistic vest, but most of the time I'm just in like white suit shirt and black pants.
And say white suit pants, just imagine like a fucking track onesie.
I know. I fucked that up.
I wasn't aware that you were hanging around with a chav.
No, Russians. Gotta have that full tracksuit. Do the
Oh my
Nico, it's your cousin. Why don't you
Oh,
take me
fuck.
bowling?
the Slav squat.
Oh yeah, Slav squat though. As much as I love the Russians, fucking Nico's cousin can like go straight the fuck off.
I love that Miracle of Sound song. It's just the song of Nico's cousin.
God damn it,
Have you heard it? It's fantastic.
I have not.
Third,
Yes.
the coverage for armor, is that always used, or is that just like when people are specifically trying to target a limb, or what?
Do not know actually. Third.
I think that's just when they're trying to hit something specific.
So I could just take a Kevlar vest, get it, and get the
Alright.
application of that whenever people are not whenever people are not specifically shooting around that.
All right. If they would specifically shoot at your head, they would ignore it.
But they would have penalties to trying to get your head.
Right.
Okay, Scout, can I have a Kevlar vest?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
It would be crazy.
Vampires really need to be more immune to bullets.
Yep.
Really,
what you need is some kind of anti-decapitation
least,
vest.
As someone who is trying to like enforce a masquerade, it's like if I've been shot and there are people around and killing all of them would be a bit much. I need to just be able to like pull open my shirt, show yeah I have a bulletproof vest, and then they'll think because they've seen Hollywood movies. Oh yeah, he's fine.
Everyone knows bullets can't melt steel beams.
Oh my fucking god.
Technically true.
The best kind of true.
I think they technically can, but most bullets can't. You have to have very
Very
specific
special.
amounts of bullets in a suitably large number.
Just holding down
White
a fire.
phosphorus
and...
bullets.
Yeah.
Everyone knows white phosphorus bullets can't melt steel beams. It's just fun to say that shit over and over again. And there's somewhere out there, some fucking truther scrub is just getting his hackles up and he doesn't even know why. It's like when someone steps up.
7-Eleven was a part-time job.
Nice. Okay then.
Oh, you were so cuddly, puppy.
And now you're a
you're
pain
so
in the
cuddly.
ass. Now it's being a pain in the ass, I'm sure of it. It's only a matter of time. Nico, it's your cousin. Why don't you take me bowling? Alrighty. It is September the 3rd. It is... Night has fallen. It's looking like... So... We're just coming up on midnight now, and the street lights have flooded the skies with their own artificial grace. It's a clear, cloudless night. The moon is... full. I don't know what moon cycle it'll be 3rd of September this year. It's that, whatever that is. Oh, it was way off. It's it's like the moon is almost invisible. It is so small. There you go. Thanks, whatever nerd put together a moon phase calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So, although the streets themselves are bright, the sky is utterly dark. A few barest stars can be made out amongst the sort of light pollution that stains a massive city, such as the one that you live in, San Posada. As of right now, it is entirely likely that you're all located in the Elysium. At least at this point in time. What would you all be doing if that were the case?
Okay, so real quick question again. What does the Elysium like usually gather for? To refresh my memory.
Socialization among vampires. It is a neutral zone.
The only time
Then
that you can show your dirge without having a mask in place.
My character would rather be looking for jobs or trying to figure out what's going around the city to try to see where he could head to next.
I think we roll a d10. And that's
How
what
much
we
of
start with.
Vita you start with? I will double check. Chapter 3, Laws of the Dead. Vitae.
Fatality.
It determines how much you may store. Blah blah blah. Next. Next. Disciplines, whatever. Next. Game
Shall
tense,
we
whatever.
just go with what?
Yeah,
Third
I like the
thinks?
sound of that. Roll a d10, you get to start with it.
I am starving.
You're supposed to roll a 1d10, right? How did you get a 0 on a 1d10?
No, 0 successes. Didn't get an 8, a 9, or a 10.
Oh,
It rolled a 3, so I am fucking starving.
God, all of you have
I
had
guess-
it's been a rough time. So it's entirely
Yeah.
possible that although you all gathered at the Elysium with a role in mind, you have needs, certain needs that need to be fulfilled. Sunrise is a great period of time away, but none of you are feeling particularly flush. You all have your usual places, you like to go to those. But where do you go and what do you do?
Hang out looking at the sharks while people are talking.
Okay, excellent.
I'm going to be talking in hushed whispers to another member of the Order Dracul, comparing rituals.
my character does not know Third's character, right?
Probably not.
How many times has she been to the asylum, the Elysium?
To the asylum.
Probably a few.
Hmm.
Probably only really talks to Timothy for the most part.
Okay, then I guess my character coming over here and is just now seeing Third's character will most likely walk up and tap her on the shoulder.
I like that one more.
Turn around.
Excuse me, I know this may seem weird, but I have not seen you around here.
Yeah, I haven't seen you either. Is that a problem or?
No, not problem. I was just curious if you were new.
Not really.
Then it is strange that
I guess kind of, but also, if we're just encountering each other for the first time, I believe our predators have to encounter each other. Our beasts.
You're beast. You gotta enter beast mode.
Wait, say that again. My internet cut out.
This is our first encounter. Our beasts have to like hash it out between us.
Okay, out of character, is that a rule?
I'm finding it here. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up at the same time. Doop 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 doop. Was it under a section of the Dance Macabre?
May have needed to read more of the flavor text for the.
Yeah, gotta really rack up that flavor text.
I know I read it like last night, but for the life of me, I can't find it.
Possibly the sympathetic note under the Dance Macabre.
Dance Macabre. A lot of guidance.
Nope.
How do you spell macabre?
Macabre. Yes, my hack was up when I hear people call it macabre.
Macabre. Macabre.
Macabre.
Oh, okay. That's how you actually spell it.
Macabre.
Yeah, that's how I always said it. Macabre.
Yep, macabre.
Macabre, Nicole.
Did I misspeak? Sorry, I was trying to say it that way.
Huh?
No, DCL have been asking how it was spelled. I wrote it out and then went, and also anyone who calls it macabre is an idiot.
It was just like I said it, and then you all took turns saying, "Oh yeah, this is how I say it, and this is how everyone else is an idiot."
Dictus.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Kind. I'm looking for this rule.
I don't know. Maybe they get rid of it.
No, what? It was in the Vampire the Requiem 2.0. I read it last night. I know it was there
Predatory
somewhere.
aura.
I just can't remember where it was. Motherfucker.
They even have a word for young vampire.
Okay.
Fucking duck.
Hmm.
All right. So, predatory
Predatory
auras.
Yeah.
Okay. Every step she takes, every corner she turns, a kindred's beast stands ready to face threats, to defend territory, and most importantly, to feed. To the beast, everything is a challenge, a potential conquest, a meal, or a combination of the three. To other predators, the beast is a palpable thing. This presence, this predatory aura, builds a paradox in kindred society. On one hand, it guarantees vampires remain one misstep away from others' throats. On the other hand, it forces kindred to hold to traditions and propriety, in order to keep the beast at bay and force a modicum of nicety. Without a discipline or the ability to mask the predatory aura, kindred perceive other vampires as their own kind. If they can smell the vampire, they know it's a vampire. If they touch the vampire, they know it's a vampire. This is one-sided in that one character may not notice the other. Further, a vampire can voluntarily intensify their predatory aura to elicit a reaction. Against other kindred, this escalates the encounter. This would either force a fight or flight instinct. Lashing out with the beast takes an instant action, and against a kindred it costs a point of willpower. It is free, of course, to bring upon a mortal. There are different aspects of the beast, and you can use it to lash out at people. The monstrous beast, the beast as destroyer, it evokes the primitive survival instincts and causes the bestial condition. The seductive beast represents the beast as a tempter and evokes the primal need for instant gratification. And the challenging beast presents the beast as alpha. It evokes the need for a rigid hierarchy and a food chain and causes the competitive condition.
Okay, so it's no longer just a passive thing. It's you gotta actually use it.
Yeah, your beast will be aware unless you're hiding it. The moment that you notice each other properly and, take in each other's appearances, but that should be obvious considering you're both in the Elysium. You would have to both lash out on purpose. I think the idea is in a lot of cases they would make challenging rolls to see who was like fucking top cat of the new two meeting people.
In the first edition of Requiem, that's how it worked. When you meet for the first time, the beasts instinctively like lash out at each other, and the more powerful one usually wins and forces the other into a fight or flight.
Yep.
Okay. So do we still have to do that?
No, doesn't look like it anymore.
I don't see a thing that says that you have to, but in this case, if you wanted to, then you would be able to roll the beasts against each other if you wanted to do that. A success would give you a bonus on pursuing the interests of their aspect.
It looks like they got rid of the passive thing.
Yeah.
In 2.0, so never mind.
So does your character still mention that, or
What am I mentioning?
the showing the beast thing?
Oh, no. I'll just look Zaire up and down.
He is he's relatively tall, but he's not super bulky or anything. He looks like a security guard.
All right.
That's basically helped by his attire and the fact that he's wearing shades inside. He's got an earpiece.
All right. Rose she's not wearing her glasses right now. Just has hair over one eye. That emo look,
Oh.
Is there something you want, or
I hope I'm not appearing to be rude. My name is Zaire, and generally you can call me a mercenary of sorts.
Okay. I don't really run this place, so want to talk with someone in charge. You know, I'm not him or not her. So
Well, wait, out of character real quick. My character would generally know who's in charge, right?
That's correct. You've been there a few times. You know who is in charge, and most of them don't really just talk to any old person. And as of right now, you don't have any recognition. You are just any old kindred to them. Your closest connection, in fact, is Timothy.
Then in character, I'll be like, "Oh, why do you wish to speak to somebody higher up?"
what? No, I I don't need a mercenary.
Oh no, I wasn't coming to proposition a job. I was just curious because I haven't seen you. I generally make a habit of knowing the vampires that frequent the Elysium.
Oh, I'm Rose. Nice to meet you, I guess.
Zaire will offer up a hand.
Hesitate a moment and then shake it.
Now, I will have to ask if you've seen any trouble around time here.
It's an odd question.
Odd
Not really.
question.
Neutral ground.
I thought it was generally wise to keep an eye out for things like that.
Oh, Ben.
Narrow her one eye. Yeah, I guess, but I'm not security here. I don't really keep an eye out for that sort of thing.
Seems strange. Usually it's a good idea to watch your back in all matters. At least that's what I was taught.
All right, well, I guess there was a fire a few nights back. Club, kind of suspicious. That's the best I know of.
Zaire just kind of shrugs at that. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted your time.
Yeah, scratch the back of her head. Good meeting you.
Zaire will awkwardly cough and just kind of shuffle away.
Assuming Timothy has seen the two of you speaking, he will approach he will approach and slip out of the crowd as you seem to start dismissing each other.
All right. So before I leave fully, I'll turn around and see Timothy and smile. My
Timmy.
old friend. Wait. Do you know of Timothy?
So what little thing are you two scheming about?
Oh, I was simply making introductions as I have not seen this around the Elysium.
He's asking weird questions about things that are suspicious, and I don't know. Kind of weirding me out.
Running out of work lately, Zaire? Yes, we've worked together a few times when people have stepped out of line.
Here, can you give me a second? I need to.
I guess if you know him, then he's not all that bad.
He is not all that bad. About as bad as any of the rest of us, really. Not as bad as the worst, and not as good as the best, but right old proper kindred, for the most part.
Zaire kind of makes a small frown at that.
I think I am a fine vampire.
Isn't that what I said? A fine vampire is far from the best vampire. Most vampires are about fine.
But you said I was a fine vampire. I think I am a fine vampire. Better than fine.
It's the capital F there. Can't
See?
you hear it?
She understands.
No. Uh, perhaps, perhaps you will be. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? Give it another 50 odd years. Let a lot of us all stop being neonates. Then we'll see if you get a capital F.
Zaire just kind of nods as if she said something.
As if that wasn't just crazy talk. Say, it's about this time that, likely Timothy, and in fact, third jury, Rose is a keen observer.
Mm-hmm.
There is a shared look between the bartender and Timothy. She points at him and then motions actually quite specifically at you, although the motion itself was intended to be subtle. It's obvious that it caught Timothy's attention at the very least. As to what it's about, it might be hard to tell.
Okay. Just
And
watch my flanks kind of surreptitiously.
You what, sorry?
Watching my flanks surreptitiously. Making sure, no one else is, sneaking up on me.
You're keeping an eye out for a two-man grift or something.
Yeah.
Like, she looked away, get her!
I know how this shit works. Like,
Uh,
the leader of Elysium's motioning at me. Like, I just want to make sure.
The bartender
in
isn't
trouble.
the leader of Elysium.
she's
just
definitely
a
one of the. She's
senior
definitely
figure
she's definitely
in
one of the
Elysium.
pillars. The main leader of the Elysium, actually, I should add, is someone that you don't see often. Even Timothy, I think you will have seen them once or twice, and if even then, only in passing.
Well,
And
Well, one of
well,
the big players that we.
yeah,
Elysium.
definitely, Elysium's biggest big player is not really someone that you've come into contact with.
would I know
High
this
up.
as well?
Would you know who? Sorry, well.
Would I know this as well?
Yes, you would. Yeah, you've spent an amount of time there. Generally, this person is such a Billy Big Balls that most kindred that aren't immediately new will know of this figure. They don't have a real name for him. They just know them as the one in charge of the Elysium. They don't seem to like titles or anything. Any attempts that most people who haven't got a decent amount of recognition make are pretty much immediately faced off by a predatory aura that is trying to knock them down the totem pole, as it were. So it's like,
Squint.
approaching them without a serious major reason why is like grounds for getting immediately like the not looking at you bitch smackdown. They have a huge aura, stupidly huge aura. In this case, the bartender is just one of those pillars that help run the day-to-day. She's definitely one of the... I wouldn't say charismatic so much as she has to do all of the talking, but she's not very pleasant about it. But she is the public face lady of the whole Elysium's day-to-day running, or night-to-night running, even.
Claire's curiosity would be piqued. I mean, there's just this random kindred, some dude that looks like a bouncer comes up and talks to her. Another dude comes up, and then the big host motions over for both of them.
Did Claire actually notice that?
I do not know. Do I have to make a roll for that?
Seems like a good idea, actually.
Okie dokie.
Let's see here.
I actually don't know how to do that. Is there a dice roller on the character sheet?
There is, on the character sheet in the top right corner, you can see there's a dice thing that says sheet roll, attack roll,
Yep.
or simple roll.
You can select, click on an attribute and a skill, and hit roll. Ask you for any additional modifiers.
Alrighty.
That is such a cool feature.
It's fantastic, and I love it.
Now, do I have to roll for anything to notice that?
That's correct.
Would
What
that
are they
be like?
rolling?
Would that be an empathy roll?
It would be wits.
Wits.
Because you're
So
picking
click
up on a visual cue.
sheet roll, click on wits, and then click the little die.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
I believe a lot of perception checks are wits and composure.
That's
Wits
correct.
and composure.
Oh, and
I think.
Input value modifiers? No modifiers, right?
you have
Oh,
I would say that these people
3?
command a lot of attention. I would give you a modifier of 1, just to give you a
Mhm.
little bit of an extra edge in succeeding.
so of what?
So your modifier would be 1, and then hit OK.
What is empathy?
Okie dokie.
Empathy is how you read like a
Nope.
conversation.
Okay.
I noticed nothing. I'm way too intrigued in what I'm doing right now.
Not only do you fail, but that would be grounds for what we like to call a dramatic failure. Oh, if it is it wits plus okay. Also, roll it again with or just roll only your composure. And we'll add them together. If there's any successes in your composure, you still succeeded.
Wits plus composure. Gotcha.
Yep, so
Technically, dramatic failure is when you're reduced to a chance die,
okay.
I don't.
And
I
you
don't
get
know
a
what that is.
failure.
That's right. Yes, you can turn a normal failure into a dramatic failure in order to receive beats.
And
Right.
the modifier is 0, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we're just going to find out your
Okie
composure if
dokie.
you got a success on that as well. You did. Okay.
One
Yeah,
success.
you noticed. You noticed that there was this sort of pointed look between them.
Squint. Yes. Hang on.
Let's see yours as well there for Zaya. See how well he notices.
Okay. 0. Zyra is too busy contemplating the wise words of Timothy.
Too busy thinking about what it means to be capital F-ine.
Can
Okay.
I? Okay, go ahead.
So, from Rosa's perspective, there was just the minutest moment where the person you're speaking to's attention was drawn away towards the person over your shoulder, and a tiny glance of your own reveals that it is the bartender. And it's entirely likely that Timothy knows exactly what is being conveyed, but I don't know. Could mean anything, frankly. It was just literally a point between the two of you. Zaya himself is he is contemplating fine versus fine. Claire, from the distance, you have noticed this pointed look and then this relatively new figure here that I don't believe you will have been introduced to, sort of looking concerned and over her shoulder just to make sure that she isn't being snuck up on or anything. You have no idea what's about to happen, however.
With beast hackles, can I determine if they're likely to lapse into violence? Beast hackles is 128 of the.
So you're
Requiem
using
2.0.
Auspex 1, yeah?
Yes, and another vampire cannot know that another kindred cannot know that I'm using it. Other vampires have no way of knowing if someone is using Auspex. She wants to know if she should get GTFO.
Ah, interesting. Let's have a look here.
Don't you have to make a roll for Auspex?
Yes, I do. I'm asking if I can.
I will never stop anyone from making a roll about anything as
Okay.
long as they consider it.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna do that.
Wits, empathy, and auspex.
Wits,
Yarp.
empathy, Auspex.
Wits plus empathy plus auspex.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Third, if that's what you said. If
Yep.
that is what you said for first, it came through as its empathy and Auspex.
Clicked on the wrong
which
thing.
is the problem.
Oh, you've done wits, composure,
yeah,
and
I
auspex.
did say wits, but it didn't come out.
Let's see here. Is it on any of the 3 dice? One of those successes is on the first 3 dice. So I'm just gonna say whatever. You did roll at least one success, even if you'd done it on the wrong stat for that second load.
Sorry about that. Wrong one.
It's okay, no problem. Okay.
Actually, they're both I have 2 points in empathy too. I'm not sure if it's the same die though.
It's close enough. Whatever.
It's always a
It's
D10.
always a D10.
Okie dokie.
And yeah, I mean, luckily it shows a little breakdown of dice. Regardless, the very first 3 wit die, one of those was a 10. So I mean, you know what's up.
Yeah.
So, does Claire sense some kind of possible confrontation between Timothy and Rose? You guys tell me.
No,
There you go.
I'm just slightly suspicious that the bartender would be motioning at me, but
Well, no, it was for the bartender and what's her Rose when when a mover and shaker gestures to a relatively new person, just squint.
Ah,
Oh yeah, just completely ignore the middleman. Okay.
Mm, yeah, but I don't know.
you don't
I
sense
can
the...
include you in the aspects. I can do it for multiple people.
Yeah. You don't sense from Rose, at least to any degree, that she's actively being a threat to anyone. She's definitely threatening just in general, but not actively. It doesn't look like there's going to be some kind of fight, at least not triggered by her.
All right.
And
I'm
were
not
you
threatening
including
in
Timothy?
general.
Not Rose.
I'm not
Bartender.
scary, guys, I
Bartender
swear.
threatening in general.
Oh,
Alright,
okay.
tongue tie.
Were you actually including Timothy, Stray, or not?
Yeah, that's pretty much the entire group.
Okay. You would be able to detect that Timothy is very much ready to jump into violence, but is unlikely to initiate violence of his own accord.
That sounds like a very vampire thing. Everyone's ready for shit hit the fan, but no one wants to. No one's intending to throw a blow right now.
Not Zaire right now. Zaire is
So-
in contemplation.
So easygoing, normal, easygoing.
Fair.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Balls in Timothy's court.
Say, Rose, have
What's
you
up?
actually met my employer before?
I do not believe so.
Well.
I really haven't met anybody high up.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Why don't I introduce you? She might actually have some decent work for you. Can make good use of your talents. Good use
Yeah,
of what
sure.
you would like your talents to be. And Zaire, why don't you come as well? I know for a fact that you've met her, but
Yes? Oh, you want me to come as well?
yes.
I do not see
We'll
why
see
not.
if there's a new opportunity for you, why don't we?
Zaire pretty much shrugs and nods. I do not see why not. I was going to ask for a job anyway.
I thought as much. Rare to see you here if you aren't out of work.
He does this a lot.
Idle hands are nothing but a waste of time. It is best to be searching for new ventures all the time.
He does this a lot. Gotcha.
But he has such a charming way of putting a yes, doesn't he?
Zaire just makes a face. It says, I wasn't trying to be charming.
You Zarya or Zaire? I'm
He
just
wants to
picturing,
hug you like
this
a big
muscle
fuzzy
bound-
Siberian bear.
I think it's Zaire, but Scala said Zarya several times, so
I've
I'm
said
kind of going
Zaire.
with that. Huh?
I've said
Okay,
so.
now I'm confused.
I've only heard Zarya from you. Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
then I'm being DC elegant. It's Zaire.
Timothy will flash Zaire a grin and just then take both of you over to the bartender.
Timothy, I see you've decided to bring them directly over. Fair enough. Greetings. You may call me the bartender, and no, I will not fix you a drink.
Ah, greetings, my old employer. Zaire will give a bow.
What?
She smiles and nods, like the little half nod down the nose.
Why the bartender then?
Because
don't
at
do
the very
drinks.
least, I always seem to be behind the bar.
Zaire will bend over and whisper Rose's ears. Wait, is the bartender she? She does not
Correct.
often share the drinks.
Just furrow my brow. I'm not even gonna touch it.
Very sensible. Now then, it would be, it was my hope at least that Timothy would raise the matter himself. He certainly had all of the information to... You know, whatever, I suppose I could have done with a chat. There was a fire.
But if there was anything, I had thought you would like to hear it from the source yourself, mistress.
Goodness me, so that I should be interested and involved in just about everything.
Something that you told me you thought was suspicious. Forgive me if I had thought that you cared a little.
I care but a little. I think care is a strong word. More that I know that there are matters that as long as I push them into the hands of someone else, they can handle it themselves. Far be it for me to have to hand through everything, Timothy. Regardless, I suppose I'm involved now. Timothy, what's this one's name? He sort of pauses and nods towards Rose.
Third,
give-
do I know your character's surname?
Yep. Rose Lawson.
Ah, okay. Scow has yet to change that on the main sheet.
Let's do that now.
This one, mistress, is Rose Lawson. The one you wanted. I brought Zaire because he has been useful in the past, and I am not good at negotiating rates with one like him.
The adventure is its own payment.
Of course. Yes, you've done fairly decent work before. Maybe if it requires a slightly heavier touch, you will be of assistance.
Now, when you say fairly, do you mean fairly with a capital?
That doesn't matter right now, Zaire. Just listen to the job.
Zaire will not.
Yes, of course. She'll pause and furrow her brow for a moment. Miss Lawson, I believe you are one of the few kindred, or at least you match the description given to me by one of my, I will say, associates, as a potential witness of a happening at the Little Inferno.
Sink her head down. Yeah?
Yes, it is of my belief that there was a rather sudden and unexplained combustion. Such a matter is no doubt more than trying for any member of the kindred to witness, and I was wondering if you could tell me what you saw.
What did I saw?
You tell me. I'm giving you the chance to make it up. Everyone actually has their own different pieces of information about this whole place. I've secretly snucky whispered them, but now I'm going to get you all to build what happened.
So sneaky.
I wasn't at the club at the night in question, but I did see the fire. I was driving past. It was pretty intense. here there were might have been suspicious circumstances, but I don't know. I
Hmm.
just kept it clear.
What
Interesting.
brought you to the area near the Little Inferno, Rose?
I live in the area, work in the area, sometimes go to the club.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Sometimes I
Um,
feed there, you know.
Fair. Now, is
Of
everything
course.
Rose said the whole truth?
Yeah.
Okay then, and she'll look Rose over and go, very well, I see. It is entirely possible then that there is someone matching your at least rough, very rough appearance at that location.
Claire's gonna try to meet the bartender's eye from where she's standing.
If you make it obvious enough, then yeah, she'll glance over her shoulder and hear questioningly.
Can the attentive ones among us make a roll to notice that?
I think it's obvious enough that you probably did notice. She turns her head visibly to look directly at Claire.
Okay.
Not to eavesdrop, but by any chance was there anything recovered from the blaze?
You have a personal stake in this matter, Madame. She pauses for a second. Rosencourt?
Rokencourt.
I was close. You have a personal stake in this, Madame Rokencourt?
There was a piece of personal property I was to collect. It seems that it may have been destroyed. I certainly hope not.
Personal property. This personal property wasn't some incendiary device, was it?
No, just a dusty old tome.
Since when are those mutually exclusive, Miss Rokencourt?
Wait, what? I didn't hear that.
Since when have those been mutually exclusive, Miss Rokencourt?
Good point, but I highly doubt it spontaneously combusted.
Yes, interesting. Well, as it stands right now, as far as the only information we have is that there was someone who very closely matched your description, Miss Lawson, who was actually there on the floor when one of the kindred burst into flames. As you would expect, their reaction was nothing short of sheer mind-numbing panic, and it...
Pardon, mistress.
A kindred.
One of the kindred themselves burst into flames.
Ah, have your attention properly now, do I, Timothy?
Why have I not heard of this?
Indeed, why haven't you?
Well, I suppose I might have, but I assumed the Little Inferno was supposed to come on fire. Wasn't that why it was named so?
It's literary reference. Dante's Inferno.
Yes,
Dante's-
Read a book.
Yes, the owner Dante quite likes his literary references. Yes, no, the spontaneous combustion wasn't an object so much as it was a person, one of our very own. The issue is, of course, we are left with no motive. We are left with no apparently on-the-ground witnesses. It was my hope that Miss Lawson was the very one we would been waiting for.
Well, you should have mentioned that.
Oh no, it's
want to
been
make
said that way now, and now I get to just twist the story somehow.
Would it be an academics or a cult roll to see if I can think of anything that would cause a kindred to spontaneously combust?
I believe both.
Okie dokie.
Mash both of those together and give them a roll. Anyone
Can
else
I
is
make
welcome to do
an
the same.
Intelligence and occult roll.
Yeah.
I am not gonna bother.
I should do intelligent. Oh wait, it doesn't allow me to do academics and occult at the same time. Why?
So it,
Uh,
it
It's always an attribute and a skill, not two skills.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So
I'll just do
intelligence and then
Okay.
whichever of those skills you're better at.
yes.
What's that, Merzendi?
I got one success. So I'll let Stray roll and then I'll see what Timothy thinks from my own reading.
I'm the smartest.
You said
Do we expect a mage or an owl, mistress?
Pardon me, sorry?
Do we suspect a mage or an owl, mistress?
A mage is a highly unlikely situation, although not outside of the realms of possibility. To perform such an act in a very crowded place is beyond sheer stupidity. To be observed while performing is, in and of itself, a massive risk. For an owl, I'm not sure.
Was the vampire in question anybody special?
Just a previous dealer. He had brought in a number of goods from... Goodness, as though I could remember the name. He came in and rode in with one of those biker gangs. Rather... He looks like he should have been rather a more intelligent fellow, but he dressed like a right brute. And he was
So
a dealer of no small consequence.
So no one would have had a reason to put a hit on him so elaborate.
There's nothing elaborate about setting a man aflame, that is for sure.
But suddenly combusting.
Now that
With
is
no
another
trace
point.
or evidence?
There is a reason we fear fire, but again, none of us have any exact description of how this man burst into flames. Indeed, if you were expecting a dusty tome, Claire, it's entirely possible that this dealer was the one that you were waiting for. What was his name?
Oh, sorry. I was reading. Wait, was I told the name?
No, make one up.
Okie dokie.
Derevich Moore.
My new friend Althea Cunningham. Yes, I was supposed to meet someone named Althea Cunningham in a corner booth.
I thought it was a guy.
Was it a guy?
That is a man's name.
It is now.
Althea Cunningham, member of the fucking Brides of Dracula.
He rode in with the Brides of Dracula. She didn't say he was exclusively a member.
Okay.
Sorry, I was reading.
But that is also even better.
I didn't catch the gender. I was reading the manual.
I like Rob suggested it just being Carl, spelt with a K. Carl of the Brides of Dracula.
From fucking what the fuck was that show called? Well, no, I'm done. Nope, can't remember.
Nice
Aqua
try.
Team Hunger Force.
Okay.
Fat guy, Carl.
Yeah. Meet Carl for an Eldritch Tome. None of this matters. Nothing matters.
I see. So this Althea Cunningham is very likely to have been your dealer. Do you have any reason to believe that Althea would be targeted? What were the contents of this tome meant to be describing?
It was just some old rituals, not really written in a dead language, not really of any use to anyone, but someone of my disposition.
Amongst the dead, a dead language is easily spoken. But I understand. You're either keeping your cards close to your chest, or it's really of no importance the content.
Wait, do I need a roll subterfuge for that?
The question is, do you want the contents to have been a sneaky secret? In which case, then yes, absolutely.
I will.
Awesome.
Nope.
Yeah, she's I don't know. We'll see how well she does for actually.
Would it just be subterfuge, or would it be subterfuge plus one of the attributes? Like
Oh, right. That'd probably
subterfuge
be.
plus manipulation.
Yes.
It'd probably be subterfuge plus manipulation. Or maybe subterfuge plus composure if they're trying to read you.
Which one?
I would
Scout.
say the safe bet is manipulation,
Manipulation.
but in an RP sense, I can understand it being composure.
Okay. Kind of succeeded.
Well, let's see here. She got 3 successes herself, so you got at least 1 success, so it's obvious that you're keeping something to your chest, and it's not overt enough that she's going to immediately call bullshit on you. Very well then, I suppose it is of no major import.
Should I make a roll as well to see through?
You
possible
want,
lies?
if you're absolutely welcome. Again, if ever you want to roll for some reason, then just
I'm
say. You
not
don't have to ask, you just do.
sure what the roll would be is the thing.
Well, put it this way, how would you try and cut through someone's bullshit? What do you define that kind of thinking as?
I honestly don't know.
It would likely be wits and composure, the same means by which you do a perception check. Just happens to be that it is more person-centric, is the easy way to put it.
Okay. Wits and composure. Would empathy be involved?
You have the ability of empathy, then yes.
I don't actually have empathy. I'm mostly just asking to see if I get a -1 for not having any dots in empathy.
You're not trying to be empathic, you're just listening in on a story and trying to cut through any bullshit, so no, in this case I would not challenge you over empathy.
Okay. No exceptional success, so I'm no better than the bartender, so...
Excellent. Your bullshit remains unpunished.
Woo!
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, you get through that, keeping any information you had hidden to yourself at least not incredibly obvious. Let's put it that way. But, let's have a look here. The bartender looks between the group of you and sort of a frown slowly building itself on her face. It would seem that I have at least some manner of work available. A reward I have not yet considered, but I'm sure it would be forthcoming should you find the answers to the following. 1, of course, who the perpetrator of this is. 2, the method by which this Alpheus was inflamed. And 3, if there are any other possible targets or any more information that is of relevance, we would like to be informed at the latest. A vampire being burst aflame, as you can expect, gets a very vigorous reaction, the kind of thing that happens to put our identities at risk. I'm sure all of you would react less than composed in such a situation yourselves. You can see why it would be quite dangerous depending on the kindred aflamed.
Zaire kind of just puffs his chest out a little bit.
Yeah, fire bad, fire scary, fire make vampire crazy.
I must concur. If I were set on fire, I'd probably run around and scream like a little girl.
Yep, but then also imagine you had the power of 1,000 little girls, power to smash together and able to destroy things.
I do not have the power of 1,000 little girls.
What do you wish of the mortal witnesses, mistress?
There are a number of them who haven't shown themselves since the actual event. Most sort of passed it off as A man high on drugs, performing to actions mildly beyond normal human strength, and
I
being
take
set
it
aflame
those
and covered with liquor. You know how it goes.
I take it those ones can simply be left to their illusions of normalcy.
That is
Oh,
correct.
what was the police report?
That is not
Surely there
something
was an investigation.
There almost certainly was, but it's not something that we have acquired ourselves. She'll ponder for a moment and reach into. I should probably describe that she's dressed in like a very closely tailored, fine silken. I suppose a business suit, but with obviously sculpted for a woman's stature is the easiest way to describe it. She reaches into a pocket of it and pulls out a card and a rather gilded-looking pen.
If it is an issue of silencing, you know my family is.
Of course, of course. No, this wouldn't be a matter of silencing any of the kind. It's not necessary at this point. As for the police report, there will have been someone on the ground to ensure that the remains were not given overt attention. Indeed, there were little to no remains after being fully inflamed. One of the minor blessings, I suppose, and she'll continue to write out on this little card and she'll hold it out towards Timothy.
Okay, he will take the card. I assume he's familiar with what this sort of card is for.
On the card is is an address, and it would appear to have the name of Dante on it. So you would assume the owner of the Little Inferno. And below that then is... God, I guess it would be her little stamp, as though notifying that this came directly from her, and so that might give you some kind of sway when actually asking people for information. Regardless, so if you're not the person asking, that they can at least flash that card and be like, hey, I've got at least some manner of authority to go sort of turning noses up, that kind of thing.
Okie dokie.
Also, with my 2 successes with intelligence and academics, didn't tell me if I could remember anything that would cause a vampire to spontaneously combust. Oop, I did thing again.
Okay, spontaneously combust is a tough one. There is definitely magical means to do so, but there are also technological means to do so. If anything, like just an appropriately large flame pressed against a vampire, and if they were particularly far along vampires and rather deep in, then they would be very, very vulnerable to just bursting into goddamn flames. So, since she doesn't know technically if it was a spontaneous combustion, that just might be the description that was used to describe this person so quickly becoming a fucking screaming, furniture smashing fireball.
Alright.
Right. So we must find out the who, why, and how.
This is correct.
There will not.
And you there, Miss Lawson?
Yeah.
This would be an interesting opportunity for you to, I suppose, get more involved, and we are certainly forthcoming with rewards when it comes to those that do us well and help protect the masquerade. As well as if there is someone who appears to be at least close to your appearance, it would do well for you to show some kind of caution.
All right. Yeah, I can about, I guess. I'm not really like, no, never mind. I'll help. I'll help.
Excellent. For a second, like her face was like slowly descending into like a glower as there was anything along the lines of refusal. But then you're like, I'll help. Her features, well, as much as her features can brighten, they brighten up again to a degree. Very good. That is all. And she will literally walk behind the bar and pour herself something and appear to sip from a glass.
That's her way of saying fuck off.
That's correct.
I will look hopeful when she's pouring a drink.
Zaire will nudge Rose a little bit again. Remember what I said about sharing.
It's caring.
But
Timothy will also
She's
look
called
pretty
the
hopeful.
bartender.
I mentioned earlier how she did not share.
Why does she call herself the bartender if she doesn't tend bar?
It is one of life's many questions.
Asking
I'm
Zaire
so
the
thirsty.
literal is not the person to is another person to ask that question to. Is bartender spelled with a capital F?
That is the question.
It's a very important question.
Now, come along though. We have a job to do.
I will say it again though that it's true. You're all probably quite hungry.
Yeah.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Hey, we stop for a bite to eat?
Ah, yes, of course. I was going to head down to my family's bar before getting to any serious matters.
Is the little inferno still like operational? Or did they shut
When's the
down?
last time you went around there? Because it's the third now, and it was a couple days when there was the fire inside. Have you seen it recently? Was there a quick turnaround?
I don't know. I'm asking you, the DM.
Oh, all right, fine. It's unlikely that they're fully reopened right now. Indeed, the last time you sort of drove past there was police tape up. Indeed, if you were actually to go into Little Inferno, it might require a little bit of breaking and entering.
It's also probably
Ah.
not. Wait, if was she suggesting to go to the Little Inferno?
That's why I was asking the DM.
Yeah.
Ah,
So that might even explain your hunger. Your usual choice feeding area is currently not doing too good.
You guys know any good places to eat?
I did offer my family's place. It's a little
If
on the
it
expensive.
can support more than simply your family, then that would be ideal.
Well, since we're all currently working on a job together, the invitation extends to all of
As long as they know we're with you and don't think we're impeding on their territory, it is a crime to feed in someone else's.
Of course, but to my family, there is nothing more sacred than fellow partners.
As you will, then.
Zero will nod and lead the way then.
Excellent.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
It is a little expensive, so
Hey, it's your treat.
If-
Zaire is
if-
going to kind of look at his pocket where his wallet is kept and frown a little, but ultimately he'll nod.
If needs must, Claire can float anyone who needs it.
Also,
'Cause apparently
let's
she-
not
3 dots is-
forget.
What?
Let's not forget we're vampires. Unless we are actively using Blush of Life, we literally vomit up any food or drink.
No, but I
so
thought, like,
we
Yes.
just need one little thing to hold.
Well, I mean, you're going to need money to, of course,
Cover
like,
charge.
I thought
yes,
you would,
we could possibly need money to
like, buy drink.
buy drinks for victims.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
You gotta lubricate the ladies.
Sounds like a plan.
Excellent. Okay.
So Zaire will help guide everybody. If they do not have a ride, they can drive with his van.
In the
I'll make
mystery
the offer.
machine.
Yeah. No,
It is
thanks.
it is a Hummer van, so it doesn't look like the most retarded thing in the world. Unless you have a thing against Hummers, and then yes, it does.
It's a Hummer van. Of course, it looks like a retarded thing.
I mean,
Claire.
yeah, but it looks slightly less retarded. I'm hoping.
Claire will follow in her very blending in typical maquette 4-door sedan.
It's crotch
Timothy
rocket time.
will. Timothy will take advantage of the ride in the Hummer van and say, you still have this old dear Zaire? I thought you would have been able to upgrade by now.
It holds sentimental value. This was the first car I ever got shot at in.
Crotch rocket or roadster?
Crotch rocket.
Oh my.
OOC, DCL,
Mhm.
was that a job Timothy and Zaire shared? That was the first that you got shot at in your van?
Do you want to say yes?
I would be a-okay with saying yes, but I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, we'll say yes. And the contents of the van, at least the back, can be shown clearly. There's a few extra guns and tactical vests in there, along with other small amenities that show that he at least lives in there.
Blacked out back windows, I'm sure.
Yes.
I've actually seen one of those stretch Hummer limos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's basically like that, but a little bit taller and stockier.
Yep. You sure? You sure it doesn't look like like that?
Here, I need to click these links.
Oh
Oh my god. Just keep all the guns
Beep,
out
beep.
in their public.
That last one, man.
Look at that tiny little steering wheel as well. It looks like the horn probably goes bep bep.
No. Give
Oh,
me at least a
dear.
little testosterone to my ride.
No, the first one is probably your current ride, and then the Brodozer Mark II is the Hummer limo.
The photo. But yes, he'll drive them down to the Gilded Moon.
So DCL, describe the Gilded Moon.
Oh boy. Well, I would figure that it would be an ivory with some black and gold interior, very like modern style, kind of quiet place, expensive drinks. The kind of people who go there go well dressed and who look like they pretty much just shit money and have it to spare are hanging around because this is the Skyrise. This
Yep, from any of the very, very like heavily blacked out looking windows that from the outside they're all lined with rave lighting, but on the inside everything is entirely artificial, as you would expect, no UV lighting.
UV doesn't affect vampires. It's cool.
I feel like it's a probably a matter of taste, but if you say so.
I mean, in the canon, it doesn't.
In the canon, it actually doesn't. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then fucking great, yeah. It's
Sunlight is more of a mystical thing.
okay. The idea
like-
of revealing all lies in the light, and so it breaks them apart, whoever they are, whatever, blah blah blah.
Like moonlight doesn't affect them.
Moonlight is for mystery.
Tanning beds, just fine.
when I do get out the car, I am going to look at the tire of everybody, give them a once over.
You look over the what? Sorry.
The attire of everybody in my group right now.
Timothy is wearing a nice fitting but not actually tailored suit with an overcoat. Beneath the overcoat is admittedly a rapier and a pistol, but from prior experience you know that it's well within his power to just pass those beneath notice.
And of course, I will extend the offer to leave the gear in the van. If he wants.
If a prior nightclub has had a vampire randomly set aflame, and as a Kybit, Timothy is kind of more weak to flame and sunlight, he's not going to leave himself defenseless.
Zaire will smile and go, I was testing you, old friend. Correct choice. And then he's going to clock the big deagle he has in his pants and put it back in. And no, he doesn't actually have a Desert Eagle.
I keep. Yeah, oh right, yeah, no. He has a Heckler and Koch, but he keeps a Desert Eagle, ladies.
The 50 AE performs so horribly.
So much compensation.
Yeah. And cannon more like spam cannon, frankly.
But he'll cock his own H&K gun he actually and put it back in his pants. And then looking over,
Guys
of
and
course,
your guns.
looking over, of course, was Rose attire.
She is wearing typical crotch rocket leathers.
I don't actually know what the term crotch rocket leather means.
1 second.
Usually, they'll usually wear leather, like leather pants and stuff like that. A little bit loose, but not too tight for like bugs and stuff like that when you're going fast.
If I Google the image, I basically get a lot of biker stuff.
Yeah, biking leathers.
Okay. She does have
Yeah.
kind of like the punk hairstyle and makeup, right?
Eh. She's got the white hair over one eye.
We could pass you off as a trendy white daughter. I mean, trendy rich.
Trendy white daughter. Of course, you forget DCS black, so if they're white,
Like-
they're probably rich, right?
my subtle racism slipped through. I'm sorry.
That's great.
I approve of that look.
Then we'll look up at Claire.
Claire's wearing a dark red dress, flats, not too ostentatious.
Ostentatious.
Yes. Necklace and has a handbag.
I suppose so long as we all have suitable charms, we should have no problem.
That's very insulting to be to have your ability to feed questioned, you guys.
Zaire doesn't know that.
Indeed.
Who did Zaire specifically question?
Not Timothy, because him and Timothy are bros. But
Yeah.
the newcomers, there's Claire and Rose.
What are you questioning about us?
Looks like a well-dressed nerd.
I was not questioning anything.
Okay. Okay.
He was totally judging your ability to feed. He doesn't think you've got it in you. You might be right. You're just so fucking hungry right now.
By the way, DCL, you got a fan blowing in your microphone.
Sorry, ceiling fan. Turn that off right now.
Oh.
So are we actually going through the feeding process, or is that just something we roll for?
Or
and
do we
do?
just do a feeding roll? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what would you prefer? Would you rather roleplay it out, or would you like to go with the dice?
For feeding, my vote is more on the dice, especially since it's going to be a lot of snooty people.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. They're obviously not as fun. It's not as fun as, like, just fucking climb up onto a pole next to the strippers and see what happens.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright.
I ain't looking for anything like permanent, so yeah, just rolling is good.
Yep. Okie dokie.
DCL is taking a line of cocaine. Okay.
You have no proof.
We all heard that.
The cops don't know shit.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyways, what do we roll for feeding?
Okay, let's pull up them Disney dice.
Feeding.
The one who questioned in your ability to feed is probably the worst one at it, by the way. Only got like a 2.
You have a natural bonus to
Yeah.
this just being a fucking family crew house. It's very likely they'll know you by appearance, and you're basically an in for them to talk with rich, important people. So you're actually not. You're actually probably better off than most just because this is fucking easy peasy.
This is true.
You've done this shit before. The reality is you've all done this shit before, so
Yeah.
you probably all.
I wonder
thought
if
it at
vampires
first.
have. But it's like, do vampires have bad nights where they don't get shit because they can't get
They can.
anybody?
Yeah.
Feeding scenes. We offer 2 options with dice and without dice. With
What
dice,
page is that, Lily?
95 and 96.
Thank you.
With dice, use the following system to resolve feeding scenes when you want to roll dice and engage character traits. Dice pool as determined by the action. For example, seduction might require manipulation plus persuasion, and cornering and jumping someone in an alley might be strength and streetwise. Use the attribute skill combination to encompass the whole intended action into a single roll. By spending a point of vitae, you may add an appropriate discipline rating to your roll. If you choose not to do this, consider any failures dramatic failures. Or if you choose to do this, consider any failures dramatic failures and do not take the beat for it. And on a success, things go as intended. Your character finds a suitable vessel and may feed freely with relative safety. Remember to pay attention to the effects of feeding on the vessel. And there's various feeding modifiers
Yep.
shown in there.
Okay then, who would like to go first and describe how you go about getting your feed? How do you go with it's not the typical, nightclubbing crew.
So Zaire will actually make the entrance and try to make his presence known and who his friends are to help give them an end to make them look like they're important too.
Very nice. You've wingman them a feed.
So I need to make a roll, and that is what again? Manipulation plus.
Manipulation and persuasion, I think.
Depending on what you're doing.
Now you see, I don't have persuasion, but I do have empathy. So can I substitute an empathy roll if I play the long haul?
If you're willing to fucking commit in, then yes. You can also pick if you put empathy well enough, you can pick an appropriately miserable, lonely-looking person and play that angle as opposed to actually be persuasive.
Zaire is known as the token nice guy of the bar, so
you get a lot of that'll do tang, don't you?
he will talk. He is willing to go and talk to the lonely-looking mistresses.
It's a strong play right there. It's a strong play.
Oh, I'd say probably empathy and manipulation, right?
Rock and roll.
All right.
Also, I'll give you a modifier of 1 because this is fucking hometown to you.
Case. I don't think I can make the roll if the sheet is disconnected. Here.
It shouldn't be disconnected.
Because you can basically double click it and make it break apart. You said a modifier of like +1?
You'll get a +1. I won't always give that, but you've done this shit before. Ow.
You got a success.
You have empathy 4?
Yeah.
And manipulation 1.
Empathy is used for judging combat tactics and like being, okay, what are they going to do next as well? So that in my character is kind of like a innocent, emotional, nice guy. So I thought it made sense.
You get so much there, pussy.
I guess so. It's just...
But he can't manipulate with a damn.
Having 4 in anything is really good.
Yep.
I got 4 in like 2 things.
Yeah, DCR has 4 and a few things as well. It's all good. That's fine. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it definitely takes you a little bit of time. It's not as easy as it should be. So while you're going about looking for a good target for the old classic, what's everyone else's choice maneuver?
I want to use uncanny perception to find to sense the most vulnerable person, and use that to get a bonus on my persuasion manipulation.
Okay, give it a go.
Let me make sure I have everything unclicked here.
Remember the bonus you get for the wingman.
I don't get that bonus on aspects first.
Oh yeah.
What bonus do we actually get from you being our wingman?
You just don't get the negatives for being dressed wrong for this place.
All right, so does that mean I get a bonus for when I roll my manipulation and persuasion?
I believe so.
Okie dokie.
You would normally roll other things with aspects. You just rolled your aspects.
Yeah,
Oh, I did.
It's okay, you still succeeded on it anyway, so that's
Yeah.
good. way to pull
Yeah,
the college.
Yep, I forgot. My bad.
Succeeding with the bare minimum. Fucking good thing you had that modifier 1, eh? You know, you succeeded in one of the other actual dice. Okay, it's unfamiliar grounds, and it looks like DCL has actually gone for the sappiest broad in the bar. It looks like he knows exactly what the kind of lady that he's after. It's like an iron focus.
Hey, he knows what's up.
Claire, in fact, you tell me, what's this person like then when you find them?
Lonely socialite sort, probably. You know, maybe sitting at the end of the bar.
Do you have a choice
Wait,
gender
wait,
for
no.
a feed?
Female.
So you find yourself a sort of just a vaguely vulnerable-esque looking socialite lass, and yeah, you get her going. You ply her with a few drinks, most likely off of Zaire's promise that he's totally got that tab for you.
Zaire will shed a single tear.
I can
The thought
cover
of his
for
role.
myself. It's
Uh,
fine.
All right. Okay, Rose. In your case, how do you go
I
about
will. I will look for anybody who looks like they might have been stood up.
it?
Kind of like waiting there with a low drink, maybe an couple empty glasses. Male or female, it's fine. And then approach and kind of lay it on a little thick.
Excellent.
You know, act up the flirting. Laugh at every little joke.
Seduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it, and I will even give you a further +1 for you know making a decent go of the describing it.
What bonus then?
So you have your normal rolls, and then you have a thing specifically for seduction, yeah?
Yep. Well, for flirting.
For
But
flirting,
yeah,
sorry.
seduction.
And then an extra +1 because you worded that up a good one, and I want to encourage everyone to also try and do the same. It's the carrot and the stick, and others will see you receiving this carrot. Like, I want carrots too.
Exceptional success.
The girl that you find then.
Oh. 5 successes.
Yep. The
They
girl
were straight. They were straight before they met you.
Things go phenomenally well. During the scene, the storyteller must give at least 3 important identifying features or personality traits about the vessel. Once at an appropriate time in a later scene, you may request the vessel's involvement. If you do so, take a beat. This involvement may be abstract, for example, if they're dead or if they give a detailed description to the police.
Let's have a look here. I have just the idea that would describe this person to you. I will see if I can find it. Apparently I can't, which makes me sad because it was amazing. It's entirely possible you've seen it before. I'm so sad I can't locate it. Oh well, whatever. Okay. She's got relatively scruffy, sort of spiky looking hair, and was sat at the not quite a corner table, but definitely far enough back. There's a half empty glass of wine and another empty sat right next to it. And resting on the table, like a measure in front of her, is just a rose with a little message on it that's been written in French there, and she looks incredibly distraught to have been entirely stood up.
Okay.
What other details would you like to know about her?
What does she do for a living?
She is tempted to randomly roll it. She was a reporter, but she's in between jobs currently. She's got some family who are kind of old money, so she's taking advantage of their funds before they can catch on that she's borrowed a credit card.
Okay.
She was due to be on a date with a rather pleasant French ladyboy, and she was stood up. She suspects it was familial pressures, but she's feeling rather down about the whole situation.
I am more than happy to, make her feel better.
Excellent. Were there any other details that were owed to you for that exceptional success? I don't recall.
I'm good.
Sweet. Great. And Timothy Lee, what are your moves?
Okay. First of all, I would like to attempt to find a pair of people that are obviously not already interacting, but seem like they would match together. So, if possible, I would like to use the fact that my mask is spy to be able to get any sort of bonus on any roll required for that.
Okay, go right ahead. So you're just sort of going to scope out and see if you can, if there's anyone you figure out who would be good to play a bit of matchmaker with.
Yeah,
Okie dokie.
and maybe take some sort of slight payment for playing matchmaker for them.
Ah, okay. I like the idea.
So what should I roll for that?
Make a case. What do you think you should roll? I'm sorry if it sounds mean, but also if I can get you actively considering what you think the roll should be, then that's generally how a lot of the rolls are going to get decided.
So it should certainly include something social, but manipulation should probably be saved for actually getting them to either try getting together or be willing to let me play matchmaker for them.
Yep. I guess technically you're playing super special wingman, so presence wouldn't be a bad idea. You're trying to be subtle but gather information, and your presence is a big part of that.
Yeah, presence, and also I am like trying to observe people, trying to take cues from what they are saying and apply them to other people, so possibly wits and presence.
That sounds correct to me.
Cool. Do I get any sort of modifier from my mask?
Yes, I'll give you a +1.
Awesome. 1 success.
Alright, way to pull another college. Really only Rose has proven that she's incredibly good at collecting that insert gender here poontang.
Timothy so far isn't particularly caring about either gender. He's just trying to get a couple that would work as a couple.
Yep. Okay. I mean, you spot two. It looks like it was a table with one relatively rich-looking gentleman, someone who's possibly an underling of his, and probably the rich guy's wife. But as he walks away, you can detect that there's obviously some kind of tension more between those two than with the rich husbandy folk.
Ah, damn. I had been hoping to find a couple that didn't already have some sort of interaction, but like would work well together. But let's try working with this.
Excellent. All right then. Lay the moves on him. How are you going to make it happen?
Timothy would approach, compliment the gentleman's wife, and as he was giving a compliment to her, give a glance at the underling, and then.
Meow.
Sorry, my cat
Meow, meow,
has
meow,
just
meow.
woken up for the morning, so he's running around a bit.
Fair enough. Okay.
And
It's fine.
then in Timothy would mention that he knows a friend of Fiona, glance at Zaire, and say that if the two of them would like anything to drink, but he's sure he could get it arranged.
Zaire will give a smile, even though he is dying financially on the.
Excellent. Okay. At first they don't seem entirely receptive to it, but they will accept a drink. There's like the tiny spark of jealousy. You've seen it before. The spark of jealousy in the colleague's eyes when the woman is complimented. That sort of confirms the, oh yeah, he totally wants some of that.
Mm.
And you suspect from her flustered reaction that she doesn't really get much of that.
DCL, this is your family's bar.
Mm-hmm.
Is there waiter service for tables, or does someone have to go up to the bar and get drinks?
Bouquet de Rostos, both. I fucked that up, but why not both?
There is a bar, and they'll also wait tables.
Yes.
Okay, so Scout, can I do anything to get the immediate attention of a waiter to come and take these orders?
Of course, there's always the classic
Garçon.
garçon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you give probably
a
the
click
finger
of
snap.
Fingers, a glance in Zaya's direction, showing that I do actually know that this person is involved with the owning family. Yeah.
Yep. Great. Yeah, you are suitably hooked up.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
Everybody getting feed.
Yep.
Nom 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 nom.
So, at some point during that,
have I done enough to actually get feeding a feast to, or
I was going to say, when you get them plied up with drinks at some point, the husband returns, but he's pretty lubricated. And
Is that what we call it now?
He's fucking leathered. He's so hammered. And he looks like he's intent on turning in for the night, and the colleague insists that no, he's he'll drive the wife home. It's cool, and you suspect that you've at least socially engineered this to a degree by a careful application of alcohol and conversation to a situation. So yes, I think if you approach that right, then you're going to be able to score yourself a feeding. So why don't you go for a little old rolly roll?
I had been wanting to like.
Oh, you wanted to feed off of
the first.
Oh, okay.
But it was like after the waiter's attention had been gotten, I had been wanting to send some more discreet compliments in the direction of like the subordinate.
Okay.
And also make eyes at the rich man's wife, see if she was a little jealous of him being complimented.
I believe you would notice that, yeah. There's the old eyebrow raise at those points, and she of course she's always happy to agree whenever a compliment is dropped.
Her agreeing isn't quite what I'm looking for. Like you said, the subordinate was jealous when the wife was complimented. So
That's right,
I'm trying
and
to
like
see
she's
if
obviously
she
shows
feels
a direct interest in him. It would not strike you as jealousy, more that she does agree though that he would seem to be an interesting and prized catch.
Okay. Yeah. That after that, I am okay with like going to making a roll and stuff.
Rightio. We'll go for it. +1. Oh, careful social engineering.
Persuasion and manipulation, or
Yep, persuasion manipulation. Hooray! You get grubs. You get nom nom noms.
so since I've been trying to get 2 people, how much vitae am I able to feed off of them?
I don't know how it is counted out. Don't know how successes in feeding are judged.
But
How much vitae is gained by feeding from multiple people?
So you're free to feed as much as you want. Most people have 7 health, and that's 7 points of vitae you could get, but that'll kill them. I think 4 is the most you can take without like severely, hurting them, requiring like hospitalization.
then okay, then I will attempt to take 3 from each of them if they are willing.
We'll make you do another roll because I should have put a negative for multiple vessels being hunted simultaneously. In this case, we'll do one more roll. You'll need another success just to get both of them. Fucking well done. You double down. Enjoy.
So
Now I
I
wanna
am up
double
to
down.
9 vitae.
You want to double down, eh?
No, I mean like the sandwich, the chicken
Oh,
sandwich.
okay. I don't know if I want a heart attack. We can just go for beer and pizza.
It's fucking delicious.
Never had one.
Yeah.
It's just 2 chicken breasts with some bacon. It's
Huh.
great.
I wish I
I
could find
know
that
where the-
fucking picture. It was so perfect and so sad.
Oh, the America with the yeah. I think I know what you're talking
Huh? No. The one of Lily's partner. For the
No.
kiss tonight.
about.
It was so good and I can't find it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It is the one of Tracer sat at the restaurant table and there's a rose sat on the desk in front of her and she looks utterly fucking miserable about having been stood up.
Aw.
It was a really, really fucking, like, it was such a good picture and it made me sad every time I looked at it because they did the faces just that well. I'm like, god damn it. It's so good, but I can't find it. I tried. I failed.
Well, I take 4 vitae.
You take 4.
I'll take 3.
Okie dokie.
Leave my girl, she's gonna be a little lightheaded. Woozy.
Just assumes that
But-
the wine got to her a bit quick.
Mm-hmm.
I shall take 3 as well.
You succeeded hard enough with this girl that you've got her interest actually quite properly. Do you accept any kinds of contact details or stuff from her?
Who, me or?
As in, you accept contact from her. You don't have to surrender any information about yourself.
Oh, so you are taking me. Yeah, I'll take her contact info.
Okay,
Jot
cool.
it down in my phone.
Excellent.
I'll call you.
She smiles.
I'd wink, but it's just blinking for me.
Blink. Yay. Yeah, she's in an incredibly euphoric, blissed out haze, but you know how it is. She's all too happy to agree.
That
Go
roguish
down.
lass stole my heart.
Go just wait in the bar then for everybody else to finish up.
Well, considering you succeeded so goddamn hard, it doesn't. You finish and you still just see like the dregs of everyone else trying desperately to succeed, and eventually they all get there. And Timothy probably didn't think he had it in him. Fucking engineers himself a good old double feeding, which is an impressive maneuver.
Give him a thumbs up.
Timothy will probably notice that, and once the people he was feeding has left, will return the thumbs up. But that will probably take a while. So if Rose is particularly sensitive to these things, she might think Timothy is ignoring her for a bit.
When
Nah.
Zaire
She's good.
when Zaire learns of this, he'll be confused why everybody else just gave 1 thumbs up and will give double thumbs up because you got 2.
One for each lady, of course.
It is the most sensible way to show approval.
Makes sense. It makes
Clearly.
sense.
While I am waiting for everybody, I'll just kind of sit at the bar and get a drink and pointedly not drink it. And take a look around, see if there are any ghosts in the area.
Spoopy ghosts.
As I can just see ghosts normally.
Do you have
No
to
roll required.
spend any vitae for that?
No roll required. I can just see them all the
Uh,
time.
You can just
I
see
mean,
ghosts, eh?
you don't.
Aw.
There are powers that require vitae but don't require rolls. So no roll required is not really that helpful, Lillian.
Let me pull up the exact description here for you. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, you don't need to. I'm just saying that in the future, saying no roll required isn't necessarily that helpful. Like my first level, what the fuck, Naz? My first level obturbination power, like, requires 1 vitae, has no roll. So,
Mm-hmm. So this is just for being an Apollinaire. It's not a discipline or anything. Called the Eye of Gede or Ged. Not actually sure how you pronounce it.
Is it Geid?
Ghede.
Motherfucker.
It's
Fuck
voodoo.
Voodoo, you voodoo,
Voodoo dude.
bitch. So boo.
But, Ged is often portrayed wearing dark sunglasses with one eye out to symbolize his power in the worlds of the seen and the unseen. During the initiation to become a member of the bloodline, the initiate's eye is removed from the socket and the empty hole is filled with the magic of Ged during possession. The Eye of Ged looks like a constantly swirling white mist contained within the gatekeeper's eye socket. Once the eye is in place, the new gatekeeper is able to see, hear, and speak with ghosts, but not spirits.
Fuck spirits.
Additionally, the Apollinaire can detect their unseen presence even if they are hiding or have chosen not to reveal themselves. Finding an unseen ghost is a contested action pitting the vampire's wits and composure against the ghost's finesse and resistance. So for the most part, I can just see them.
Okie dokie. I mean, you're at a club that is frequented by rich, fancy vampires. You probably do see like a few. They don't seem entirely active. They're very listless and sat in things like chairs and like spread out across tables. You can see in the corner there's one who looks like she curled up into a ball and has just been there ever since. It looks very much like a feeding site where the death attracted is sort of a very gradual. This has happened a few times to them, and then just once there was too much taken out. They were just sort of very listless. They aren't as lively as ones like, you know, violently killed, and they're not as depressing as ones that have like unfinished business and stuff. These are ghosts that faded away.
That's sad.
It
Alright.
is.
Just file this away.
Yep. At the very least, you can't. It doesn't look like there are any ghosts belonging to particularly vengeful, recently murdered dead.
Okay. That's it for me.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Well, assuming everyone is all fed up and such, as in they've been fed, not as in they're fed up with this shit. Nom nom nom. All successfully vitaed up. yeah, you'll be able to sort of gather yourselves together and head on to your next destination. It's been
Where are we going?
Probably down to, I assume, the Little Inferno.
Seems reasonable, yeah.
okay, let's think here. Okay, you've got a couple of hours before you need to be concerned about getting yourselves away before sunrise. Traffic is peaceful, so there isn't an issue getting to Little Inferno. Bloop, bloop.
Um, question here. Has Rose revealed her bloodline and her bloodline power of just automatically being able to see ghosts?
I have not,
Rose.
but I do have the missing eye, so
Can I make any sort of roll to see if I know that the, a bloodline but routinely removes eyes?
As in most cases, what do you think I'm going to say, Maz?
Justify
You're
it.
going to say yes, but you're going to ask me what it will be, and I'm not sure what it will be. Possibly intelligence and occult.
Sounds correct to me. Go right ahead.
Do mortals regenerate even things that were the things that were missing once you embrace them?
nope. You are exactly as you were when you were embraced.
All right.
Even like your hair will like stick to the length it was when you were embraced.
So, like, what was that interview with the vampire rules?
Mm-hmm.
The question is, if you held someone's dismembered hand up against the stump and then embraced them, would they heal?
Hmm. Hmm.
Probably not, because it like wasn't part of them still.
Or it becomes Ash's
Unless you
hand from Ash in the Evil Dead.
stitched it onto them, it definitely wouldn't. If you stitched it onto them, maybe. But do I get enough to guess as to Rose's bloodline with 2 successes on my int and occult?
You have reasons to believe, at least, that it's totally possible that she has. Like, having an eye. She could just. The reality is, she could just be a vampire missing an eye. But you do absolutely know of this power existing. It's whether you feel that your character would put 2 and 2 together. You have the knowledge necessary
Well,
to make this decision.
Okay. If I know such a bloodline exists, on the drive across from the club we were at was the Gilded Moon, yes?
Correct.
Then Timothy would ask Rose.
Are you riding
Say,
side saddle on her
good
crotch rocket?
I was about to say, are you just do you just like roll down the window and yell out?
So what kind of
you're-
vampire
Hey,
are you?
Rose, are you that kind of vampire that's missing an eye?
Yes, you're in the different car. Never mind that.
I'm
And
on a
when we
motorcycle.
arrive-
She's
If
trying.
you
Yeah, I was
wanna
gonna say,
ride
do you want to
bitch
ride?
with me.
Yeah, do you want to side saddle her crotch rocket?
No. But when we arrive, knowing that that bloodline exists, Timothy will approach Rose and say, Rose,
What's up, Tim?
forgive me if I'm wrong, but you're a Ventru, are you not?
Yes.
And
Supposedly.
there is one particular Ventru bloodline of which I know that ritualistically removes one eye. Might you be a member of that?
Pull up glasses, pull back hair, show the swirling mist in the eye.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think?
Just yes. And it, as much as your half-tinted, half-clear glasses are reasonably good for concealment. Let's be honest between the both of us. they don't make it look like you have both eyes here.
That's not the point. Like, the tinted out glass is meant to signify that I am missing an eye.
I thought it was a
Yes.
fashion statement. Zero will say from the background.
I love Zare so much.
Asymmetry fashion.
She'll hold up the glass and say, "Look, you can't even see through it. Like, it's not half sunglasses, half glasses. It's just, it's like a modern
Look,
eye patch. Come on."
I've seen sunglasses that dark. I'm sorry. But, there wasn't a not insensitive way to ask. I tried to do my best, but I'm.
Oh, you
not
could
that
just say, like,
insensitive.
hey, how'd you lose your eye? Like,
That's so much more insensitive.
Like, hey,
Zero.
Rose, can I stick my finger in your eye socket and wiggle it around?
Look, I am
Just a
not
tip,
lying.
just to see how it
Believe me.
feels.
Zare sings.
Believe me, I've tried it.
Zare sings.
It's
this
weird.
Does
They're seeing this conversation will walk up and pat Tim on the back and say, "Excuse my friend. He is known for being socially inept at times."
The irony. Oh, I love it. I love it a lot.
Kind of my
Sick
friend
bro.
too. It's cool.
We're all bros.
You're all dorks.
But the specific reason I brought it up was that I am vaguely familiar with your bloodline's ability to see spirits. Not
Not spirits.
not enough to say exactly what you can or can't see, but ephemeral. Oh God.
Ephemeral?
OOC, I don't know how. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I can
Ephemeral
do
beings of some sort.
dead people. Yeah, you can just say, I see dead people.
Yes.
I'm the little shit from that M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Does Timothy know movies?
He might, but probably not the specific M. Night Shyamalan movie that's being referenced.
Only difference is, I didn't get to meet Bruce Willis.
Oh, that movie. Yes, I know that movie.
That M. Night Shyamalan movie with Bruce Willis in it.
The ghost
tell
was
you
Bruce Willis the whole time.
But yes, I specifically asked because if we needed someone who could see the possible specter of a deceased vampire, if you can, then that's no problem. If it had to rest upon me, I would need to plunge the rest of you into complete darkness.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep an eye out for any dead vampires. I don't know if vampires leave ghosts, though. I've
Do we?
never seen one anyway. So I'll
Do
just been
vampires leave ghosts after the second death?
At least it's not the petty more. The little death. Do vampires leave ghosts after an orgasm?
turns out that's all, like, if you can see in the ghost world, it's all the little specks of dust in the air. Just little sperm
you
flying
can-
around.
You can also see, like, when you put on a UV light in a hotel room, not only ghosts but just all the spent load.
Zare
It's a
will
curse, man.
Zare will walk forward a little bit to take stock of how the little inferno is right now. Does it still have police involved, or
As of currently, there are no police around it. There is police tape up against the doors, and you can still smell like the acrid, like stench of smoke and melted plastic, and well, almost certainly you can detect the taste of blood.
This is a separate scene, right?
1, 2, 3.
In what way? Sorry.
From in new scenes, for every new scene, the first use of one of my aspects is free. So this is a new
Yes,
scene altogether.
this would be considered a new scene.
All right. Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's fine.
letting
Is that
them
the
know.
one like your what was it? Your hackles? Because then every time you're after it, it's more vitae. But at first, you can
Yeah.
get one free judgment call.
Oh, one free, yes. Before we enter, and this does pierce obfuscate. Claire's gonna step forward and use beast hackles to see if anyone intends us harm in the air. In the area that she can sense. So that is. Yep, I believe that's.
All right, give it a go.
Does it automatically pierce obfuscate? I thought you needed
Yep.
to make an opposed roll with obfuscate.
This discipline can pierce obfuscate. I might need
Can
to.
is
Hang on.
different to does.
Let me see. I have to go to Clash of Wills. Two
Yes,
disciplines
if it's a clash
oppose
of
each
wills,
other.
then yes, you have to make an opposed roll if any vampire is trying to obscure us.
Yes.
Them, sorry.
Out of curiosity, just a no reasons question. What would those rolls be required in order to beat you? just and against yours wits plus empathy, but then obfuscate.
I'm reading. Sometimes two disciplines clearly oppose each other. If the normal systems for disciplines fail to resolve this, such as when two vampires attempt to dominate the same person, or Aspect is turned against a vampire hidden by Obfuscate, there's a clash of wills. All characters using conflicting power entered a contested roll-off, each using a pool of his blood potency plus his dots in the discipline. Devotions, you blood potency, blah blah blah. So
The thing that would be opposing Stray here would actually have to be the Oubliette power, which is Obfuscate 5.
That's the only power that ignores. That does combat with hackle, quote unquote.
Well, if the vampire is specifically here, then it would. If the vampire is specifically here, it would actually get, I think, facing the crowd as an opposed.
Right. Okay.
otherwise, if they're not a vampire, I just know.
Right. Of course.
But
So
So is it a
think
general
crowd
sense?
doesn't have its own specific role. The only thing that might actually have a role and would possibly be opposing Stray, as far as I can see, would be Oubliette.
Does it
You're-
actually?
You're using beast hackles, right?
yes,
So you don't necessarily just automatically see them. It's you
no.
get to ask a question.
I ask a question. Yes.
So
Are we in danger?
you wouldn't necessarily know if there is a vampire using obfuscate so much as you'd
No.
know if there is anybody there.
Yeah, I'd be able to pierce his obfuscate to see if he intended harm.
You do not detect harm, or at least you don't detect the intention of harm.
Okie dokie.
Wait. Before you all go in, Zaire will go to his van, open up the back and rub lid for a little bit, and he'll come out with walkie-talkies, and I'm glad we are actually the correct number for us, because this is all I have, and he has 4 of them. You'll hand one to each.
Good work, Zaya. I knew there was a reason I brought you over.
I thought it was because I was good at fighting.
Yes,
I love Zaire so much.
and because you are good at thinking of the things we will need to engage in fight.
Oh yes, of course. With this, we can still keep our investigation separate and cover more ground whilst keeping in communication. And now we can venture forward.
And Scout, I would like to actually use my own
Preparation.
face in the crowd power.
Okay.
Specifically because that last note I've made on what was just pasted into Roll20.
Let's have a look here. First, this scene,
Well,
people's eyes
vampires'
just.
predatory aura seemingly disappears so that other vampires cannot sense it.
Handy. Okay then.
Timothy, where'd you go?
Help, Timothy! I can't see you. All right, great. That is a useful ass power.
It really is. There is a reason I took a dot in obfuscate rather than 3 dots in
Stealth.
obtenebration.
Ah.
Sorry,
Wait.
I'm trying to pronounce it right, but I'm struggling with it because it seems so wrong to pronounce it the way it should be pronounced.
Obtenebrous, obtenebration.
Tenebris.
Gal, dear, I am not from Latium. I do not speak Latin as my first language. Obtenebrous is not a word in my first language.
It's okay.
Gesundheit.
All the words are in my language, and I still fuck them up.
Yay. Everyone knows DCL secretly classic Latin. Okay.
I did take Latin in high school.
Really? Fuck.
So
I
did
didn't
I.
know that was still taught these days.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yay, dead languages.
I know, right?
Don't worry, if you become a vampire, that dead language is useful again. Great. Okay
Alright,
then.
so
By the
is-
way, Lily, how would you just describe the Little Inferno in general? Has it got multiple floors or?
Single floor.
Okay.
A very low key look to it. Just kind of like a normal sign above that says "Little Dante's Little Inferno."
Yep.
Not like your average look for a nightclub or anything like that.
Okay. Excellent. I'm gonna say that Dante's actual home, it is attached to the Little Inferno, but it is like a 2-story flat that's attached to the back of it. There's probably no thoroughfare between the two actual buildings, but he lives behind it.
All right. Is it open?
The Inferno itself, it is police taped up over the only entrance that it has, and as with most places that the Kindred would like to frequent, there are no visible windows for the Little Inferno. So,
No, it's a fetish club. There wouldn't be windows.
yep. As I say, the smell is of smoke, leather, plastic, and blood. And yeah, you'll have to push through police tape in order to sneak in.
Duck under the police tape. Check the door.
Okay,
Check for
then.
traps.
Check for traps. It's a mimic.
Yes.
You are good up. No. Okay. Does your keen observer go towards static locations, or is that just the picking out people's one?
No, trained observer affects everything.
Trained observer, excellent. So you can, while you're actively trying to look for threats and stuff, you can add your trained observer to shit like that.
Am I looking for threats?
I don't know, are you, dear? You
No,
said you were
I'm
going
just-
in and you're having a look at the door. The door itself is
I'm good. I'm like trying to open the door,
okay.
seeing if it's locked.
The door does appear to be locked.
Does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Grab a set of lockpicks out of my back pocket,
Mm-hmm.
stick them in there, and I'm gonna roll dexterity and larceny
Excellent.
with my specialization.
You have zero problem picking open that lock.
Pop
Thankfully,
it open.
it looked like this door looks like you should have had multiple locks, but only one of them was engaged. And yeah, you pop it open. The door swings in. The smell before is a lot stronger than it was a bit ago. It kicks up a little bit of a cloud of dust. You were told that it was like one person burst into flame, but there is just the air is cloying and thick with the smell of it.
I think they'd keep the door open,
Yeah.
air this place out.
Turns out that if the place that gets immolated in and someone is murdered and a body goes missing, then and it was a fetish club, they don't leave that door hanging open, sadly.
Hold the door open for everybody. Come on,
Alright,
stick
yeah.
around.
Ah, so that is how you do that. Usually I just kick the door in.
That tends to leave evidence.
I tend to leave a lot of evidence.
We are not going to get along well.
That's generally a bad
Zaire
idea.
gives a sad look. Why not?
The two of you will get along plenty well. You just
As long
you'll
as you
get along
listen
in
to
a
me.
complementary way. You won't get along well in a way that you are both attempting the same matters, or talking about the same matters, or really doing anything together.
Let's just go in.
Zaire just shrugs and goes in. He is on guard looking for people.
Claire,
Threats.
Claire suppresses a laugh at that and follows in.
Yep. It appears that the power in the building itself has been turned off. How good is your just natural night vision? I don't actually know how good vampies are at seeing in the dark in this.
That is
Just
a good
normal.
question.
We're
I
better
can
at
see
seeing
perfectly in the dark.
than other people, but I don't think we get any inherent. I don't know the mechanical bonus.
I see perfectly in the dark.
Excellent. You can be their eyes, Goose.
Without spending
I
any
pull out a
powers?
flashlight.
Yeah, in merits. Yep. I put a point in merit for acute senses. I see perfectly in the dark.
I will spend one vitae to activate night sight and also see perfectly in the dark.
I just love that Rose's first thing was, I pull out a flashlight. So,
I just pull out like
you
a flashlight from my other back pocket
you probably don't want to burn that vitae.
and flick it on, and it's like one of those like really powerful.
Okay, so as Timothy is about halfway through blinking, he will stop and say, "Oh, Rose, you brought one of hers." Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yes. Place doesn't have windows, so we don't have to worry about alerting the neighbors.
Zaire will give a little
Fair
face
enough.
palm and go, "Of course. How could I forget to bring my own?"
Claire will squint her eyes and mutter, "Ow."
This is not my first rodeo breaking into a place.
Because it does say under the acute senses thing that senses can overwhelm. Ow.
Yeah, that probably stings.
Does this mean you also come prepared with flashbangs and grenades?
Triple ow.
No.
Oh.
Why would I? She's just gonna like look at. She's just gonna like stare at Zaire. Like, where are you breaking into? The fucking National Guard? Wow.
I've thought breaching tactics were general war strategies taught to everyone.
I'm not a fucking soldier. I'm a fucking thief. I'm not even a thief anymore.
Oh. Huh.
Best adorable character.
You still seem remarkably good at it for not being that.
Well, yeah. I work as a locksmith. Occasional car mechanic.
Ah. Yes, I can see how your talents would still be in practice. OOC. Sorry, I missed it. How many floors does this club have?
I think it was single floor.
One.
Okay, so no basement level or anything.
Not that my character knows about anyway.
Claire's going to hunt around for her book.
Okay then.
I think that. What is for wits? Would that be wits?
Yep.
What do I see with my vampire eyes?
The first room is more of like a waiting area with a little reception.
Yes. This waiting area is the least damaged, you would assume. You know, you can still see that there are really quite lewd and almost artistic, not autistic, artistic works up against the walls of
Mostly
men and
artistic.
men and women in various get-ups and dramatic poses, etc., etc. You know that the walls on the inside of the club are having to ratchet that up another level.
Did we happen to be told where in the club the combustion took place?
No.
Probably on the main floor area. I'm guessing.
Yep, that would be
That's
a
just-
very good guess.
It's just right through here. It's where the bar is, the main stage, and all that.
I assume we simply need to look for the ashes.
I imagine you
Alright.
could just follow the smell.
Claire immediately like barges past you guys, like
That-
wondering where her
that
book has gone, and
Question was always.
good. Claire will immediately barge past all of you, and where the fuck is my book?
Pretty fucking much.
Okay then.
Where is it?
You know what? Timothy will just follow Claire for now.
Okay.
Follow along my flashlight.
Yep. Let's see.
I got
here.
3 successes with my vampire eyes.
Yeah. Give me.
Come along, meat shield.
Give me a D20. Player.
Worse meat shield.
They come on, meet shield in character.
Yeah, I called you meat shield in
Oof.
character.
Okay.
Sorry, my internet also
I'm
disconnected.
not sure if high is good or bad.
Zaire will
Easy up there.
Zaire will nod and go forward.
And
Mum-
it
mum-
takes
mum-
about 19 minutes of searching before you start
Damn.
finding the scattered and singed edges of a page, but you can't find anything that looks particularly leather-bound. The pages, you can't be sure because you yourself never got a chance to see the book. They happen to have that older book quality to them. There are singes in the corners, though. Honestly, it's hard to say. You would suspect that it is, but you've got no firm proof. And also, if you're finding a few pages, then surely there should be a book nearby, but you looked very, very thoroughly, and you find nothing.
If someone toasted my book, I am going to be very put out.
Evidence suggests that book got crispy, judging by the few pages you've got on hand.
Grumble, grumble, grumble. Are they pages or just like corners?
They are pages, the corners themselves are the things that are singed, so given some time, you might be able to decipher some of it.
I will find a bar stool that looks like it won't fall over and then start reading.
Sure, you grab a bar stool, there is like a... it's not so much a bar stool as it's sort of a perch where there should have been like a stage nearby. There's like a hunk ripped out of the floor of the stage itself. It looks like someone fell over and just fucking pounded open a great big old craterous hole in whatever was this like nailed down wood. But there is a tumbled stool next to it. You can rewrite yourself and worry about your book instead.
Obsessed scholar eats my dirge.
It is. It's a good dirge. It's a good doge. All right, rest of you. What are you looking for? What are you selling and what are you buying?
I'm looking for potential enemies.
Timothy is going to scour the scene looking for anything that might give evidence as to anyone of interest who was there. Like, if anyone who has, like, stepped in someone's ashes or done something similar of interest. I don't actually know at this point what would be of interest at this scene because I don't get to look at it. So, Mr. Storyteller, I'm going to trust that you will tell me if I find anything.
Okie dokie.
And I'm going to use my wits and investigation. Yes.
Rock and roll.
Four successes.
Fucking hell, well done. Sadly not an exceptional success, but regardless, that's a solid, reasonable success right there. Can you give me a d20? We'll see how long it takes for you to find some decent clue.
16 minutes, I guess.
Yep. Okay then. And indeed, that's how long you commit yourself to it. At first, you start with all the typical looking around for signs and scuffles. You notice that there is sort of damage to structures that you would estimate happen with like big, either very heavy objects or like hammers being smashed down, or in your more considerable estimate, Kindred possessing a very decent strength, flailing and panicking, and no doubt dealing some quite aggressive damage.
Wait, what just happened? My internet cut out again.
It's
I
fine.
heard
He's looking.
aggressive.
He's looking for clues, and he's noticed that there are some levels of damage. To some people, it would appear as though like a sledgehammer had been taken to a section of floor or a section of stage. But the better guess is that a kindred with particularly decent strength had instead been panicking and smashed straight fucking through it. So. There is that it is a kindred, a relatively decent guest, or at least there was someone very strong dealing some damage. A lot of the... It looks like there's a section of the floor where thick, heavy ash had been visibly swept away. You can't be sure what the kind of ash it is, though. You'll have to... Do you have any skills that would allow you to just sort of tell, does this belong to a person, an object, or a vampire, or what?
I'm honestly not sure what that sort of skill would be. I have 2 dots in occult.
Not so much cult. This would probably be like survival is sort of like case the trail kind of shit.
I don't actually have any
Investigation?
dots in survival. I have 3 dots in investigation, and I do have 1 dot in academics. That is all I can think of that might be related.
All right. Give me a raw intelligence and investigation. It's going to be. Oh well, I'll keep other details about it secret until I know what's up.
Intelligence and investigation. Yes?
Yep. It is not an easy check though in this case.
2 successes.
You can't frankly be sure. You can rule out that it was a physical object, but whether this burnt stuff is... Sorry, you can rule out it was any of the fetish gear, but and also that it wasn't wood because it wasn't left like a charcoaly residue. Like there are a few chunks of ash that happen to be of a thicker consistency than others. Like there's a particularly, I guess, a gross and almost dead smell to it. But that could just be, someone suffering horrible burn wounds. It could have been the kindred. It's not out of possibility, but you can't know for sure. You can rule out a few things, but the reality is if it came from a person, it could easily have come from a person, so it could have come from a kindred.
Okay, but I can be fairly certain that it wasn't like Claire's book that burnt to a cinder here, right?
That's a good question. What would that book have been bound in? Because if it were any kind of like flesh-based binding as opposed to just normal leather, that would actually probably be quite hard to tell apart. Claire, was there any particularly telling signs about the cover of this book, of this tome?
Yes, I just sent it already. Yeah. She knew basically what it was about, so she should be able to, well, hopefully be able to suss out from the few pages that remained, if that was actually from her book.
The pages that you got would appear to be from that book. Taking a glance over that, you're pretty sure that the chunks that you got don't belong to the binding of the book. Or anything of that kind.
So it is from the book, is what you're saying. Is that what I heard?
Your pages are from the book. He's inspecting some ashes and some like chunks of debris and stuff, and I'm telling Mers that what Timothy's found, not the book.
What is
These
so
guys are
important about this book?
OC question. Actually, I can ask this in character.
Damn right you can.
Are any of you fellows particularly skilled at medicine? would you be able to even roughly differentiate between the ashes of a kindred and a kind?
Nope. I have no
Or
training
perhaps
in
if,
medicine.
or perhaps be able to tell if either would burn similarly or differently.
You just know for a fact that a kindred burns real good.
The ashes are ashes, aren't they?
Yep, there are like a thicker, like chunkier bits that smell vaguely of death, though, which is
Yeah,
the telling
Timothy
part
would
there.
best direct those specific chunky parts and say, ashes are ashes, but parts are parts. If you can tell who or what these parts belong to, you can maybe start working things out.
It probably looks like, gritty leavings off of asphalt, but it smells vaguely corpseier than that.
Hmm.
Well, these people are all like sifting around through ashes and pages. I am gonna look through, look at the main room, check some of the back rooms, and try and search for my friend.
Oh wait, if I see Rose going off into the other room, I'll come with her.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see. All right. When you go through to I guess like the first side room, it looks like one of the showy off display booths. There's a number of like portraits up across the walls, and the damage is not very deep into that room. It looks like it was localized mainly to that main room where you would assume it all went down.
Mm-hmm.
No obvious signs in this room, apart from when you sort of you would glance away from it. It's almost as though there were something in the corner of your vision, and when you turn to face it again, you do recognize your familiar old friend, and they appear to be looking up at one of the portraits on the wall.
Oh, hi there, Mrs. Quick! Somebody feed me a very Jewish name.
Savin, Mrs.
Golden.
Savin.
Mrs. Juven.
Yeah, Mrs. Juvin.
Nah.
Goldberg.
Lauenstein. It is Miss Lauenstein.
I wish my internet would
Schroeder.
stop coming. Basically, there's some people back here, correct?
You can't see shit, Zaire. It looks like Rose is talking to nothing.
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Rothschild.
Oh, Rothschild? Okay, Miss Rothschild it is.
Hi, Miss Rothschild. How's it going today?
Hmm? Oh, goodness me! Hello there, young one. Why, did I ever tell you the story of my grandson? He looks up at a portrait. So many things about him I never knew.
About 17 times, Mr. Rothschild. I was wondering if you could help me out.
Oh, why, of course, yes. I'd be happy to help.
Were you hanging around here the other day when a big fire broke out?
Oh, now, dearie, you know this isn't a place for respectable folks like me.
Yeah, I know. You uh don't particularly care for the place, but I might have been looking for your grandson again. Maybe you saw something.
Oh, right, yes, I was looking for him again. Right, yes, a fire, right. Yeah, no, I do remember there was a lot of shouting and screaming at one point. I don't know when it was. You know how it is. It's hard to tell when one day ends and the other one passes, darling. Oh,
Yep.
but I remember it was like it was yesterday. Yeah, there was a fire and they were screaming.
Do you remember what happened? Like what started it?
Oh, a fire would have started it. Oh, these eyes just aren't the same as they used to be. Let's have a think
That's-
here.
You got to remember to wear your glasses, Mr. Rothschild.
You know how it is. It's just, I had one of those, the little chains, the chains they put around the back of the glasses so they don't, if they slip off your nose, they fall around your neck. I had one of those chains, but I just lost it. And hanging around her neck is, of course, glasses hanging off some chains. She'll reach up and just subconsciously wipe them clean of nothing and slip them back onto her eyes. Oh, right. Goodness me, you're looking pretty today. Oh, right, yes, the fire. Right, well, yes, there was a chap all dressed up in leathers. He was kind of reminded me of my grandson when he was all up in them leathers, actually. Have I ever told you about him? Right, yes, of course, the fire. Well, it's hard to say. He was talking to someone. And, No, I don't know. I think they argued about something. Gosh, they sounded awfully mad. What else do you want to know about it? Grey, my hair, absolutely nothing. What's going on?
Huh?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
Scout?
Can you hear me?
Scout? Yes?
Hello?
We can hear you.
I was talking for fucking ages and no one was saying shit.
We can hear you all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't know. Were you guys
Yeah,
talking at all?
You
Because
were
I couldn't
just
hear you.
like monologuing for the most part. Just
Yeah.
like Jewish ghost woman. It seemed fine.
Jewish ghost mom steadily becoming more and more New York.
Yeah, accents aren't my strong
Or
suit.
New Jersey.
Oh, it's Joycey.
Jersey.
I'm just a simple Joycey Doyle.
Shit, that was uncanny. Yeah, she asked a
Now,
few
when
ones.
are you gonna get me a set of grandchildren?
No, I always wanted me some grandbabies.
I just want to spoil them.
Yes, she asked if there's anything else you wanted to know. She remembered there was definitely some kind of there was some kind of argument between one person and a leather-dressed man, and then there was a fire.
Does she remember what the other guy looked like?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to roll a chance dice for me?
A chance die.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
Yay for 10% chance of success.
0 dice for 0 success.
Fucking nat 1.
You didn't roll any
No, you
dice.
didn't roll any dice. You rolled 0
What?
times 0, then
Oh.
plus 1. D10. Oh, no, yeah, that is just
No,
1
no,
D10.
that was one dice. Yes.
It was. Wow, it was a...
0 times 0
So
plus... it says 0.
how would you like to take a beat?
Did you roll a dice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about taking a beat there, Rose?
I'll take a beat.
Oh, well, I never forget a face, you see. He was, definitely a lad, a very brutish lad. He had, oh... You know those those jackets that look like they're made out of the jeans, but they got the sleeves cut off, like someone didn't clean them right? It was definitely one of them. Big old burly mustache. And mutton chops, but no beardy bit. No, he didn't have any of the chin scruff.
Okay. So denim vest.
That was it, a denim vest. Yes, well, dear.
Big guy.
Big guy,
Mutton
denim
chops.
vest, mutton chops, mustache. And yeah, he was big and he was angry. And
Had you seen him here before? Was he like the kind of person to come here often?
oh dear, I don't frequent these kinds of places. I wouldn't know that.
I know, but maybe you have an eye out for people who don't look like they belong. Like yourself.
Oh, well, there was nobody like me around here, dear. Um, mm, oh, it's so hard to tell. No, I don't know that I ever saw him before.
Okay. Well,
Do you know
I
those
thank you,
things?
Miss Rothschild.
No, it's my pleasure, dear. And you take care of yourself. And if you see my grandson, then you tell him that his grandma's looking for him.
Tell him that what?
That his grandma's looking for him and that she loves him very much.
I will do that. You take care of yourself, Miss Rothschild.
Oh, I always do. Have you seen my glasses?
They're on your face right now.
Oh, so they are. Oh, gosh, I never remember where they are. And she goes back to muttering with herself.
Lose your head if it weren't stapled on, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. I will return to the main group there and let them know. I have a witness who saw a person arguing with the vampire.
That's what you were doing.
Yeah, you didn't have to follow along.
Well, you said you weren't trained, so
Person?
What's that, Tim?
A person? A person of what sort?
A person. A person
Did you get
past
anything
their
more
expiration
specific
date.
than the fact that they existed?
they were very quiet and invisible, I think.
Not the witness. The person
She,
who was arguing with the vampire.
She said he was pretty big, heavy set guy. Denim vest, mutton chops, probably a biker.
That does sound like the most stereotypical biker I have ever heard of, yes.
Well, this guy supposedly ran with him. Like, didn't the bartender say he was a biker himself?
The mistress
okay,
did, yes.
Well, we know if the bar owner was a biker?
No.
No.
Tender
They
said-
asked the bartender, and she said that
Oh.
he'd come in
Bartender.
with the Brides of Dracula.
Okay.
Claire's gonna walk over to the ash pile and squint closer at it.
What are you trying to discern from
I
Ash?
am trying. What?
What are you trying to discern from Ash?
I am trying to see if I am trying to discern whether or not the cause of this creature's death. He had my book, and I can't find my book. That means my book is elsewhere. So I'm trying to find out how this creature died. So this was the first thing I was gonna roll intelligence investigation to see if this correlates with anything I've read about. Now that I can see
He died of fire.
it. Ooh.
OOC, Stray, have you
What?
shown the rest of us the pages of your book with their singed edges?
Not yet. Unless you saw what she did with the pieces of paper.
I think we were all busy pursuing our own lines of inquiry or being DCL and following someone.
All right.
Have to protect the one who was not trained.
Yeah, I love Zaya. He's the best.
You can continue shifting around, sifting around in the ashes. I'm gonna go into the back room here,
Okie dokie.
and I am gonna head to the security room.
Ah, excellent. Could you describe how large the security room is? I mean, I'm sure you've seen the bouncer or bouncers before. What kind of equipment have they got?
Probably some cameras set up on the main floors. Various monitors all displaying different angles out in front as well. And probably like a few chairs and a cot.
Excellent. Okay then. The chairs are scattered to the side, and the cot looks like it was used semi recently. There is the same old bank of monitors and stuff, but the building itself still isn't receiving power, so of course there's nothing going to the monitors themselves.
Nothing receiving power.
True.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
I figured all
the
the
power.
lights were just
Yeah.
gone off.
The power in the building has been, like they've switched it off at the breaker
Ah, shit.
because there was a fire there, and that tends to be a typical process. There is a locked cabinet like built into the desk that has the screen bay to it, which would possibly be a port of call for you.
All right. Pull out the lockpicks.
Okay, so since the entire building is out of power and Rose has been in different rooms a couple of times, I am actually just gonna mark down my point of vitae because
You probably have swapped to it from time to time, yeah.
You want another? You want a flashlight? I got another one out in the motorcycle. Oh shit!
Do you want it? Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna do a fun thing here. Hey, Rose,
I'm gonna take a beat.
you gonna take the beat? Awesome. You put your lockpick into the lock, and it snaps. Oh boy.
Is that
Alright.
supposed to happen?
This lock's just being stubborn. She's gonna stand up, like start to crack her back. Pop some knuckles, and then as I am doing right now, as actually.
Yep, same.
And then I'm gonna put my hand to the lock and use my skeleton key power.
Excellent. Okay, then how exactly does skeleton key work?
Mechanically or
In both contexts. Read the fancy schmancy flavor text, and then if there are rolls
gatekeepers
involved.
of Ged are able to open any door despite locks, security systems, or barricades. Conversely, they may use the same discipline power to shut a door, locking it with magic so powerful that nothing short of destroying the door or using skeleton key upon the door again will open it. I spend a vitae, roll presence, larceny, and carafor, and just presence, larceny, 2 for carafor. Oh, shit.
So,
That last roll was a chance roll. I was still on chance, not normal. So I
I
didn't
got a
roll all the
1, a
dice.
0, a 3, and a 4. None of those would have been successes anyway.
No, it only rolled 1 die.
yeah.
Oh.
But
Yeah, it rolled 1
Fuck
plus
it.
3 plus 0 plus 3 plus 4 times by 0, and then plus 1, so it rolled our die.
right.
Well, you can give up your beat and do a reroll.
Nah. I'll just take it. I noticed that when I went to roll this die again, when I went to make this roll and saw it on chance.
Right.
And does skeleton key cost vitae? Because Once
Yep.
again, okay.
I'm spending some vitae. Ho, ho,
6
ho.
Damn.
So, on a success, the character can open or shut one door, or whatever else. While using skeleton key, the character opens a door protected by, or if when using skeleton key, the character opens a door protected by an alarm, the alarm does not sound, nor is any equipment connected to the door damaged. If the door is barricaded in any other way, the obstructions immediately fall to the side, allowing complete access to the vampire.
Literally
Character-
magically open the door.
Yep.
Okay then. Well, the broken end of your lockpick falls out of the lock. The tumblers will click in and turn themselves. Is there anything that it does for exceptional successes before I go and make shit up?
No, actually. It's more for barring the door.
Excellent. Okay.
On an exceptional success.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably ultra reinforces it, etc. Yeah.
The Apollinaire may name one person who can or cannot use the door, leaving it locked or unlocked to everyone else.
Okie dokie. All right then. Yeah, you get it open and you can see that it would contain all of the security tapes. Instead, in a lot of these like empty little security tape bays are a number of sticky notes, like little colored tabs that appear to be used as placeholders. You can see that the police department's little stamp is on the end of each of these little sticky notes here, and they've got dates and times attached to them. However, called a spit of random chance, there is one that is in there and has not yet been taken out.
All right. What is date on it? Or is there a date?
There is not a date recorded on this one.
Is it like a VHS thing, or are these things stored on DVDs?
You wish they were stored on DVDs. As sadly as the case with a lot of things, it's the crappy VHS security closed circuit shit.
Remind me to tell these guys to up their security.
It looks like they're going to have to.
Zaire is gonna look at the videotapes and not even know what they are because it's 2016 and those stuff shouldn't even exist.
How old are you, Zaire?
I am 25.
Jesus Christ, kid.
I had VHSs when I was a kid.
When he was a kid, he was being a les enfants terribles. He didn't have time for fucking VHS.
They don't know that yet.
I'm just gonna toss that VHS back to Zaire.
He's going to catch it and be confused as to what to do with it. He's gonna start poking little
Hold on
holes
to
in
it. No,
What is-
don't muck with it.
What is this eldritch black box?
Black bar.
You ain't never had a VHS?
Are you supposed to use these to bludgeon people across the head?
It's an ancient DVD. Don't break it.
Zaire will just shrug and hold on to it.
Excellent. All right, great. You have acquired a VHS tape. Let's have a look.
Take a look around anywhere else in the security room. If anybody wrote anything down about this, police
So-
note might have gotten like lost here.
Okay then. Make a looky-loo check, whatever it is.
Wits and composure.
Yep.
And because I'm a trained observer, I have the 9 again.
Excellent. Okay, you look around and you can see that there are no visible notes. It would seem that if any were there, then they have been swept up by the police and likely being held with the rest of any other possible... I've forgotten the word already. Evidence. That was it. The word evidence. Any other possible evidence and any notes and stuff looks like they've been conspicuously swept up. Seems strange that VHS would be left behind, frankly.
That VHS kind of
So just to make sure we got a quick
kind of
rundown.
suspicious.
There was a VH left. They like one VHS tape left. It wasn't marked by the police, right? Or there were multiple ones, but they were marked.
There was only that one VHS in there at the back, and then in the other ones there was empty slots where VHSs would be resting. Instead, there's just a sticky note like up against on the inside of that folder, so that is just like you're keeping a timestamp of where each one was.
And we did watch it, right?
No, it was impossible to
No.
watch it in that room because
There's
there's
no
no
power.
power in the building.
Oh, okay. And we're looking for Mutton Chop Basic Biker Gang.
That's what has been told to Lily.
That's the idea.
All right. Just making sure I got everything clear.
Alright. Gonna go show this off to the others.
A VHS.
Hold on one
People still
second.
use those?
Apparently.
Why does everybody but me know what these are?
It's an old audiovisual thing. It was what you used to watch movies on. Except you had to rewind it in a rewinder. It was very annoying. We still have some of those down at the college for some damn reason.
Be kind, rewind.
Yep.
I have a VHS tape rewinder. It's called a pencil. It's manually going squeak, squeak.
That's a
squeaky,
cassette tape.
squeaky. Yeah.
Rewinder.
All right.
I remember when rewinders were a separate thing. They weren't. It was like a cool thing when you had a VHS player that also had a rewinder built in.
Man, I didn't even know. I like real talk. I didn't know that VHSs that didn't have a rewind feature were. I just kind of always assumed that if you had a VHS player, it rewinded it.
At least mine didn't.
Young CL is very young.
I'm not that old myself.
Yeah, you fucking whippersnappers. Probably the oldest of all of you.
Most likely. I'm only 25.
Scow,
Yep.
how old are you?
24.
Fuck you guys.
I'm
It's
a
okay,
month.
it
I'm
just-
a month out of 25, but yeah.
It just means you're a senpai.
I was potty trained by the time you guys are born.
Really? Wait, how old are you, Lily?
I might be 30.
Oh, you're doing fine. Jesus.
You seem remarkably young for your age, Lou.
That's just because
That's
I
just
am
where
immature.
We're all very childish people.
Being first
You do know who the people in Fanchat are, right? Everyone is childish as fuck. It is fantastic.
Just because everyone seems young doesn't mean Lily doesn't seem nice and young.
That's true. You never know, she could get Milfy as well. Give it 10 more years. Milfy
I'd
and
rather not
Milfy
think
in third.
about that right now. Anyway,
Ah,
oh,
So yes,
yeah.
Timothy,
What?
you do see something in that perfect darkness.
Mm.
And of course, it's only visible when there is no other light there. So what do you do while you've got the chance while it lasts? From the sounds of it, while you're looking, Rose and Zaire are both peeking through something in a security room, and Claire is doing Claire stuff, but she can see in the dark, so she's not producing light.
And I can't see ghosts. No ghosts.
Oh, gosh.
Nope. Claire got bored poking around in the ashes and can't really, hasn't really found. She found the remnants of her book.
Hmm.
Right now, the only thing to her mind is looking on what's on that VHS.
Sweet. Okay,
I
so
think,
what do you do,
did
Timothy?
Can I tell that it is of that sort rather than of any other sort?
It is very distinct, in that it looks, for one, it is actually probably the only thing that you've seen that's visibly distressed and like flailing about.
Okay. Is visibly distressed enough to like figure out what it is. I'm really unsure myself, so is the storyteller help? Mrs. Storyteller.
Miss
sorry.
Storyteller. It's not
Miss-
even Mrs. Do I look? Do I sound? Do am I married to you, girl? Am I married? Shit, nah.
I'm sorry. I've
You'll get
been
there.
drinking quite heavily.
I wish I had been, but oh well. Okay.
I'm
I
sorry.
ran
Tell
out
you
of
what,
beer.
make a wits roll. And have you got anything related to social that would work in this? You don't have empathy, so it's wits -1. You would need empathy to
So,
be able to tell whatever the fuck is up with this thing.
yeah.
Sko is married to role playing. Okay, fair. I'll give you that.
Wits and empathy, I try.
Yep, give it a go. It's gonna be a tough one. No. Nope. You got close. But no.
But I can still tell that the thing is distressed.
Yes, you can see that you're looking at a distressed, flailing being, but you can't pick up any context to this strange specter.
Walk by, shine flashlight in.
Oh, it's gone. There is nothing when that flashlight flashes into the room.
Ruined it.
What were you looking at?
Hold on. This is while you guys were still looking in the evidence room, so fuck off.
It didn't take long.
They've pulled out this stuff. I'll give Timothy a few more moments before a light would
Okay.
pierce and break in.
Timothy would Spirit. What troubles you still?
Gonna get ate by a ghost.
I wonder if there's any role related. Oh yeah. How does willpower work in this? Is it a function that can be rolled, or is it just something that takes damage?
It's something you expend to do stuff.
Correct.
Do you want to ask it properly? Because you're gonna have to burn some willpower to do so.
Can I ask how much willpower I will have to spend?
D2.
You know what? Sure.
You just gotta follow your mask and dirge to get some more back.
Yep.
I mean my mask is spy, so that like the stuff that gives me willpower from that is like putting myself at risk to learn people's secrets. So
There'll be certainly time for that in the future.
yeah.
So roll me a D2. We'll see how much willpower you burn.
Yay.
Only the one. Excellent.
Nice.
Sweet. Okay then. You try to ask this question, and like at first, just nothing happens. It seems entirely non-responsive and flailing in itself. So you put something into it. You put willpower into it. That's we know happen. You fucking muster something up, and then you ask again. Repeat.
Spirit. By the old powers, I command you. What troubles you? What keeps you to this place?
They killed me! They wanted it! I wanted it! They wouldn't let me go!
Name him.
Roll me another d2.
Yeah,
No, my
really
internet-
quiet.
Excellent.
Yeah, my internet still lives.
Your internet's still struggling really hard.
It has been struggling all fucking night, and I hate it.
Ugh. Her name was Etienne. And then a shaft of light breaks into the room.
And that's all I get, I guess.
Yep.
What's going on in here? Do I see anything?
You don't. So you suspect that whatever Timothy was speaking to, it was not a generic ghost.
Out of
You
curiosity.
you going
sorry.
insane there, Tim?
Did you check this room, Rose?
What about it?
Did you look in here before you cast your beam?
You?
Then
I
either
kind of can't.
yes, I am going insane, or the spirits of a kindred are beyond the power of your bloodline.
See, spirits and ghosts, kind of two different things. First thing I was taught. My domain is ghosts. I don't fuck with spirits. Spirits don't fuck with me.
Then the ghosts of the kindred are beyond your bloodline. Forgive me for being slightly drained by having to speak to one that was so close to fading out and perhaps may now have faded out completely.
Zario, fucking watch.
I just like that
Zaire.
it changes every time.
Yep. We'll poke his head in and wave.
Hi guys.
Hey, you guys!
Claire is gonna use her acute senses out of curiosity to try to see if there was an accelerant. I don't know what that would be. Wits plus.
It would be intelligence, and then if there is a skill related to... Look here.
Acute senses perfectly identify any sensory stimulus she has experienced before. So, gas, stuff like that.
Intelligence investigation.
Do I get a bonus for the acute senses merit?
In this case, no. Your acute senses don't grant you extra information. You're putting brain power to the test in this case.
I guess you could say the acute senses let you make the roll.
Yeah, they certainly give you an access. But they confer in themselves no bonus. They confer no extra information. Okay. An accelerant. You do not detect the smells of typical accelerants such as gasoline. However, the reality is, like, a normal torch's flame without accelerants would still do an incredibly quick work on setting a kindred aflame, especially if they're quite far along.
Just out of curiosity.
Yep, with chicken. Yes, the embers of the passing kindred are classed as a ghost. Not in the standard sense, at the very least. You were shouting at an echo.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um, Timothy will march into the main room, and since Rose and Zaire had glanced into the room he was in, he would give a
Sorry.
gesture at them to follow.
Hey,
And
how was I supposed to know?
I suppose you weren't, but
I'm trying to be pissy, you see. Stop ruining it with logic.
you might have been able to listen, hear the one-sided conversation I said earlier, but if I were to see a spirit, it would require the rest of you being in complete darkness.
I don't recall that, so
I
Yep.
literally said that when I was asking you about your power. If you had the power that I thought you had to see ghosts. So, yeah.
yeah, didn't hear that.
I don't think I heard
It-
that either.
Fair
I-
enough, then.
I must say I heard it, but
Nah, didn't hear it.
okie dokie.
I didn't hear it. Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Didn't hear it.
Didn't have sex.
Lies. Didn't bum. Checking unconfirmed.
Well, fair enough.
Oh well.
If you literally didn't hear it, then I can't hold you to blame, nor can I hold you to blame for the fact that when you took the light away, the cinders of the spirit were gone, but still. It was at a slightly inconvenient time. Still, I heard enough.
Flick off the flashlight.
Consoling pat on
That
the
help?
shoulder.
Scow, I assume that the kindred spirit is gone now?
You see. Roll me a chance die.
Because my powers persist until the end of the scene.
Yep.
I just can't see the spirit for that while there is any sort of light. So.
Yep. Roll me a chance die.
Hold on, my dice roller thing is being really fucked up.
Just roll 1d10. Hope for a 10. Nope.
Nada.
Nope. When the light is fluttered away, you see not even fluttering embers, as though there were nothing there to begin with.
What did the spirit say to you?
Didn't help. The spirit said that quickly, Scout, out of character, was I able to determine the gender of the kindred's spirit?
The kindred doing the shouting. It sounded male. As for their form, it was, writhing and encased in a flame that you couldn't see, so hard to say.
Yeah. The spirit, it seemed a male kindred, said, they killed me. They took it. I wanted it. I wanted to leave. They wouldn't let me. I tried to ask it who killed it, who wouldn't let them leave. And it replied that her name was Etienne. So do any of you know of any kindred that is named Etienne?
I didn't
Would
even
that
know that was a
be
name.
in socialize?
You can certainly make rolls if you think you have these skills for it. Yes.
Hmm.
Who is named Etienne?
French girls?
Who names that? Who names their kid that?
And people use the
That-
random
that is a
vampire name
French woman.
generator.
That is a reasonably appropriate female French name.
Mm, not that I can recall off the top of my head, but I don't get out much. I just
Actually,
realized
from
that, yeah, I shouldn't get out much.
what I see out of character, it's a French guy's name.
ETM. That name confuses me.
Yeah, Etienne is actually a dude's name, but it's definitely female. That well, he said her name was Etienne.
Eddie. All right.
Who names their kid that? It's so stupid.
Who keeps that name?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fucking change that shit when you're 18. Of course, who am I to complain? I go around with the name Rose.
A cute name.
Oh wait, that was in character.
Yes,
Oh, that was in
Eh,
character.
that was in character. Yay!
I've known a couple of Roses. That's not too uncommon.
By any other name, they still smell sweet. Slam dunk.
Try not to go there.
Excellent. Is there anything else that you would like to do in the Little Inferno?
We've checked every room, haven't we?
Correct.
Secret underground rooms. Where they keep the good stuff, of course.
I suppose we have to find something to. And he brings up the VHS and kind of stares at it. Play this thing.
It's just a tape. I have a VHS in my house.
We have a couple at the college.
Go to the college then.
Don't
I'm not sure I want you guys knowing where I live.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
untrustworthy.
The asylum
Not trusting.
probably already knows where you live.
Elysium.
Elysium.
The asylum
The
probably knows
asylum.
anyway.
Yeah, I don't
They're
tell
coming to
anybody
take you
where I
away,
live,
haha.
so
Oh man.
Well then, I suppose we'll be headed out for the college.
So we're done then. Alright. Point of fact, I work at the Silverleaf College. Best not to get confused.
Not Pacific Grove Polytechnic.
Oh yes, there's the silver leaf and then the other one. The
And
Pacific
there's another
Grove.
one and other ones we don't even know about.
There's other ones
Because
that
it's
aren't
6 million
important.
people. And to put it this way, there aren't even 6 million people in San Francisco. There aren't even 6 million people in the Bay Area all combined, and that's like 5 towns. That's a lot of people and a lot of colleges around there.
we are the West Coast, New York City.
Pretty much.
Let's put it this way: London occupies a smaller space than San Pasado, and its population is 8.5 million. Just to give you an idea of what we're really facing here.
That's
To me-
Not
to
the
me,
capital
actual,
of an entire nation.
Yeah.
the actual city limits of London, though, smaller.
Point is that we need to hop into the mystery van and go to.
Go look for clues, kids. You literally split up and looked for clues.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
We basically have made a city that is more populous than Los Angeles, the most populous city in my state. Los Angeles only has 4 million people. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of colleges. So it's, Silverleaf, there's a reason why she brought that up.
Well, like the 6
I
million
work at-
people could also include suburbs around the area.
Yeah. But that's still going to be a lot of colleges to support that amount of people. So yeah. Silverleaf College, and I guess we're all heading out. Now we gotta do like in Urban Arcana or in Call of Cthulhu roll to see if people are following us. Just get shot at. It's gonna be great.
Blah blah blah.
Now, what time is it?
There, you asked the important question.
Yep.
You've got like hour or two until sun will be up and it's time to be concerned.
Well, it seems like it's time to head home. And split
Yeah.
day.
Well, meet at the college's the college's theater 5 tomorrow. Silverleaf. I have access.
And Zaire, why don't you give him the tape?
All right. I hand.
I'm not
Claire.
sure I trust you with it. You might, go all caveman.
Trust the teacher with it, I guess. All right.
I
The
would not use it.
files are in the computer?
Please.
It's
I
a
would
series
not
of
use,
tubes.
please, I would not use this ancient brick as a weapon unless provoked.
All of this is in character.
What doesn't provoke you, Zaya? You seem to take the first opportunity to fight Kindred.
Well, yes, but only with good reason.
They spill my
good
drink.
reason?
They
The
look at
good
me
reason.
wrong.
The good reason being that I need to protect myself or need to kill them off for a job.
If they have halitosis.
Process.
None of the reasons why that Claire list off.
I'm just gonna keep you on my good side, or try and keep me on your good. I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna try not to piss you off, okay? That sound good?
Just do not break the rules, and you'll always be on my good side.
What a Boy
What
Scout.
rule? Fuck it. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
And then Rose drives like the very short distance back to her place and hopes no one was headed the same way.
It's a few blocks.
It is a few blocks, yeah. The black lines are still like main ass roads. There are side ones that could be used.
All right. If I keep trying to call him Zaid, like Zaid Masani. Ugh.
The name changes every time.
So Zach
Alright.
Alty.
His full name is actually Zaire Zaria Zaid.
I
can
might
dig it.
change my character's name to that.
As a kid, he was called Snooze because it was just 3 Z's.
All right. So if Zaire gives her the tape, she'll, smile graciously, put it in her handbag, and then leave herself for her place.
It seems we will all be meeting back later. Hopefully, they keep good care of the walkie-talkies I gave them.
To be
As
honest,
I'm driving
she totally
away.
forgot about it.
As I'm driving away, I'm going to click on the walkie-talkie and say, by the way, we've got phones.
I mean, that's
Claire just
true.
turns her on. 10-4, good buddy.
Zaire will kind of like put.
Snorts of laughter and fucking shit.
Zaire kind of like puts a finger to his chin. And is like, that's true, but phones are not tactical.
What the?
You can't do CQC with a phone, but a walkie-talkie's got a decent heft to it.
I don't know. Have you ever hit someone with a Nokia?
Oh please, this is 20. There's a 2016. They're in the museums by now.
I can just tell by the first day with you guys, this is just going to be loads of fun.
Can you believe it, guys? 6 hours just passed.
Yeah.
Yep.
More than.
More
6.5
than, yeah.
about.
Let's see, we started at 7 my time?
It is.
Around and about, maybe 10
Yeah.
past.
6.5.
Excellent. I think also the sun has risen where I live as well, which means it's going to be time to hide in my cave.
House of the Rising Sun.
Alright.
That's roundabout's my sleeping schedule. Fall asleep at 6, wake up at 12.
Wonderful.
Well, if it is the end of the game session, I'm going to take my beat.
Absolutely. See here. Can you please quickly explain how the beat works?
Thanks, because I was just about to ask.
Alright, well, I'm not too used to it because it was introduced in 2nd edition, but A player earns beats for his character in various ways, and when you get 5 beats, you get an experience point, which you can then spend on skills, improving your disciplines, etc., etc.
It's basically like being given another blip.
Yeah,
How does
and
one game
all this is on page 83 of the Vampire book.
You might have noticed one of the ways in which Lily got beats is by on a failure opting to allow me to make the situation worse on purpose. You see, this game gives you experience for your failures.
That is pretty much it.
Huh.
So
This kid generally discourages being like the fucking perfect person for the perfect situation or coming up with the right answer. Like times when things like your mask and dirge pull you into a bad situation, those can be invoked for a beat as well.
So you basically choose critical failure, but you get EXP.
Correct, yeah.
So
But it's a risk because you could get put into a situation that's so bad, you'll regret the beat.
Yes.
It's kind of like getting XP even though you're on the losing team.
It's the only way
we
to get
didn't
experience
create
generally.
aspirations, but when your character fulfills an aspiration, you take a beat, and then at the end of the game session, you replace the aspiration. So come up with like goals, and when we fill the goals, we get a beat. Each condition has a criteria for resolution, and when you resolve a condition, you take a beat. Normally, for having one eye, if I fuck up, if like something fucks up because I only have one eye, I can take a beat, but because it's my weakness,
Yeah, it's
I can't.
choosing to call in your you basically play your flaws in like a fucking coin and be like, I'm gonna cash this bitch in because I failed up because I'm blind as fuck.
And that's some conditions provide beats for actions other than resolution. And anytime you fail a roll, you may opt to make it a dramatic failure and take a beat. So you'll fuck up more than usual, but you learn from your failures. If you take lethal damage in one of your rightmost health boxes, you take a beat. We do not gain beats from bashing damage because we're vampires. And bashing damage is for chumps.
Yep.
At the end of any game session, we take a beat. And anytime our character risks detachment from like humanity, you take a beat.
So yes, everyone, please do put in
One beat. I didn't get to suplex any judo throw anybody, so I get no beat.
Except for Lily, did anyone fail and then let me make it into a worse fail for them?
Oh no, I should have done that when I was.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Trying to.
I tried to remember to offer it each time, but I might have forgotten a couple that might have worked. Essentially, yeah, the cost of letting me like choosing a dramatic failure is that the keyword is dramatic. Generally, a failure.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Yes,
no, go ahead. Sorry.
Generally, a failure just means you didn't get what you wanted when you roll a dice. A dramatic failure not only means you didn't get what you wanted, it means that you've given the storyteller free rein to just make a situation worse. For instance, I feel like I let myself get tricked by Lily's fucking special power because she was like, yeah, I'm happy for this to get worse, and the lock got, of course, the lock was ruined by that thing snapping.
I do have to replace that lockpick, though.
That's true, yeah. Oh god, life is too hard. Yeah, I was totally tricked by that because, of course, the dramatic failure would be a worse situation. You can now not get into that cabinet at all. Well, she had the fucking special power to deal with that and undid me. So I got just as played.
Anything barring it just fucking goes to the side.
Right. The broken piece of lockpick was just sort of spat out of the lock and then it opened up.
Just wait until I get the level 3 version of Carafor. Oh my god.
Can't wait.
Did you say everyone mark off a beat?
Yeah, everyone gets a beat for the end of the game session.
Oh, okay.
What was that,
Merzendi?
I was asking you what if you were going to care to share what your level 3 of Carafor does.
I would like to.
Yay.
When I get my level 3 Carafor, it's called Veve Passageway. Using white chalk, a gatekeeper can draw the image of a door upon a wall and
Oh,
instantly create a passageway through any barrier to the nearest room or empty
that's
space
so
beyond it.
magical. I love
Jesus
it.
Christ, that's fucking
On
dope.
a
That's magical.
success, the chalk door becomes a real door that opens to the nearest room or empty space up to a distance of 1 mile in the direction directly behind the symbolic drawing.
Holy shit.
70
If there
feet of
is
steel.
no
Who the
open space behind the drawn door, a real door still materializes, but it opens to the wall behind it and goes nowhere.
70 feet of steel? Who gives a fuck?
That is
The
fucking
door may be
fantasy as
opened
hell.
and closed once, after which the door vanishes. Otherwise, it remains for a number of hours equal to the success rolled, after which it dissolves.
That is fucking
Damn.
so cool.
That's fucking sweet, bro.
I love it.
Just wait until I get the 5th dot. Shift Threshold. The Apollinaire bloodline has the ability to open any door to any other, linking 2 doors together through space, no matter where they both reside.
No matter
Oh.
where you
A
are.
gatekeeper may, for example, link a closet door in New York to the door of a flat in London.
Jesus Christ.
Spatial little penis.
Locked doors mean jack shit to me.
You chose well.
And I am a thief.
Jesus Christ, that on top of it. Holy shit, that's cool.
Yeah, at level 4 and 5 of Obtenebration, I am almost as good as you. Like, at level 4, I can walk from one shadow to another, just like that. And at level 5, I can become a shadow, and that's like, I can be a shadow, and shadows can slip under doors. But
That's
that's
pretty
not
cool.
That is
fun
pretty
to
sweet.
New York.
I can shoot things.
I cast gun.
I can, well, at 5 for Auspex, just shoot myself into the void. That via astral form and pretty much go anywhere.
So literally, you go. It's just gonna be saying like, "Guys, where'd you go?"
Well, my body stays behind and looks like it's dead.
Well, you usually
And
look
I
like you're
enter
dead
the
unless you're
lunar
trying real
sphere.
hard.
At level
weird.
4, I can just enter the Twilight.
What does
I'm stepping
entering
into
the
the
Twilight
Twilight Zone.
actually mean?
Hmm?
What does
What
entering the
does
Twilight
enter-
mean?
Oh, it's like where the ghosts and spirits are.
No. If you want to mess with spirits, though, they're assholes.
Members of Apollinaire's bloodline can create a gateway known as Baye to and from the world of the dead, allowing traffic in either direction. Anyone who steps through a Baye is transplanted into Twilight. On Twilight, they can touch ghosts, pick up ghostly objects, or read tomes hidden there. They can also engage in physical or magical combat with ghosts. Of course, you can get fucked up by ghosts then too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But-
Well, ghosts aren't too much trouble as fucking specters, though. God, those things are assholes.
And depending on, how the underworld works, I could potentially open up doors to the actual underworld,
That'd be fun.
which I think you'd find fascinating, Scow. You should look that book up.
I'll take a gander. But for
I
now,
just
I
like the
think it is. I just realized I've had the stream running this whole time we're talking about these things. I think it's a good idea for me to end that stream. Thank you very much. If you've watched the whole thing all the way through, well fucking done. Frankly, it's a long session to sit through. And can you believe this was a long session, but there was no fighting and also no shopping, which means that I think that beats any kind of save and D record.
Let's be fair here. We were also like building the world.
That
so-
only took 2
Yeah.
hours. That's still a 4.5 hour session with no fighting in it. And no buying.
It took a fair amount of
I mean,
time still.
It was
I
2
thought-
hours and 13 minutes. I have a counter on my
I thought fighting would be a rarity, anyways.
It is a rarity. I'm just saying, like, it's just this is the what you're going to be looking at in this game. Yes, we have been streaming for exactly 6 hours and 28 minutes.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh god.
So yes, thank you very much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have yourself a lovely motherfucking time. Bye.
If
Bye,
you like it,
stream.
punch that like button in the face like a boss.
I don't want to go to
Like,
sleep.
like and subscribe to Scow. Maybe subscribe to me. I have a channel, even if it's never updated.
Do it.
So
Do it now.
hashtag like, subscribe.
What?